You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
What's going on, everybody? My name is We the People. We are here in Riyadh for the Esports World Cup, and I am here with two of the greatest in the world. We got Zach Mazer from Bleed, and we got Designful from Disguise. Guys, Saudi Arabia, we're here now. How we feeling?
It's incredible. The place is absolutely beautiful. A hotel venue, I couldn't be more happy.
Yeah, one of the best venues we've ever been at. Hotel, hospitality. It's an amazing place out here.
They're doing it right. They're doing it right. But today we are talking about regions and a little bit about MNK versus Controller. Are you guys ready?
We're ready, of course.
Let's do it. So I want you guys to rank the regions in order from best to not the greatest. All right, Zach, take us away.
Well, I mean, we know the best. That's easy, right?
NA on top, baby.
That's
NA on top.
For sure, NA. After NA, it gets a little tricky, right? We've seen some like really dominant teams from like APAC North, like Fnatic, right? But then you have like Alliance, who are just like the group stage, just slayers. They're incredible.
I don't think EU has that many standout teams.
Right now?
They've gotten a lot better, for sure, than in the past.
Who are you putting second right now if you had to pick?
We got to go with the region that just won the last LAN.
You think so?
Yeah.
So he'd say APAC North, and then it'd be third EU, and then it would probably be, man, APAC South that low's a little crazy though.
No, it's not.
It's really not, yeah. And then APAC South, and then South America probably, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You know, we're looking at...
There's just less teams competing there. You know?
Absolutely, absolutely. Less talent per se too, but a lot of talent still in those regions as well. I don't want to sleep on that.
Yeah, each region has the standout teams, you know?
Absolutely. So, fellas, best players from each region. Go.
Oh.
Let's start with NA.
Probably Designful.
And NA, right now, I'd probably say like Zainu. Probably say like Zainu and Zero are probably like two biggest standouts in NA right now.
Zainu's a sleeper.
Yeah.
To the public, at least, for sure.
And then for EU, Unlucky is definitely a player to keep your eye on. He's incredible online. Typically, like, chokes at LAN. Like, that's his reputation. But I think this will be his LAN. He's going to pop off. Anytime I think of APAC North, I'm thinking St. June or Yuka. They're some of the flashiest players you'll ever get to watch. Incredible players.
The mechanics.
APAC South, I really don't watch a lot of APAC South, but I got some good friends on VP, like, and then, you know, South America. I really don't know any teams from South America.
Happens.
I know a couple of the guys. I don't know like gamer tags though. So
yeah, but Des, I need a ranking right now. Best players from each region. Hit us with it.
You're gonna put that on me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I agreed with the answers from NA. EU, Hockey's veteran, very good at IGLing. I've always like, back in the day, we would always like watch each other's thermal rotations and stuff. He knows his stuff. He's been around for a really long time, so I'll throw him up there. And I'm gonna throw Zane up there. It's my boy.
That's a good one.
Sleeper.
That's a good one.
And then I'm gonna have to throw the Fnatic team in for their region. And then The other regions, I don't know too much about, so I'm gonna have to pass up on this.
That's all right. Well, you guys are about to find out, man, because these boys are locked and
They're
loaded.
ready. They're ready.
I was talking to some of them, and they want it. They want it bad. We also have land coming up in Germany pretty soon as well, so another way to find out.
Not for us.
Yeah, we do.
Not for either of us. Not for either of us.
Yeah, neither of us are going
Yeah.
there, bro.
I knew that.
Yeah,
And
it's
We're
okay.
taking a break.
yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
It was intentional.
It's a recoup. It's a recoup.
Yeah, we're waiting to
Absolutely.
go to Germany in October for Oktoberfest.
Yeah.
That's the plan. That's how you do it.
Couldn't double book it. That's
But-
what it is.
Busy guys, man.
Yeah.
Busy guys, you know, living the life, playing video games for a living in Saudi Arabia
That
right
is
now.
so
Like,
funny.
we got to take a moment. But guys, other than the land winnings, right? Why is NA the best region?
You want me to go? I mean, we definitely have the best practice at the moment because we have the best teams, right? Like we have teams coming from like Apex South years ago, the original Dark Zero, right? With like Zero and all these players
Yeah.
from different regions will purposely come to NA to get the best practice against the best players. We've just had the best players and
the
they
biggest
want to
prize
win.
pool.
Yeah, they want to
Like,
win.
Tournaments like this used to be in NA all the time. All the extra tournaments, stuff like EWC and stuff, it used to be NA only. So teams just kept coming over and over and piling up and piling up. And the pool of players is just, you know, they all grow off one another and have just gotten better over the years.
Absolutely. You
I
know?
think another thing too, to go to your like controller, mouse and keyboard thing.
Yep.
I actually think North America is like one of the like leading regions of the world for like controller players across like majority again. Like you look at Halo, COD, you name it.
Yeah.
Especially Apex now.
Yeah.
That NA controller players are definitely on top, and Apex is like what? It's like 82 or 76 something percent is controller at this upcoming LAN. So
Yeah.
I miss when I swapped over and it was just nice we can snipe down, man.
Yeah.
Those were the days.
Well, to actually
Me
bring
too.
that up, a lot of the controller players all swapped over at the same time, right? It was right around the beginning of 2020. And do you remember what all the PC players and the M&K players were saying about controller players?
Yeah, they thought most of them were strike backing or cheating. Yeah, because they only had 2 controller players at the time, and there was like the first. They come in waves, you know. So my wave was like the beginning of season 3. It was me, you know, the boys, the console guys, Dalton and all of them. But over time, like every single wave, there's just been like breakout controller players,
talent.
like the Zainu Funk wave, you know, Koi hopped over by himself, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's gonna be more waves to come.
And one thing I remember clearly was, I don't know who said it, but one M&K player tweeted that controllers will not be able to hang in PC lobbies. Do you remember that?
I didn't think I would. Honestly, like
Really?
watching like YouTube before I made the swap, like season 1 or 2, I was like watching it and I was
What's-
like, these guys are insane. Like they're like doing all the movement and stuff. I'm on 60 frames. I have no idea that stuff's possible.
It was a different
you
game.
know? Yeah.
It was a
I was
different
terrified,
game.
and then I came over and there was no tap strafing, no movement. I was like,
Yeah.
I just felt like you know, running around the playground. Everyone just couldn't shoot.
So, Zach, on the other side of the ball, you're an M&K player.
yeah.
How do you feel about the majority of Apex players now being controllers?
I mean, it definitely sets the bar high for M&K, right? So like, there are very, very few of us that get the privilege to compete in NA, right? The strongest region on M&K. You kind of just get like kicked out over time if you're just not good enough. So it feels good to know that like I'm a part of like what? It's down to like 17 players now.
Very, very
So
low.
it feels good to know that I'm like capable in that way, but at the same time, it can be definitely like really frustrating when, you know, you lose a close range chow, or there's a certain fight where like the strafes just match, and anytime stuff like that happens, like, you know, you're just never gonna predict at the same level that a controller can, and it can be discouraging sometimes, but that's also in itself its own game, right? Where it's like, I could have played smarter.
Yeah.
I have my own controller players for that exact reason, right? And so does
Absolutely.
almost every other M&K player.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how I try to approach it, because there's no point in scapegoating it. It's just the reality.
So that
Be smarter.
that brings us to our next question. Is controller overpowered?
At a casual level, absolutely. At a competitive level, I think it's in a like pretty healthy spot. I mean, they could probably bring it down a little bit in competitive, and there would be like no difference in talent / skill, at least in NA.
I think the skill floor is higher on controller at the top level, but the skill ceiling is higher on mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, definitely.
I agree with that.
Yeah, the issue is when it comes to casual, right? When you go to like like pubs or controller ranked play, and like the average M&K player, isn't, like me or whoever, right? And those M&K players, they're playing 2 hours a day, if that. I don't think it's very fun. I think some numbers would share the same opinion.
That's totally understandable. So, in your eyes, what would you do to balance controller a little bit?
I think where you see controller excel the most is going to be like in some spots with like visual clutter, right? Because mouse and keyboard is going to be all about like predicting and when you like lose line of sight with like a thermite or a fusel, or like when bang smoke is fading, right? When you lose that line of sight, you actually have nothing to go off of. Yeah. Controller players with 15,000 hours in the game,
I don't think it needs to be balanced.
You'll feel the tug. You'll feel the tug. You'll know.
Yeah.
It needs to be buffed.
Buffed.
We need movement.
I'm a controller player, and I
We're
would
screwed.
not
We're screwed.
buff
It's
controller,
over.
man. So you're talking about movement. That kind of leads me to my next question. If there was one thing you could take away from mouse and key and bring it to controller, would it be that, or would it be?
For sure. It's a game about strafes,
Yeah.
It's a lot of strafing and reading strafes, like reacting to strafes. So being able to move easier would definitely,
Absolutely. And aim assist is probably the answer, but if there was one thing you could take away from controller and bring
You
it to
give me
M&K,
0.2. You don't even gotta give me point. You give me 0.2, and I will be like 35 kills above like the next guy. It is gonna be bad. Like you give 0, me. You give any of like the top M&K players 0.2. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad.
it would be scary.
Yeah, it would.
It would be scary.
It would be so bad for everyone else.
I'd be out of a job. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
What do you mean? You're doing this.
Yeah.
I'd be out of a job.
Other than
it would
this,
come down to him.
So guys, we are here in Riyadh for Esports World Cup. I want you guys, there's gonna be thousands and thousands of people watching this. I want you guys to send a message home to anybody you guys wanna give a shout out to, your chat, anybody at all. Des, take us away.
I'm coming off of a 16-hour flight of only Goggins. Listen to him the whole way.
Yeah.
Didn't look at a screen.
David.
I'm locked in. I'm ready to carry some boats. And shout out to everybody that is still supporting us, even though we had the couple hiccups this last split. We're figuring it out.
Absolutely. Zach?
Shout out my family. Shout out Clara. I miss being home. That 16-hour flight kicked my ass, but I'm here. I'm really excited to compete again. I made every land except for one this year, and I think on these back two lands, this and champs, I'm going to make a good statement. I'm really excited to prove my name in a higher echelon than people maybe give me credit for.
I love that. I got faith. I got faith in the both of y'all, man. It's going to be a big week here. Other than winning the tournament, what's one thing you guys are looking forward to here in Riyadh for the Esports World Cup?
Holding the trophy.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm really excited to like experience like the culture and like get the privilege of eating like new food, everything like that. And then again, the venue is just beautiful. The venue is gorgeous. I'm excited to get to compete at such a state-of-the-art facility.
Now my answer looks horrible.
No, I
Holding
mean,
the trophy's a good answer.
that's business.
Sounds good. Yeah.
He said don't pick winning, so I can't pick winning.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like it.
I'm ready to hold
I
that.
like it.
I'm ready to take some keys.
Take some keys.
You know what I'm saying?
Ready to crush
That
them?
trophy looks insane.
Have you felt the keys, either of you?
They're
No.
heavy.
They're so heavy.
Really?
They're so heavy.
Well, it looks like a lot of excitement between
That
the
trophy's
two
gonna
of
be
you
like
guys.
100 pounds.
Yeah.
I mean, they did it right. Esports World Cup did it right.
They
and I
set the
think
bar.
Every single land in the world for any game should use the Esports World Cup as a blueprint. I mean, look at the
my
venue,
goodness.
look at everything. But guys, that is it. This is our roundtable with Zach and Designful here at Esports World Cup, and we'll see you guys soon.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. Get ready for 8 action-packed weeks of competition featuring the world's leading games, where the world's top esports clubs and over 1,500 players compete for a life-changing prize pool of more than $60 million, the largest prize pool in esports history. This prize pool will be divided into 4 categories: game championships, player bounties and qualifiers, with the remaining 20 million up for grabs in our cross-game competitive format, crowning the best esports club in the world. Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money. The action doesn't stop here. In addition to the competition, the Esports World Cup will transform Riyadh into the epicenter of esports fandom and gaming culture with a massive immersive festival featuring gaming activations, community tournaments, pop culture celebrations, international experiences, and much more. This will be a historic event, so make sure you witness the action and see who will rise up and conquer the world. See you in Riyadh.
Hello everybody, quick shot here from EWC Central. Yesterday we concluded the Group A games from Apex Legends here at the Esports World Cup. So let's evaluate its impact on the EWC Club Championship update brought to you by STC. Now, as a reminder, only the top 8 teams at the end of the Apex Legends tournament will actually accrue any points towards the Club Championship. But there were impressive performances from the top clubs. Over in Group A, Falcons, Twisted Minds, Team Liquid, FaZe Clan, Gaming Gladiators are already eligible for the Club Championship because they finished in that top 5, which has secured them a spot in the finals and put them in prime position to add points to the tally. Reject, unfortunately, has already been eliminated for finishing last in Group A. Now, while the Falcons, Liquid, and Gaming sit high on the ladder already, Twisted Minds and FaZe Clan find themselves just outside of the top 10, and they will require more points to appear on my special graphic. How far can they make it? How high can they climb in the Apex Legends tournament? Now, of course, today, the Group B teams and games will be taking to the stage. I think some highlight clubs have to be Na'Vi, Fnatic, as well as Virtus Pro. They are all fighting for a spot in the finals. And also, quick call out for Space Station Gaming, who are doing well in other games here at EWC this weekend. They need to get to finals, then place high to get those championship points. For more updates on the EWC Club Championship, as well as all the other games, as well as explainers, info, mini games, tune into my show, EWC Central, every Thursday to Sunday from 4 until 8, twitch.tv/EWC and youtube.com/@EWC. That does it for this episode of the EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by STC.
Apex, what up? My name is We The People, and I am here with 2 of the members from Virtus Pro. We got Sharky, we got Pricey. How you guys doing?
Doing good so far. It's been a pleasure being here in Riyadh, and it's outside of being very hot, it's very nice.
Yeah. Well, we're going to be doing a blind tier list for ultimate abilities in Apex Legends, all right? Starting off with Bangalore's Rolling Thunder.
I mean,
that's got to be like top 2.
It's got to be top 2.
It's got to be top 2.
Kind of hard to put it in either 1 or 2, because recently Fuse Ult's been pretty strong, though it did get the recent nerf, so that did kind of knock it down a little bit. At the same time, though, Watson Gen is pretty universal. It's always been a top tier ultimate, so
I think 2.
I'm kind of comfortable putting it with 2, but it definitely could still sit 1.
Yeah.
So I think we'll sit it in 2.
2 it is. It's a good spot. Caustics, Nox, Gas, Grenade.
If you asked us during like
last year
year and the year before when it was about Gibby Caustic, probably 1.
Number 1.
But there's been a lot of less Caustic around. I think KCP is the only team playing Caustic at the minute.
Yeah.
So it's not had that much of effect on the overall, like, how games go.
So where are you guys putting it on the tier list?
I don't know, it's feeling kind of like a 4, because there has been more and more Watson popping up, so like that just kind of shuts it out really. So
I'm good with 4 or 5.
yeah, I think we leave it for 4 because there could be a really bad one, so I'm going with 4.
Yeah,
All right,
4.
4 it is. Horizons Black Hole.
The Ultimate itself is still pretty top tier. It could sit 1, it definitely could have been 2, but like recently it's kind of lost its punch because they had a couple nerfs to it. So
I mean, I'm thinking 3
Yeah,
just because of Watson again.
yeah, I'm thinking 3 still.
3?
Yeah, I think it's a 3.
3's a solid spot. Fuse's Motherload.
1. It's got to be.
Yeah, we can't put it 5,
Can't be
so we'll have to
5.
put it 1.
Has to be 1.
Yeah.
1 it is. And at 5, we're putting Sears Exhibit.
Oh.
How happy are you
Yeah,
guys with
no,
that?
I think swap Sear and Corsica and good list, but
Yeah, if we had that, but yeah.
I think that's a good list.
All right. Well, you guys heard it here from Virtus Pro. That was their tier list here in Riyadh for the Esports World Cup. We'll catch you guys soon.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
We're back here in Riyadh Boulevard, and I'm with my man Seven, Rain Day here. We're gonna throw a little bit and practice our aim since, you know, Apex Legends is a game that does require some aiming.
You're not ready for my aim, okay?
There's already trash talk happening.
No.
Here. Wow.
I got potato aim, my boy.
Okay, I'm not ready for the worst side. Okay, well, there's gonna be some teams that struggle with aim. There's gonna be some teams, though, who are successful like this. Watch this right here. Here we go.
I'm gonna think I'm Mitsuchi, okay?
Yeah, okay. Here
Group
it is.
B, here we go.
Here's the lineup. Oh, man. All right, well, you know, speaking of that, a lot of teams are going to have near misses, right? Obviously, Falcons are super teams here, but there are some teams that have, in this run up, kind of missed the mark. Talking about ninjas in pajamas, EMEA has a hope there in Nasky, one of our top kill leaders overall in all-time Apex Legends, a great personality, but hasn't gotten it done. Won't be joining us in Germany, has a chance here at EWC to actually claim a trophy, claim a huge prize, and redeem himself and his region.
Nasky's ready, man. I got a chance to talk to him. He's hyped. He's ready to trash talk people. He's like, you know what? Move over, Falcons. Here we go, baby.
Oh, there we go. Okay, all right.
That's what Nasky's gonna do.
The thing is, there's always one little thing about Apex. You got to win with match point, which means all the blocks have to be taken. In fact, that block says M on it, and that's the game that you've got to win to ultimately win the tournament. Nobody in EMEA has yet to be able to do what I'm about to do right now. We'll see if EMEA can recreate what Rain Day does here as well. Seven, I don't know. I think we got to get out of here.
You know what? I'm out.
Let's go. We'll see you back on broadcast. Hey, wait up.
Esports World Cup. Today is day 2 of our Apex Legends action, which means Group B, with the likes of TSM, Alliance, and Mizuchi getting ready to battle out. All we have to do is make our way to the stage right now. And Seven, what are you doing here? I mean, I don't know why you have security gear on. So this is the key from Reject Winergy yesterday, actually. Okay, I actually need that. You guys enjoy the show. I'm gonna get that back.
Welcome back. It's day 2 of Apex Legends at the Esports World Cup, and we are so excited to have you with us. Yesterday, it started off in scintillating fashion with the team, the super team, and the home team, Falcons, taking a 140-point lead in Group A and securing a spot in the finals. While we had great performances from teams like FaZe Clan, Gaming Gladiators, and Team Liquid Alienware, teams all searching for the club championship, we now turn our attention to Group B, which will see the likes of TSM, NRG, and even Na'Vi find their ways to see if they can find a little bit of success or if they'll be the second team to be eliminated from our tournament. All of that takes place very soon, but if you missed us yesterday, here's a little video to show you what happened. Scenes from Riyadh here at the STC Arena. We are back with day 2 of Apex Legends at the Esports World Cup. Falcons, they flew high yesterday, but they will have a break until Sunday. Right now, it's time to turn our attention to Group B as we see more heroes, more villains, and maybe more desperate attempts just to stay alive. As I, of course, bring you back into our studio, I know I am not alone, and let's introduce you back to our analysts who will be here all of our days, AJ Hawk, Zephyrcast, and Glitter Explosion with me. J-Hawk, let's start with you. Yesterday, it was awesome. Falcons, they did what we expected them to do, maybe even a little bit more with 140 points top in the group.
Absolutely. They dominated. We talked about this is a team that everyone's calling the super team, but they need to prove it. They did on day 1, but like Zephyr said, at the end of the day, there's still the finals to go. That's the big test for them.
And of course, that test coming very, very soon, but they've got a little bit of time, and that's the benefit of it. 10 teams will not have that time. They'll be playing tomorrow in last chance with only 2 spots to get them into the finals.
Yeah, but before we reach that, we're still dealing with today's 9 that are on their way potentially to a free spot. They get to take a day off, retreat to the spa, maybe potentially the masseuse, if some of us have heard it.
Yeah, I mean, there is a player lounge masseuse. He's not lying at all. Lauren, you were chuckling at that. There's nothing funny about getting a massage at an esports tournament, okay?
Honestly, it's probably going to improve their performance. I mean, keep their hands fresh, whether that's controller or MNK, make sure everybody's loose and relaxed, mentally good to go. They have a seriously bougie setup.
You know, I'm just still focused on getting a massage at one point somehow. It happens to be about 20 minutes from where we usually are in studio, but maybe it will occur. Who knows if we're lucky enough. But yesterday, some teams were lucky enough. As you mentioned, 9 more teams today will find their way into our finals. But 9 teams yesterday, already put the work in. Starting with Falcons, you go down the line, Twisted Minds, Team Liquid, FaZe Clan, GG, LG, Aurora, GHS, and e-xolos find their way into that 9th position. They will all skip tomorrow's last chance, but Crazy Raccoon, 2 of the members holding our LAN championship in LA for Split 1, will not be there unless they can perform and become one of our top 2 teams on Saturday. DSG killed in the same position, and of course, maybe the biggest story, Reject Winity, the only team to have been eliminated thus far. This is not how you want to start, but unfortunately, one team's got to go, and one team will have to go today as well.
Absolutely, and we've never had a team that's gotten eliminated on day 1, and so the stakes are a little bit different here. You can obviously punch your way to the finals, which is also earlier than usual, or you could be going home, and that's a big deal because we're playing 10 games. This is one of the longest series of Apex that these teams have ever played.
Absolutely. And I mean, Lauren, you talk about the heartbreak of that, but that's just a part of this tournament. We have people we have keys getting crushed. We have people going home. This is visceral, and that's part of the Esports World Cup. It's meant to feel like your life is in your hands when you're holding that key.
Oh, and you were wanting to see it, Zephyr. This is the moment where Team Falcons were able to crush Reject Winity's key. I haven't gotten to see this yet, actually.
None of us have actually seen this. This is the hydraulic press. I know a lot of you in our chats, whether you're watching on EWC_white on Twitch or maybe on YouTube, wanted to know when was the key getting crushed. Well, you still didn't see it. Wow, we're just saving that. Maybe tomorrow we'll show you the actual press. It might take a while, and we got things to do here, but Jen Burton, fake tears, 0.
I don't believe that.
Do you believe? I don't believe it at all. Let's see. Hal smiling per usual.
I believe that.
Just this. You feel like smiling, not an appropriate thing to do at that time. And I mean, what else are they supposed to do, Lauren? That's a symbol of the success they've had so far.
And honestly, they deserve it to top their group the way that they did, to be the point sponge that they were for Group A. It only feels fitting that it was Team Falcons to knock out the first squad, but it is bittersweet.
We, also could have been talking about a completely different team. Don't get it twisted. That's how I like to refer to them as well. Twisted Minds had a phenomenal performance, and they continue to show us that they are a team to be reckoned with. After a couple of wins yesterday, we had a chance last night with our reporter down on the scenes, Lace, to catch up with Twisted Minds.
I am standing here with Twisted Minds, one of our Apex South teams that just placed 2nd place today under one of our dominating teams, but that's without a giant feat here. And of course, we have the wonderful Strafing right in front of us. Now, Strafing, we've chatted a little bit online through Discord, so it's a pleasure to see you face to face and be able to chat to you. But what I want to ask you is basically, how are you feeling where you guys dominate Apex South, right? Absolutely dominate. We've seen it before. And now you're here to take on some legends, some super teams. How are you feeling after today's triumph?
I'm feeling really good. Obviously, job's not done, right? Like, Falcons did outperform us pretty comfortably, to say the least. But we're definitely coming in to lock it in the finals. Obviously, the performance felt good, but job's not done. We're not happy. Yeah.
And that's just what I love about you guys. You know what? You know you're really good, and you know that you can do better again. But also, it's so good to have you here, Easy, as well. We've seen you guys perform without you for one time, but such a pleasure to see you. How are you experiencing Esports World Cup so far?
Yeah, good. Yeah.
Very good. That's fine. We love it. Very good as well. Yeah. But it's a pleasure to have you. And of course, we've got Player K. So awesome to see you, man. You had such an amazing game today. How are you feeling stepping outside now that day 1 is all completed?
It's nice. Like fresh air.
Look, we love a bit of fresh air. The sun's gone down. It was very hot today, but you know what, guys? It's been such a pleasure chatting to you all. I'm so very proud. I feel like a proud mama here from Apex South, but I'm so very proud of you guys. Obviously, you can chillax tomorrow for a little bit, but what a great game from you guys. This has been Twisted Minds here at the Esports World Cup.
fantastic job on the scene. Lace keeping us up to date with the players and what's going on in their minds, this time with Twisted Minds on the Boulevard in Riyadh. I mean, great scenes as well at night. It's a very cool place. It's 4 a.m. People are walking around there. That was last night as well. She got a chance to catch up. Today, Twisted Minds do not play. They will be waiting until their finals performance. But, you know, looking at yesterday, guys, we had a lot of great moments. You know, I'd love to start talking about really some of those Pepsi top moments that we've had to go over, because it was a day where a lot of teams, Zeph, they played very, very well and almost overperformed. I mean, e-xolos may be an example there.
Yeah, a fantastic roster to represent from South America, one of the few regions that doesn't get the chance to show up very often. They start off the day with at least some excellent KP against the Falcons, but even then, as close as it was at that final moment, managed to sneak it in there, representing as currently the only team from that region.
I mean, Lauren, hearing this Pepsi Top reactions, you're seeing a lot of the players. Part of it, too, is at LAN, it's different. You get to see the personalities come out. That makes a big difference versus playing online with these guys, even though you know them very well.
Absolutely. And the fact that we kind of get those individualized views of both the successes and the failures. You can see just how hyped they are when they're winning, or the disappointment when it doesn't come through the way that they were hoping. It adds to the atmosphere in its entirety. The lights, the stage, the audience. It's so unique to the LAN experience.
And maybe just the pop-offs as well. I mean, most of it here, I don't know if I believe that one, but Liquid Alienware is certain happy. Those were our Pepsi top reactions of day one. If you tune in tomorrow, we'll have those caught up for you for day two. But if you're watching now, you don't need to worry about it. The action is here. Jayhawk, I want to start going into our teams and what we've got to look at here in terms of how Group B is going to showcase itself. Not a Sphinxeer, Fnatic, TSM, Elevate, Bleed, Alliance. I mean, pick your poison.
Absolutely. And compared to Group A, I think Group A was a little bit of a point sponge. We knew it was very top heavy. I think that Group B overall is a lot more stacked. And so I'm wondering, can a team reach that 140 points that Falcons did? I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's going to be a lot tighter of a lobby. At the end of those 10 games, the cutoff is going to be margin thin, because all those teams you mentioned, fantastic teams. And when we have others like Virtus Pro who performed at our last LAN too.
Lauren, you feel the same way? Kind of a stacked lobby, so going to be hard to separate yourself the same way Falcons did yesterday?
Absolutely, especially when you have teams coming in that want to prove themselves. I mean, we've got Alliance in there. We have SSG in there. There are so many squads that are terrifying. On their own, put them all in a lobby together, it's going to be that much harder.
One of the teams that I think have been feeling maybe, I don't know, I wouldn't say the word terrifying, but I would say doubtful at the start of how things would work out would be TSM. They lost Imperial Hal to Falcons, and they didn't know how they were going to fill those shoes, some of the biggest in Apex Legends history. But somebody named Zapdo came to the rescue and maybe rescued one of our favorite Apex Legends players in the world from, you know, a bit of a down moment to encourage him to get back out there and start fighting. Check it out.
Come on, man. It's been 7 days. It's time to move on.
It's different now. You don't get it.
By different, you mean better, right? You won a positive player award.
I did.
And who beat Howard pull-ups in the middle of the tournament?
I did.
That's right. Now it's time to get to work. $49, 50, 51. We need more. We need more. Keep going.
You gotta love it. Big E putting in some big training sessions there with Zapdo as the coach. TSM fired up and ready, Zephyr, to take on Group B.
fantastic for them. I don't know how much of the training correlates from that video, but I'll tell you what, the calisthenics definitely do.
Yeah, keeping, the heart rate low in those big moments. You got to have some good cardio. I mean, he did a push-up on a mountain once you were talking about, Jay.
Yeah, he's traveling far and wide to get this training in.
Yeah.
I mean, he's committed.
Push-ups on every continent at this point is what I think Verhulst is going for. He's got his brothers in the crowd as well. I think his mom is here too, so shout out to the Verhulst clan. I think one of the biggest things is this is exciting. It's always great to see our players and our stars of Apex Legends join us in person. You can see a few of their arrivals here. That's K-Swinney in the middle, and obviously with Exo Clan jumping in, they're going to be excited to have a chance to play. And look at this. We got some
Blacklist International.
That's right. Hierarcha, I think, in the back. We've got
rocking the shades.
Yeah, all looking cool.
Serious.
They are on a mission.
It's to protect their eyes before they sit down at their stations.
Yeah, I mean that's probably what it is. I want to hear a little bit more about how these players are feeling arriving, and we've got, of course, one of the best, Lace, on the scene.
Yeah, I am here with Mizuchi. We've got our fantastic team, and of course I am joined with Waltzy, and it's Timmy. Now, Waltzy, what is your position on the team?
IGL.
And Timmy, what is your position on that team?
Co-IGL.
Co-IGL, that's it. We love it when they're in cohesion today. Now, if you could get rid of one character from Apex Legends, who would it be?
Damn, that's a hard question. I would honestly probably say Fuse.
You would get rid of Fuse? Okay, Timmy, who would you get rid of if you could?
I think I'd probably get rid of maybe like Bang.
Yeah, you think Bangalore? That is our first choice for today. Now, if you could, any advice, I guess, for someone that's wanting to get better at Apex Legends, what advice would you give a player?
Just always play the highest level of competition that you can, whether it's ranked or scrims, and just grind as much as you can.
Play a lot, you know what I mean? You got to be on there. Your skill is practice. Everything you do is going to be put into there and improve your Apex Legends. Now, what is your favorite Apex Legends map, Timmy?
I actually really enjoy Kings Canyon. I think, it's just something about the nostalgia of it. And then I just think it just is always a great time playing it, whether it's pubs or ranked or even competitive.
So you're saying when we do the viewer voting, we want you to vote for Kings Canyon for It's Timmy, all right? That's what we're going to do. Anyway, guys, Mizuchi is walking with us today, and I wish them nothing but the best of luck. Timmy, Waltzy, thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
I mean, Lace is getting her steps. That's for sure. On that boulevard, they've got her walking. But Timmy and Waltzy, great to see them as well. Under the name Mizuchi, we've known them under 3 different names over this last year. But Jayhawk, they're a team certainly capable of winning this entire tournament. They just got to put it together.
Absolutely. We've talked about a few redemption stories. I think this is one. Obviously, MT leaves the team. They bring in It's Timmy. He has some failures with DSG during the split. They look like they're not even going to make it to playoffs. All of a sudden, they do. And I think this is their first opportunity. They can say, okay, the struggles that we had, that's not who we are. We are one of the best teams in the world, and we're going to prove it.
How do you feel about Gilderson's falling a little bit under the radar?
I think that it's a little bit ridiculous. This guy, he's one of the best controller players in the world. He got that credit a long time ago, but it seems like recently people aren't giving him that praise, but he's played on 3 different teams, and each time he's placed top 5 on LAN. That is a select group of players that can say that.
Great point there. Zeph, I know you got your mind on a few teams as well. Who are you looking at today?
It's not just my mind, but I think practically everybody's. Alliance walking into this group is a big favorite to come out of the EMEA region here. Hockey's unlucky effect. They've represented so many times, and it's not quite finals yet. We're still in that pseudo group stage, but I'll tell you what, got the chance to talk to the general manager, Pontus, today, and he's really highlighted the extent that this roster has gone, not just in-game before this tournament, but also outside a game to elevate this team and relieve them of a little bit of that pressure that they feel kind of being one of those major champions or potential picks to walk away with a dominant win in these tournaments.
One of the things that's so difficult is to have that pressure and still perform. Some teams are great at it, like Falcons. Some teams just don't have that makeup and need to be a little bit of the underdog. Some teams, though, stay under the radar no matter how well they perform, especially when we talk about our APAC South North squads.
Yeah, and I'm excited to talk about this team because I'm looking at Fnatic, okay? An APAC North absolute powerhouse who hasn't lost a Pro League since December 2022.
Wow.
They have been at the top of their region for so long. Now they're here at EWC, and they are also a selfless team. I'll explain what I mean. Okay, we've got Yuka F, we've got Laika and Satsuki, obviously. Yuka F was there when the other two came in, and Yuka was at IGL. Gave the IGL position to Laika because he thought he was better suited for it. At the time, Satsuki was also the anchor. Felt like that was maybe not letting Satsuki live up to his potential, so then decided to take on the anchor role himself, let Satsuki frag out, and that ability to flex and also give up your role for someone else in the squad and you think it's for the overall benefit is the mark of an insanely good team.
It's a mark of a smart team too, because a lot of times we've seen Yuka do exceptionally well as a Watson, but sometimes the way that you're IGLing, the way that the meta dictates it, you need different legends to be that main voice of where you're going to move, especially some of the flexibility we're seeing now with Pathfinder leading the charge. Bangalore's, of course, no exception in this last couple of months. A team I'm interested in, and I think you might be as well, is EXO-Clan. We saw K-Swinney and squad walking in, Fuda and Slayers. According to K-Swinney, him and Slayers, they're not going to miss another LAN. It turns out they didn't this time, but they didn't qualify for EWC. In fact, that was Passion UA. You may remember Max Strafey, Artico, Sanya, one of our teams favored in EMEA and have done so well in our Split 2 Pro League, but unfortunately, due to issues of getting out of their country, they were not able to make it here. So a big shout out to them. We know we are watching and with you, and hope to see you again in person in the Apex Legends community and system. And we will see them in Mannheim, I'm sure. But when you look at the fact of K-Swinney, I think there is something to prove. They feel like they're one of those top EMEA squads, and I think they will continue to be a team to look out for as we head into Group B. But one of the other elements and exciting parts of EWC is we change things up from the typical. Usually you see Stormpoint and World's Edge. Well, now you get a chance to see 3 more maps potentially over the course of this tournament. And it is very exciting because you are in charge of what they are. We already had some propaganda today. Lace said, "It's Timmy, wanted you to vote for Kings Canyon." Hal said it yesterday, so we'll probably get that one. I like seeing it. Kings Canyon is available. But don't forget about Olympus, a little fight night action, little, second newest map in terms of coming into the fray. But then, of course, you've got the beautiful Broken Moon that we played yesterday. Match 6 was really fun to watch on that. It's recently been revamped as well. So here's how you do it. On X, you are going to vote for map number 5. That will be where you decide which of those 3 maps, Kings Canyon, Olympus, or Broken Moon, is chosen. Then we'll switch the vote to Twitch for map number 6. So make sure you're on both of those platforms and letting us know what you want to play. You guys, I'm looking at you.
I've already delivered on.
I still haven't gotten my Olympus yet.
You haven't got, so you're going for Olympus today.
Yeah.
That is, we haven't seen it yet. I mean, I'm down.
Just once.
Yeah, sounds fine.
I want nothing more than Kings Canyon all day long.
If
we could vote for 2 of those slots to be the same map, that's how I'd have it played out.
Okay, but if we got to choose Broken Moon or Olympus now.
Definitely Broken Moon. We got to go for the clean sweep.
Okay, all right. I mean, they want to go back. I enjoyed it as well. I think if you're in Group A, you certainly enjoyed that. But it's up to you guys. We're giving you a little bit of power here at the Esports World Cup. Take a look behind you, though, as we do start things off at Stormpoint Group B. Guys, anything stand out here as we kick it off and look at the drop spots for our teams?
I will say, Mizuchi, it's slated to contest down here at the bottom of the map, although they're going to actually be taking Echo. They're double claiming Coastal Camp. They're not actually probably going to contest. Usually during Pro League, it was unlikely they actually went and fought the team at Coastal. They just like to assert their dominance, saying they want it and seeing if the team will come fight them for it, but typically they'll let them pass.
Well, it's going to be an interesting thing. I mean, you can't really call this. Again, it's going to be so close. Falcons may be an easier one to choose yesterday, but today in Group B, it's anybody's game. 9 teams will make it forward, and if you want to add your prediction to it, make sure to go be involved in our STC predictions. You can vote at stcplay.gg to be involved. All right, we set the stage. Group A, they've already played. Group B, it's your turn to shine now. Who will make it to the finals? Who will make it into last chance? And who will be our second team eliminated? Let's find out and get it started.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of the Esports World Cup Apex Legends. I'm your host, We the People. Yesterday, we had one of the craziest days in competitive Apex in the history of the game. The drama continues today. 20 teams playing. 1 will be kissing their chances at a $2 million prize pool goodbye. 9 will be booking their tickets straight to the finals. It's time to bring out the teams right now, starting with Weibo Gaming! DMS! Fnatic! TSM! TIE! Blacklist International! Space Station Gaming! Northception! LGD Gaming! Elevate Bleed! Dragons Esports! Riddle Order! Mizuchi! Alliance! How? NRG! Navi! Virtus Pro! Heroes! Exo Clan! Every one of these teams consists of 3 of the best players from around the world, but it takes more than just skill to win a tournament, especially one for $2 million. Passion, consistency, and teamwork are what they need. Who will have what it takes? We're about to find out right here, right now, at Esports World Cup. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, peeps, and yes, indeed. Day 2 is here at the Esports World Cup for Apex Legends. Day 1 was certainly entertaining, but now it is the turn of Group B to make their mark here in Riyadh.
Can you match the performance of Falcons yesterday if you are anyone in this group, or is it going to be far tighter? We will have to wait and see. Some big, heavy hitters competing in Group B, though, as you saw them introduced on the stage. I'll point out a couple of them in Alliance. Fnatic are going to be big favorites from me, and of course, TSM on your screen. You can't really have a tournament without talking about TSM.
It's very, very true indeed, and I think it's a great point that you raise here, right? Yesterday was all about Falcons, right? They would set insane points total where they managed to, you know, pretty much win every game, it felt like, at one point, or have the opportunity to, for sure. But in this lobby, you're looking across, and this has always been a lobby of the chasing pack, right? When it comes to North America, when it looked at EMEA, all of these teams have had opportunities to get to finals of previous tournaments, but haven't quite been able to get over the line. Today is an opportunity for them to look at what Falcons did yesterday and try and match that kind of energy, put that kind of performance in, which moving into finals, moving even into tomorrow if they have to, kind of matches and gives us a little bit of expectation as to Falcons not going to have an easy as run as maybe they would have wanted.
Yeah, I wonder if there's teams here who are going to have a false sense of security because of the amount of points it was required to get to finals yesterday. It may not be the same today because Falcons took so many of those points. It was a far lower threshold. I think teams need to be expecting to try and outperform those who got in the top 9 just about yesterday if they're going to be in those finals. So with teams like Alliance, who have historically dominated in group stages and other competitions, they need to try and do something more of the same here if they want to ensure their spot in those grand finals.
And then you have teams like Fnatic, of course, in here as well, who have always historically made finals but haven't quite been able to get over the line when it comes to winning tournaments. They had to, of course, watch Reject Winity be the first team to win a tournament for APAC North, and they weren't the team who went forward and done it that everyone thought they were going to be. You, of course, have the likes of Virtus Pro, have had some very good performances at the international stage as well. You also have Mizuchi, who have had some great finals performances, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do as well today. And before we get into the games, of course, we need to see where we're going to be playing today, so we'll take a look at the map schedule in just a few moments. And today, we are starting our day off on Storm Point, 2 maps before we change over to World's Edge.
Yes, as a reminder, there is a fan vote for what is played in matches 5 and 6. Yesterday, we had Kings Canyon and we had Broken Moon. Olympus is in that rotation. Will we see it today? That is down to you guys watching at home. I'm sure there is someone on the analyst desk who wants to see Olympus because they were prepping for which map was which. So someone hasn't got to talk about it so far. I think it might have been Glitter as well. But I am very excited to see what's going to happen in this group. And what we've not even mentioned, we're sending another team home today. We sent one team home yesterday. It was Reject Winity, as you were previously talking about. Who else is going to get their key crushed?
Well, we're going to have to look at some of the teams, and one team that I do want to talk about in particular here is NRG, right? Because it's been a while since we've seen some of these players grace the main stage of an Apex Legends event, and now they have the opportunity to do so. Had to go through the qualifiers to get here, but qualify they had, and there's a lot of history, of course, for NRG, right? You look at this lineup, you've got Nocturnal, Reptar, and Fun, all on mouse and keyboard as well, and I'm kind of excited to see what they can do today, especially in the group stages.
It's funny, when I was looking back at previous results of Kings Canyon and Lands and what we had and who was winning, Reptar was up there. He was one of the players that was competing at the very top back in the day, back in 2020, for example. It was great to see him in the hotel lobby and him saying, you know, it's amazing to be back on the stage and having an opportunity to play on LAN. I can't wait to see what they will do here, because I think this is a genuine threat to not just the entire lobby, but the tournament. The players on this team, they can win things.
Yeah, they certainly can indeed. Another team that I am keeping my eye on for the EMEA region is Alliance. Now, there has never been a team, I feel like, when you use the phrase like always the bridesmaid, never the bride, right? It's always group stage. You're looking at them looking, wow, this group stage performance has been fantastic in Pro League. Wow, they won it again in EMEA. But when it comes to finals lobbies, they always just seem to arrive a little bit late. It's not like they don't hit match point and they're not in the conversation, but it's always a little bit later than some of those powerhouses who get ahead of them. Today's group stage, this is where they're very comfortable. Alliance could have a great day today.
Yeah, I do wonder whether it's a case of burnout for Alliance, but it does seem like they just dwindle away as the tournament goes on historically. Well, they'll look to change that here today at the Esports World Cup, but they have to start hot yet again if they want to be in those grand finals and match the performance of the likes of Falcons yesterday.
Well, here we go then. As you can see on our main stage there, the crowd is in, and also we are just moments away from getting our first game underway. Like I mentioned, Storm Point is where we start today, Dan. Let's talk contests, because we, of course, have a couple of teams who always like to keep it spicy when we don't have this POI draft.
Yeah, there's the possibility of one down on the south side of the map between Echo and Coastal, but I imagine it's going to be a split of Echo and Coastal. It is not wise to contest. We saw it yesterday. The teams who did contest and were contested actually were the ones at the bottom of the table. Reject Winity, they went out, and part of it was because of the contest they had.
Well, here we go then. Looks like we are ready to get into game, and one team we haven't even mentioned as we head into game number 1 here on Storm Point is Space Station Gaming. Now, Space Station Gaming seem to be the team, a lot of the build-up to this event, who seem to be giving the Falcons the most problems when it came to point total, being close to them. And today is an opportunity, and this week is an opportunity for them to say, hey, we don't just want to be close to Falcons, we want to be ahead of them. This chance here in the group stage is a chance to put down a marker with some huge point tallies.
I think as long as SSG can get to that finals lobby, they will be up there as a potential winner for this tournament. Their macro is incredible, but their team fighting is even more impressive at times. As you can see, everyone now starting to land onto Storm Point, and it should be an even split across the board. I am not expecting any contests. Riddle Order and Mizuchi are going to be splitting up Echo and Coastal Camp, which is more of a win for Mizuchi, really. The fact that they do get Echo to themselves. Coastal is arguably the worst POI compared to the two.
Well, if you're joining us for the first time today, firstly, welcome along.
Hello.
Lovely to have you with us, as always, but a little bit of housekeeping just to keep you up to date on exactly how things are going to work today in this group stage. We have the same format as yesterday. The top 9 teams who finish after 10 games today will go through to our grand finals, which is going to be on Sunday. If you're outside of that, then you have to go into our last chance qualifier. Unfortunately, if you are bottom, though, that's the end of your tournament. We will be eliminating one more team today. which will, it's a tough pill to swallow, isn't it? Especially after one day of action.
It really is, and it was heartbreaking for Reject Winity yesterday, and you may have seen their key crushed on the broadcast earlier as well. Now, zone-wise, we are heading north, very far north as well, and that is going to be a fantastic opportunity for both Virtus.pro and Northeption to be able to get to priority positions, but it's all about who has ring consoles to work with here and where they can move. And already, Fnatic getting involved in the action, by the way. They have been able to catch one player out of nowhere.
I was going to say, by the way, the pop-off as well from Satsuki. I mean, I love this energy coming in from Fnatic early on in the game. You can see the battle for the Trident maybe going down, and Zach Mazer was the player to fall. So you can see Lou and his teammate Nox there probably thinking, Zach, where are you, buddy? He's like, I am a Deathbox. I will be with you soon.
Yeah, this is a really tough one for them, and they should be able to get that death box, and they will be able to get back up to a full 3, but this can happen sometimes when there are POIs that are close. You are well aware that one extra player could be drifting a little bit further away from the POI just to try and get loot, and it happens throughout tournaments where you try and push those boundaries more and more to see if you can get a little bit further, a little bit extra, and winning a fight like that is very important to just solidify a little bit of dominance.
Well, NRG now on our screens, and you can see that this is the first time we're going to have the opportunity to see them firstly level up those armors to blue, which makes their rotation in a little bit more comfortable towards the wall and the northern side of things. Looking at zone at the moment, you're probably thinking this is going to be towards the egg buildings right at the very north of Storm Point here, and the teams who have already found a location over there, Northeption. You've got Virtus.pro as well, who are in the vicinity. How are pretty close, but still some kind of in the tunnel, the spider tunnel. Speaking of which, here they are as well, and MDY, they're inside of this tunnel as well, and they might be having a little pop shot at each other.
Do have to be careful here, because in a tunnel like this with multiple entrances, you can very easily be third party. So you can see the hesitance from both of these teams at the moment to actually start getting involved in the fight. And I wonder if they will just both back away from it instead. And it looks like that's going to be the case. Both just going to respect one another for the time being. It's a couple of long distance shots as well. No one really close enough, but at least you've got the crypto to maybe initiate something if you wanted to.
However, on the other side of things, they have the fuse, so the nav clusters are going to be firing in, and that can always be a little bit of a problem to flush you out from some of that cover. He's a little bit vulnerable to some shots that are coming through. How are now kind of moving outside of it as we jump on board with them. They've got the Watson gen down, and they've got some fences down as well. So they're expecting maybe a pull a little bit further to the north, which of course we do see towards that platform, which sometimes has the survey beacon on it. So how kind of betting that this is going to pull a little bit more to the north and giving up this tunnel to hold them out a little bit later on?
Yeah, there's a few teams that have committed very heavily to zone, and then you're going to now get the secondary wave of teams that will arrive and hit the ring consoles in surrounding areas. For example, TSM will be able to hit one in Cascade Falls. Na'Vi are currently making the move, and Fnatic are doing something a little bit different. They are hunting. They are looking to try and find the remaining players of that Elevate Bleed combo, and it looks like they found it.
I don't know what Fnatic, what the beef is at the moment between these two teams, but they want them dead, and it's quite simple if you're Nox and Lou. Try and survive, try and escape, but this could be free KP, and really should be. Zach Mazer falls out of the skies back into the game, but all he's done so far in this game is absorb bullets.
You can see Exhibit is down as well to try and gain that information, and really Fnatic want these kills. They want to be able to find this too. Again, it's asserting dominance. It's making sure that you just get one up in the first game.
One thing they're doing as well here, you can see they're trying to use the smoke evac tower and motherload combo to give them the wall hacks that they need and the outlines of those players inside of the building to formulate their push. Now the issue here is meds for Elevate Bleed inside of this building, right? Because you got to think, even though Zach Mazer has just come back into the game, he's only going to have 2 syringes, so meds are going to have to be shared about between the team at the moment, and you would feel like Fnatic probably could last them out a little bit longer, but now you're going to see them push onto that first kill. Zach Mazer's only got about 20 HP left, and all of a sudden Fnatic are taken down! And they're going to look back at that decision and think, what were we doing?
Zach's going to probably go down here as well, and will, but Lou has the meds, and Lou has the chance here to loot up some of these death boxes and ensure he'll have the meds for the rest of the team, and they should be okay to get back on their feet here, but there is a long way to go from Cenote Cave to the north side of the map.
Well, the good thing for them as well is there was a crafter there, so they could craft a med kit or two and then jump in the Trident that was left behind by Fnatic and try and get towards that zone. But we've got to talk about that quickly. We'll check in with TSM at the moment, who are hitting the survey beacon to get the lay of the land and where everyone is stacked up. But Fnatic, a 2v3 opportunity not taken. Zach gets back into the game, and even though they're burning through those health meds, it's a situation that is a bad one for Fnatic to come out on the losing side of that.
But you touched on that point. When you don't have the meds, when you can't survive within the red, you have to take the fight. And it maybe caught Fnatic off guard a little bit when there was the sudden push from Elevate Bleed. But it is a squad who can win fights like that. And sometimes it is better to be the aggressor. And Fnatic maybe will look back at that one saying, was it worth it to commit that heavily to zone to try and get those kills? But I think this is a battle between those two teams we're going to see quite a lot of today.
Yeah, I expect maybe a little bit of retaliation coming in the next game from Elevate Bleed, but while we talk about that fight, it's done and dusted, and there is going to be a clear winner of it. Fnatic fall out first in this lobby as Hero is going to hit the ring console and find out exactly where they need to go. And speaking of where you need to go, it is still looking like a very northern pull. It's maybe pulling towards that platform we were talking about before, which Northeption are currently holding down. EXO-Clan are also going to be in the vicinity, and as you can see here, right up on that building, that little building there with the zip lines attached to it, that's where Northeption find themselves.
Yeah, Northeption are actually spread out at the moment as well. They just went to hit a survey beacon to try and get a little bit more information as to whether anyone's going to be arriving from their east, and they should be okay for quite some time. There is the possibility that the likes of Blacklist International, SSG could arrive from that eastern side, so Northeption do need to be aware of that. And just looking at the map overhead, there is definitely an approach from SSG here on the northeast.
So Tyder is essentially the solo player split holding the platform at the moment. As we take a look at the replay of that fight, you can see, like you said, it was a double swing that came in, an aggressive double swing, probably forced, like you say, due to the med situation that got them that first knock, and Fnatic folded up after that one like some fresh laundry. But back to the live game and back to the man holding the charge rifle on that platform. We'll check in with his teammates here. Yuka Peredato, he's going to be up on that building, and you can see the effect, how effective this split hold is going to be. I will say, Tidy's got quite a lot of responsibility with that charge rifle to hold off any teams who try and move up onto that position. But the good news for him, anyone tries to move up, they're moving through the open, he should be able to hit a big shot.
I don't like that responsibility. I don't like being that guy, but some of these players do. Speaking of that guy, it's Timmy. Often is that player to have the long-range weapon, but not right now. Hemlock and Havoc, which is often the dominant combo, but is not the style of its Timmy.
Wolsey trying to take a little bit of an off angle here. As the team in front of them, it's going to be WBG. Use that charged up zipline to get into the building in front of them. Now you wonder here if Mizuchi are going to decide to try and rotate away from this, or if this is a fight they fancy a little bit of. Looking at our map overhead, it is completely isolated at the moment. The closest team to them are DMS, who are at the other end of that zipline, and also Elevate Bleed, who are, good news for everybody who's an Elevate Bleed fan, by the way, in the zone and on a Trident.
Zone's closing, but Elevate Bleed, of course, pushing into zone because of that, and they are approaching both WBG and Mizuchi, and Mizuchi have just spotted out Elevate Bleed, so I imagine they will continue their rotation to avoid this fight. But just seeing those shots, hearing those shots will probably encourage Weibo maybe to avoid this one as well. No one really wants to take a fight when there is that possibility of a third party, right?
So Mizuchi decided against the fight, decided on a little bit of extra loot thanks to the very generous spiders that are available for them to clean up here and also get those evos up a little bit more.
I wonder if Weibo are going to look at maybe the positioning that Elevate Bleed were trying to get and say we might be able to pick up some kills here as well. So they might hold their position for a short time, which could delay their rotation and allow Mizuchi to push ahead of them. Anyway, TSM involved in a scrap here as well.
TSM going up against Legend Gaming right now. LGD inside of this tunnel, and Vertholz it down to only a slither of health, and now they're getting pushed, but it might have been an overextension, and just as the barrier gets popped, they're going to get that first knock onto MDY. Now we're going to see the rest of them fall as well, and Reps combining with the damage done from his teammates here to get the clean wipe, and TSM will start off hot here in their first fight.
They do notice a crypto drone though. That means there is definitely another team somewhere close and somewhere that had vision on them, but TSM may have lost Imperial Hell, they may have lost their IGL, but they did not lose their firepower. Right, we have to talk about the fact you still have arguably one of the greatest players of all time in Reps on this roster. You've still got Vertholz as well, arguably the best, if not one of the best controller players as well. It is an insane roster, the fact they've been able to find the success in the past, but now they are in a new transition, right? They are in a new era for themselves, and we will learn a lot this tournament about what they can achieve.
Well, Alliance in Europe, picture-in-picture at the moment as we take a look at the map overhead. You can see the split hold for Northeption. Well, it might have to become a single hold for in just a few seconds' time. As you can see that It is pulling towards the platform we talked about where that survey beacon finds itself. You would imagine that maybe North Epps are going to try and hold out Space Station for as long as possible before having to back up to the safety of that ring. Of course, it can be safe inside the next ring. That's essentially beacon information that we have on our screens right now. But Alliance, we mentioned group stages, usually their playground. I have to see if they can force their way in towards this zone. And I want to just kind of highlight Unlucky, because I think he's been one of the least discussed pickups, I would say, in the competitive scene at the moment. But I think he's added so much firepower and consistency to this team. Oh, Riddle, we're dropping on.
He's fitting like a glove, but elsewhere trying to fit in themselves is Riddle Order against SSG now. They are right on top of them, but I was mentioning how good SSG are in those 3v3 engagements when they get going. But fighting from low to high, you really need to be considering how you want to push this one. Exhibit is down, so they have the info, but are they going to be able to get the damage?
One thing they don't have is the damage from the Bangalore ult. As you can see, the interception pylon went down, so the Watson being effective in this fight just to eat up those missiles, eat up those sky nades, and now you're going to see the climb up coming in, and Yukio's got to be extremely, extremely careful here. Zainu also has his shields broken. Elsewhere you can see Xhako in the kill feed. He's going to find a knock on the other side of where this action is going down. But for SSG, scary moments here. They forced their way into this, but will be safe in the next zone. But Riddle Order being above them, having those fences down, makes that fight, if they want to take it, very, very difficult. Heroes eliminated in the meantime. We have 17 squads remaining.
Elevate Bleed are running into Blacklist and International here. Actually, they're going to fly above Blacklist International and past TSM. So this is an amazing rotation from Elevate Bleed, considering where they were at the southwest of the map. They have now been able to find themselves past 3 teams that were originally ahead of them, but they are now approaching SSG and Riddle Order and maybe shadowed by Blacklist here.
This is interesting, isn't it? Like you say, Blacklist International, they're flying through the skies right now. I'm going to see where they land. Looks like they've had to swing away from the action on your screen right now. And Elevate Bleed in a perfect position, if their backs are clear, which it looks like they are, to third party of this building fight if it takes place. Reminder, Riddle Order and Space Station stacked up on top of each other at the moment. Elevate just need to show as little presence as possible and wait for that fight to break out.
I will say Riddle Order did very well to hold off SSG. Just that one player surviving and then getting the Watson fences down to just assert their dominance on top of the building. Elsewhere, Dragons Esports have gone down. Mizuchi, though, taking this fight, and they've already lost Timmy.
There's a lot of teams in and around the wall at the moment. This is all teams who are trying to move in a little bit later. Masucci will fall. NRG is still alive. Weibo Gaming still alive as well, as DMS are having a little look at this too. So many teams in the vicinity here. And WBG find themselves just down to 1 now. Bobo, it's all up to you.
Some of these fights are fight or flight because there is not much playable space in the next zone, and that's why we're seeing these engagements happen. There are 3 teams in this southwest area, by the way. TIE, DMS, NRG, and Na'Vi overlooking it. Even Alliance aren't that far away from it. So even if you win your fight, you have to be on your toes. You have to be making sure you're quickly looting up and preparing for another fight.
Well, how on our screen right now, trying to use the Watson fences just to secure an area and a perimeter around them. They are safe in this next zone. And it looks like due to the rock formations that are above them, they can also shield themselves from the lines of sight of some other teams who are going to be playing the more northern side of things. Elsewhere, NRG still find their way in towards zone. They've essentially come out on top of this battle that has been happening in and around wall. Still healthy as a 3. TIE still have 1 player alive. As you can see, Axis is trying to escape from here. Elsewhere, Na'Vi, like you mentioned, they're the team that NRG have to worry about here. They're trying to gatekeep them.
It's about where they go from here, really, NRG. If they do manage to take the fight against Na'Vi, they might be able to catch them off guard as well, and they actually find a small little player waiting in the wings. It's going to be TIE and the last remaining player going down.
I will say Nocturnal's heart must have been in his mouth there. He's like, firstly, there's a solo. And it was, he's got a Devo! And it was like, okay, we got the kill. It's all fine. So now they have a Devo, which makes their next push a little bit easier.
Well, now zone is closing, so NRG will be forced into either Na'Vi or Alliance. Elsewhere, you can see TSM. They're approaching from the south. DMS is the team that's arriving through the tunnel.
Riddle Order have been eliminated. That was part of the battle that was happening on the north side. SSG seem to be very, very happy with that because it gives them a little bit more space to rotate in from. But look at the traffic build-up that we are now seeing. And TSM are in the middle of it. NRG have fallen. Virtus Pro have fallen as well. It's all up to Verholst. He can't make it happen as DMS, the last to arrive, as Prestis tries to grapple to his teammates. It's beautiful to watch Pathfinders do what they do best.
Elevate Bleed still alive in all this, by the way, from that early game where they got players back in, but now SSG arrive to wipe them out, and Elevate Bleed will go down. And just like that, we go from 15 teams to 8th now. There was not enough playable space, but SSG have commanded a lot of it here on the southeast.
On board with Koifel. A player who has had so much expectation at such a young age put on his shoulders, one of the best you could possibly hope to have in a clutch situation. He is a damage output machine, and he's trying to force other teams away from the position that SSG have. Just as a note, by the way, nobody is safe where they currently are located inside this next zone, as Hackers gets a knock with that longbow.
Yeah, it's Alliance and North Epsilon who have the priority positions here. They have the height, they have the zone winning idea at the moment, but if someone does decide to push them, there is a chance you can kind of rip that position away from them. So you need to be on your toes, you need to be prepared for a possible push, and that's why you're seeing both Alliance and North Epsilon just back off as a full 3 now. They are not spreading out as thin. They don't want to be caught off guard and give other teams a chance to get in.
I mean, when you look at the position of Alliance in that building as well, you've got Na'Vi, Howl, you've got DMS in front of them. You know, having that longbow in your hands is going to be pretty good for those teams are going to have to fight. You might have had a third few of those fights, pick up a couple of those kills, and then think about what your next play is going to be. But North Epsilon, this was the team who have had priority for the majority of this game on what position they have wanted to play. They're still on this platform, they're still holding it down, but being there early means the shields aren't as good as SSG, as SSG look to move up.
SSG definitely have the shield advantage. The zone will force them in, and you can see the ult started to come out as well. They need the damage to go up here, though. They can't just go in blind because they don't really know where North Epsilon are holding in certain angles.
How eliminated in the meantime. Phony gets the first knock, and that is the opening. Now for SSG to move forward, but the exchange of knocks will follow almost immediately. Na'Vi have been eliminated while this fight continues, and now you're seeing maybe a couple of third parties start to engage in this fight. Phony's left on his own.
Phony left on his own. DMS, they arrived and they changed things, but maybe Phony can get away. No, he cannot. So it is DMS who come in to clean things up, but North Epsilon also survived. 3 squads remain. Alliance are the healthiest, though. We said they were in one of the best positions, and they've got full red here. They should be able to clean things up.
North Epsilon down to a 2, and might be down to a 1 in just a few moments' time as well. They get the knock, should get the knock, and here comes the zipline from Alliance, and you mentioned it, the Pathfinder gives them the ability to engage in this fight, to clean up these final pieces. Alliance will be your champions here in game number 1.
And how many times have we said that sentence in Apex Legends history? It's group stages, it's Alliance, it's a game 1 victory, and they look in fine form as expected. They are and should be the team that everyone is chasing here in Group B, and they look like they are here to play at the Esports World Cup.
Very good game navigation, end-game navigation from Alliance in those final moments, right? SSG forced to try and take that fight, which kind of started to snowball on the platform. North Epsilon weren't able to hold them without exchanging knocks. Then DMS see that as an opportunity. Maybe we can move in here, and Alliance just kind of away from it, or waiting for the perfect moment to use that Pathfinder zipline to get involved in that battle. Again, it's always about watching the kill feed. It doesn't matter what teams are getting knocked if you can see who's in front of you and who's left in the lobby. As soon as knocks are there, that's your signal to go.
I think the biggest difference between Alliance and North Epsilon, despite the fact that North Epsilon had the height advantage on that right-hand side, Alliance were doing a lot more damage and had the shields to back it up. They were able to stop teams from pushing them and force them onto the other side, whereas North Epsilon still had blues, which encouraged SSG to push up on them, which then allowed DMS to say, okay, well, they're going, we will also go. And that happens so often in endgames of Apex Legends, where as soon as there's an engagement happening, everyone is drawn to it like a magnet, and Alliance were just able to stay away.
We take a look at some of our top performance in the last match. No surprise to see Effect leading the way with kills. 7 to his name, and a fantastic way to start the tournament for one of the best controller players that EMEA has produced. You can also see Lou just popping up there, and it was quite the story for Elevate Bleed there. But when we get back from this break, it'll be game number 2. Can Alliance keep up the momentum? back to some more Apex Legends action. We just had game number 1 conclude in front of our very eyes. A wonderful way to start the day, of course. And team on your screen probably thinking the same thing. Alliance with the win here in game 1.
Alliance looking dominant. We expected this to happen, but sometimes that expectation doesn't always become a reality. And I am now wondering, how far can Alliance go? Will they continue this fine form, or will it just be a one-off? It was certainly a game that they very much planned to go that way, right? They had a great amount of dominance, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they go.
Well, one team that got a little bit of a surprise in that last game was NRG with that solo player certainly catching Nocturnal off guard, and we're actually lucky enough to catch up with a little bit of the NRG roster earlier as Lace was able to sit down with Hotsig.
I am joined here by Hotsig, coach of NRG. Now, you guys actually did incredibly well in game number 1. That was obviously only the start of it here, but 12th place with 6 KP. How do you feel like the team is performing so far?
I mean, the best thing you can ask for starting a game series is you don't die on rotate with 0 kills. It's one of the biggest things that can really hurt momentum going into the rest of the game. So being able to win a couple team fights, get a couple kills, obviously would have liked more points, right? Can never ask for more, but it's a good feeling so far.
And that's exactly right. Now, you are obviously a coach. So what kind of, like, I guess, what would you find most rewarding about being a coach for NRG?
I mean, you know, it's honestly a lot more stressful than I ever would have thought, because when the team is not doing well, I always feel like immense pressure to be the answer to fix everything. I mean, it is kind of like my job to keep them, you know, their heads right. So just seeing them get the rewards and the results when the highs are really high. So just seeing them do really well is really the most rewarding thing, because there's really so much work that goes on behind the scenes.
Yeah, you know, you're exactly right. And, you know, a lot of us live and breathe Apex Legends. So I was sort of going to ask you exactly how do you assist with burnout for your players? Because, you know, playing this game every single day and then coming to tournaments like this, sometimes it can be a little bit crucial, the mental. But is there any sort of thing that you could, you know, pass over to people that you would be able to help with burnout for your team?
I mean, yeah, I think it's kind of easy for me because, you know, like I've been there, right? Like I competed way back in the day. I personally knocked out Nocturnal from Poland. I still remember the triple take shot that eliminated him. So, you know, I've been there, so I know what it's like. And especially as, you know, as I'm getting older, I've learned how to really balance things in my own life. And I'm trying to kind of like instill that on them as well, because we're all, at the end of the day, we're all like pretty degenerate gamers. We play games all the time. So I think just having a lot of personal experience really helps.
Yeah, exactly. And then this has been Hodsik from our coach of NRG. Pleasure to talk to you as always. Back to you, the casters.
One of my favorite people in the scene, Hodsik. Never forget, a little story time here. The first event that we did in Poland, the preseason invitational. You know, we got announced that we were going to be there. We're going to be casting it. Straight in the DM, I get one pop up on my phone. It's like, hey, name's Hodsik. We've never met before, but if you want to you know, run through some stuff, you got any questions, feel free to ask. Genuinely one of the most lovely people you ever meet, even if he still insults his teammates and reminds them that he knocked him out of tournaments. He's a good guy, I promise you.
He is an asset to have on any team and in any friendship, I will say. But is he going to be able to push NRG just one step further here so they can, you know, catch up the likes of Alliance, who seem to now be leading the charge? It's very early days and very early hours here in Group B. There is a long way to go. As a reminder, we have 10 matches. There are going to be 4 maps played today as well, so we really are putting the players through the ringers. But those maps will be up to you guys at home to vote for. Match 5 and 6 between Olympus, Broken Moon, and it's going to be a case of, do we see Kings Canyon again? Because I loved it yesterday. It was hectic.
I'm pretty sure we will. I get the feeling, you know what, and the reason I'm saying that is not because I have access to the voting or anything like that. I don't know what's happening on the back end.
That's suspicious.
I was going to say, anyone trust me with that kind of response? You nuts? But I was going to say, the reason being is because the game was so fun to watch.
It really was.
On Kings Canyon. I think that might have inspired people's choices a little bit more to give us a second opportunity to see it, right?
And I think that Kings Canyon is one of those maps that, yes, it provides a lot of entertainment, but there is also a lot of players who know how to play it historically throughout Apex Legends as well. But that'll be for a little bit later when we get there to the fan vote. For now, it is still all about Storm Point, and we are in that dropship, so that means everyone is about to arrive onto the map. Again, I don't think we're going to get any contests. It seems like everyone is more than happy, but we might see the trade-off of players trying to get loot. Remember what happened between Fnatic and Elevate Bleed right at the start of the game?
I was going to say, you might be thinking no contests. I'm thinking that there may have been some conversations between members of Fnatic and Elevate Bleed about how things get split, if it's going to be fair or if they're going to try and take all the loot for themselves. We'll have to see what happens there. Of course, Fnatic dropping at Down Beast, and it's going to be Elevate Bleed who are dropping over at the Mill. So 2 different POIs, but I think it was a little bit maybe of a battle for the Trident, is what I was thinking. There spawns at the backside of Mill. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see and watch that one back. But elsewhere, we're actually not elsewhere. Exactly where we are is Fnatic, and we are going to see if we're going to see a little bit of an early engagement. But it looks like both teams now, probably sensibly, after what happened in the previous game, are going to say, hey, it's all good. We've got our own Trident. We're chilling.
Well, even though Fnatic got that initial kill onto Elevate Bleed, Fnatic then hunted down Elevate Bleed for the res, and Elevate Bleed won the engagement. So both teams are going to be reluctant to take a fight for different reasons. So they will just now, I think, have a matter of respect for one another.
Been through enough highs and lows in game number 1 of 10 to decide that, or maybe we'll fight you in the end game instead of a little bit earlier on. But speaking of end games, let's talk about where we are going, right? We are going down to the south side of things right now to maybe a little bit barometer zone. Maybe Pylon is going to be an option, but this is a little bit of a difficult one to call, excuse me, where this might be pulling a little bit later on. We have seen the ones that go to the kind of north side of barometer. Maybe the island is going to be an option, or maybe the ones that finish right to the southern side. A tough one to call. I would probably argue, as we take a look at it on our map overhead now for everyone who's watching at home, this is one that you want Zone 3 info on.
Well, EXOCLAN, Na'Vi, and DMS are going to have Zone 2 info on it. They have the ring consoles, and you can already see EXOCLAN are moving. So we're getting a good idea of where our first team who has priority are thinking this is going to go. But then what happens sometimes is you get a little bit of sardines. One team starts to move, a survey beacon is hit, and everyone begins to join. Have you never played Sardines? You're looking at me like you've never played the game Sardines, right?
You know where my brain goes whenever you mention anything like Sardines.
You're
like,
just hungry.
Is it edible? Yeah.
Sardines essentially is like hide and seek, but backwards. If you find someone, you join them until the last player is looking for everyone.
This sounds like a made-up game that you've been convinced is a real thing.
We're all going to hide in the cupboard.
But backwards, said the weird friend. Anyway, let's go back into the game. We mentioned some of the teams who are going to have good priority. One team who's taking a little bit of damage is going to be at the hands of TIE on your screen right now. And the Rampage, not the greatest weapon in the game, but still has its uses and certainly can pepper some damage as they try and cross into tunnel.
Wasn't it Vicky Kitty who was saying she has like level 95 Rampage or something because she just loves that gun?
She's a demon with that thing.
Sometimes you just have your favorites, but sometimes you can't find anything else and you have to accept that this is what you're going to be using. Well, because we have a southern zone here, it's going to be a very different rotation for a lot of these teams. The northern teams will feel a little bit more comfortable at moving late because you have that height. Even if you do arrive to the party a little bit later, it's more difficult to be held out if you are trying to hold someone out from that southern side, because if someone arrives from height, they can just dive on you, they can take those angles, they can use those head glitches, and it can be a very difficult time to try and hold them.
Well, Na'Vi managed to put 7 points on the board in that game, number 1, and I've got to say...
Let's talk Na'Vi.
Let's talk Na'Vi, because historically, when they get to LAN, when they get to tournaments, the big stage, not good, hasn't been good for them. But I will say, I still think there's a lot of talent on this team, and I still think that they are just waiting for that breakout tournament where they just have a few things go their way. And this kind of game at Barometer, where they have the height, they have all the angles, opportunity for KP a little bit later in the game from these angles as well, could just be one to settle the nerves. And obviously there's been some roster changes. You know, this is a different looking Na'Vi from what we've historically seen. Matafi's still at the helm, still calling the shots, but I just feel like it was a mentality thing for this team, and maybe they can get over that hurdle here.
And one last thing on Na'Vi, when you look at the club championship for the Esports World Cup, Na'Vi did win Counter-Strike, so there is a chance that, you know, that extra pressure suddenly rides on the Apex team of, you want to match that success, you want to get those extra points, get that extra win to be up there and match the likes of Team Falcons, who are currently leading in the club championship. But for Na'Vi, there is a long way still to go. It is a very big organization. There is always going to be that expectation on your shoulder as well. We'll see how they match up with the rest of the groups here today. Now, zone-wise, you can see there's a lot of teams moving over towards Pylon, by the way. We saw EXOCLAN move first, but everyone else is kind of hovering in the Pylon area.
I was going to say, this looks like a little bit of a split at the moment. It's a tough one to call, and this is why we mentioned how getting a Zone 3 read from a ring console is going to be really, really important to teams, simply because you can make the 50-50 call almost 100% call, right? You're not going to go one way or the other and kind of be hedging your bets. It's going to be, oh, zone is pulling more towards this side of the mountain range. Let's try and play for that space a little bit earlier on. And also, with so many teams being split across the map at the moment and not sure which side of the mountain it's going to go, you hit that console, there's going to be more space than if it's an obvious pull to one side.
Well, a team that could hit a third zone ring console could be Riddle Order. They are playing the Crypto. That is going to be one advantage that you could maybe have to be able to get that information with the drone, but we'll see whether that happens anyway. Or at least get the survey beacon, excuse me, to get that info. But we'll see if it will happen, because sometimes it could just be a little bit too far away. And that survey beacon sometimes doesn't even give you the info that you want. You just kind of get confirmation of, oh yes, everyone's already here.
Well, I mean, survey beacon's going to maybe fool Fnatic if they decide to hit it here. I think a great example, this is a bit of a mind game, this one at the moment, isn't it? Because if you hit a survey beacon right now and you see where all the teams are, you don't have a 100% sure guess on where the zone is going to be going, right? But I think every single player or team who's in Pylon or Barometer at the moment is probably thinking, there's not enough teams here. I'm nervous. I'm not sure where this is going.
I mean, interestingly, actually, there was about 4 teams in Pylon earlier. They've all left. These are 2 of them, TSM and SSG. TSM left Pylon, and now it's SSG who are currently going up against them. SSG have looked amazing so far today, and now let's jump into the comms and see how they're looking.
Yeah, they're up. Can we fight this? Can we fight this?
Yeah, can try.
I'm starting up.
I'm aside.
Hey, still close.
Sorry?
No, they're running back. They're running back. They're close, they're close, they're close. Right side. No, they're not that close. They're running back.
Raven, right here.
Walking up. Yeah, 42 on us.
There.
Right side. Watson.
Look back now.
Look back.
Going back.
There's a bat in here. Listen, I don't think we even look back anymore. I think we just go in.
How many bats do you have?
I have 4.
I have 1. How many you got, Tony?
I have 4.
You got me?
Yeah, come to me. We need to grab space further deep. I don't want to get held out here.
Someone drive me a bat, please.
I dropped one. Here, I'm up.
We mentioned Zone 3 information as we see SSG and TSM kind of avoid each other on that fight for now in and around Pylon. TSM have gone back into Pylon now, but Zone is there. That's kind of
it's all on the map. It's a difficult one to play as well.
Towards the Pylon side of those buildings, but again, like, it could be pulling out towards where TIE find themselves right now.
Goes back into Jurassic, right?
Back towards Jurassic. It's a really rough one to read.
I like the way that TIE have moved up to Jurassic. I think that is a good place to bank on. But a lot of the other teams who have kind of been more patient or have not been able to get priority to zone will get later info now and could get one of the better spots because of it. Remember, I mentioned EXO-Clan. They moved first. They're down south near Barometer. They have to now get through, what, 4, 5 teams if they want to get to zone. That could be the difficulty with trying to predict a zone like that.
And you could say exactly the same sentence, but change EXO-Clan to Na'Vi, who were probably thinking, we drop a barometer, we got a little bit of zone info, we're going to go to height, this is a nice chill game for us, we guarantee some points. Well, now we're in one of the worst positions on the map, and hey, that's the beauty of Apex Legends, right? That zone shifts and you get it wrong, or you just get a little bit unfortunate with the RNG, then your game plan completely changes and you're looking at your IGL to try and adjust and adapt. Elsewhere, you can see on our screens right now,
let's get on this Trident.
At Ceto Station, we have Alliance having a little look at Fnatic. Fnatic are deciding to try and disengage from this and escape. And it looks like Alliance will be able to force them off. I wonder if Alliance are making this choice of rotation so they can hit the beacon that's in front of them to get the info. And I mean, imagine getting the info at this point. I mean, our map overhead right now is one of the most confusing I have seen for quite some time. It is so many different teams essentially all over this zone. No one is confident about where this is going.
I do like the play from a lot of the teams that were at Pylon for leaving Pylon because they expected it to be pulling in a random direction, and you don't then hedge your bets, you don't get stuck somewhere. As now, you spoke about Fnatic being chased. Well, Fnatic have run straight into Blacklist International and NRG here. There is a lot of teams around this choke.
Fnatic also playing the Bloodhounds. Shots coming in. A little bit of a scan coming in as well to give them some information, but not able to secure that first knock. So they've got to be careful because, like you mentioned, NRG are following up on this, and if they don't get this clean fight going their way, NRG are just waiting in the wings. And look at this, they're just waiting for knocks. They're biding their time. And Satsuki will get the first knock, so that's Fnatic up by 1, and Xako's fallen.
This should be free KP for NRG, you would imagine. They're just wary of who could be arriving from their north. It's actually Northeption who are nearby, and that's why NRG are being a bit hesitant at the moment. They recognize there is danger in the area, and they don't want to commit too heavily to this choke point.
Well, I think one good thing for Fnatic here is that Blacklist International just ran away. You know, they didn't take the fight. They lost the one player and said, hey, do you know what? We're out of here. We're just going to try and survive towards this endgame. So Fnatic didn't take damage. We're able to reset. And to be fair to both sides of this, NRG and Fnatic, I think smart decisions being made. NRG don't send it, don't force it. Would have been trades, and you would imagine maybe that creates the opportunity for Northeption. And on the other side, NRG still alive, haven't had to force it.
recognized it wasn't the perfect opportunity for the third party, and now they will continue their way forward. But they're going to have to force their way into zone here.
Yeah, NRG are going to be moving around on the northwest, and they will be going into Weibo and Alliance, who both already hold this position. Alliance at the moment are struggling to get past Weibo, so Alliance are going to continue moving around further west, and now that opens things up for Weibo to take down NRG here, and NRG need to be careful.
NRG trying to fire through the smokes here. Nocturnal not quite connecting with any shots. Doesn't really have any targets to aim at. It's kind of just hoping and basing where his reticle is off of the information from his teammates. But now the swing is coming in. Fun jumps up and gets some good damage down. But here comes Jackie Chan flying on that zip line. Nocturnal down. And it's all up to Reptar now to try and clutch for NRG.
Blacklist International also here. Remember, they were just a 2, but they have noticed the damage. They've noticed the kill feed. And they also want to join in on the fun here to find some KP as NRG will fall to both Weibo and Blacklist International, who kind of share the damage here to shut them down.
Well, the craziest thing is that's the first team eliminated from the lobby, right? Where we've got 50 seconds or so left on Zone 3 close, and we finally lose our first team. The Weibo will follow them up as the next team to go, and you're going to see that kill feed start to accelerate a little bit. A lot of teams are going to pop up in the next few moments as everybody has to move their way towards Zone.
So intelligent, though, from Alliance. They saw the potential trap that was going to happen. They heard the commotion that was in the choke not so far away, and they just backed off a little bit, and they watched from afar. They said, let's wait and see how this one pans out. And because of it, now they have free access to get through this gate of Jurassic, and they can hold pretty much the entirety of the northwest of this zone. It's very similar to what we saw in Game 1. Northeption in one of the best positions at the moment on the map, whilst Alliance holding one of the best edge positions on the map. And we'll see whether it's going to be similar where they both get to the end game.
One team is in a really good spot as well. It's going to be TSM, but we'll check in with SSG for now, who are having a play underneath the structures of Pylon right now, as they will be safe inside of this next zone. They've got Mizuchi, who are going to be in the buildings in front of them. They also have Heroes very, very close to them as well. And it looks like they want to try and move up onto the position of Mizuchi. A couple of smokes going down just to deny that line of sight for now, but you can see everyone's edgy. No one wants to really take the fight because they know first one down, it's just going to force everybody else to get involved with that fight.
So Alliance are finally closing in on the 2 players from Blacklist International, who have now split, by the way. It is just survive mentality for both of those guys to see if they can get a little bit further into the end game and maybe just get into top 15 to get 1 point. You mentioned it, we've still got 18 squads alive, but now as the zone closes, we are going to see fights happen, and LGD Gaming are taking this one.
Good damage coming in from the Prowler. Unfortunately, one player's already gone down. The swing now comes in as well. It's Feiyu left on his own. The Sentinel can do big damage, but unfortunately, for DMS, the zone does even more. Can he get to zone? Can he stay alive? Just about here, as DMS will be our next team to fall. Interesting to see that fight took place so deep in zone. It was actually the zone who gets the final kill.
And now you just hope, as the last remaining player from LGD, you are not spotted, and maybe Na'Vi can do you a favor here, because they have been taking the distraction away with Dragon Esports, and Na'Vi will fall because of it. And now we're going to see 14 squads remain. So we've seen quite a few go down. Blacklist International were another one of those teams who fell, and now Dragon Esports will probably pick up the kill. Meanwhile, SSG still holding down this same position where they're approaching Mizuchi.
SSG waiting for the signal to go. Riddle Order forcing the fight onto Heroes, and maybe SSG, that is their signal to try and move up elsewhere inside of Jurassic. You have Alliance still trying to force their way in. On the other side of this is going to be Fnatic. Hackett's good damage coming in with that Vault and uses the grapple to get out. And he's just bought enough time for them to get effect back on his feet.
Yeah, I love this from Alliance. They split up to ensure they can get that third back up. He takes an angle. He takes an aggressive angle to just distract Fnatic and maybe think that they are getting pushed. However, they were not. But it is Red Armors versus Red Armors. Fnatic send it.
Fnatic are sending it, like you say, and it's not going well for them. Sasuke left on his own, and even though the Knuckle Cluster is doing big flesh damage and he wants this knock, you would imagine Alliance should be able to clean up this fight. Fnatic eliminated. It will be Alliance who survive, and they should be safe enough to get the res as well.
Again, Alliance will hold the northwest here, and again, Fnatic engage on a fight and lose it. They need to be careful with some of their pushes here. It has just been other teams waiting and prepared for that push to happen, and Alliance now will be more than comfortable with where they hold. And again, similar to match 1, all red armors, northwest of the zone, and they can start to think about getting to this end game.
And they can also use that zip line that they have, as they do have the Pathfinder to get their way in towards zone a little bit later on. Elsewhere, Riddle Order on your screen. Heroes trying to fly in here and clean up the last bit of damage, but speaking of damage, this push for anyone who is leaving Pylon is going to be tough, because Waltzy, the big man, he's got the big gun. The Devotion can rip through shields.
It's Mizuchi versus SSG. There are other teams in the area though, so you want to try and isolate this fight as much as possible, and they're doing that by surrounding this building. They are not taking wide angles, and they're sticking together. SSG are 2. Mizuchi just ignore this now and say, let's focus on zone.
Heroes eliminated. In the meantime, we are inside of our top 10. Waltzy with some more big damage coming out of that Devotion. He knows that that door's going to be going in a few more seconds, and he knows there's kill points in front of him to pick up, points to be collected, as TIE will be eliminated in the meantime. There's the flank, there's more damage. SSG will go down, and it will be Mizuchi who win the battle of this side of zone. But TSM are next.
Again, it's another fight won by Alliance, by the way. They had to take down Hao on their push from the west. They will win it, they own the west, and they will be getting into this end game. You've got Alliance on the west, you've got Mizuchi down on the south. TSM and Northeption will hold the center zone, whilst Virtus Pro are on the north. EXOCLAN hold a slight southwest position at the moment. They're going to be a real threat to the likes of Mizuchi, but I'm very excited to see how this zone plays out, because we're going towards the Jurassic Gate, which means there is a lot of cover there. There's also a lot of open space on your backside.
Well, TSM, they do have a pretty good spot that they played for a little bit early. We're talking about how they left Pylon, came back, got ahead of the traffic, and got into this tree spot. Well, they got there early, but they haven't been able to output a huge amount of damage. They're still sat there on blue shield. So the likes of Mizuchi, plus a Devotion in the hands of Waltzy, they have a chance to move up onto them if they can deal first with EXOCLAN.
Alliance at the moment are kind of firing some damage over towards EXOCLAN, and that's encouraging Mizuchi to push up on this one, and they want it.
Here goes Waltzy, and why wouldn't you with the Devo in your hand? If you can get damage down and you can get a knock, then maybe this is your chance to push and get more KP. Waltzy got to be careful here, got to mind his step. You can see he doesn't have many shots to deal with, but we'll be able to get the shield swap as EXOCLAN will be eliminated. TSM getting involved in that fight as well. So TSM and Mizuchi kind of looking at each other from either side of this fence line at the moment, as Alliance now try and have a look in.
Well, Alliance almost encouraged that fight. They orchestrated that fight, and because of it, they're rewarded with this position. They hold the gate side. Now they have the entirety of this west. Their next concern is the likes of TSM on the other side. Northeption who hold the building, but it's last four. It's Alliance still showing their dominance.
Effect becomes kill leader as well with that extra kill. He adds to his tally 4 for the man on your screen right now, and he is looking for more. And when he's got a turbocharged Havoc in his hands, there's not many players who can match him in those 1v1 scenarios. Virtus Pro, though, they've managed to get their way towards the end game here as well. They're on the northern side of the zone, trying to share this with Northeption, who are inside the building they're looking at.
Yeah, the only building, the only real cover that you have right now is for Northeption. But remember, they have to leave, and there is a lot of focus that could happen on those doorways, whereas everyone else has kind of rock formations, bamboo sticks, anything you want as cover here.
The difficulty here for TSM, though, is they probably have a good amount of time on zone, but at some point they're going to have to go through that gateway, right? And I think they're hoping and praying that VP and Northeption take care of each other, maybe with some help from Alliance, and then they can survive long enough to take that fight a little bit later. TSM in a good spot for zone, but as you can see on your screen, at some point they have to go through this gate.
TSM being the only team on that side of the gate is a blessing, because all the other 3 teams have to shoot each other. They have to focus each other. It's just going to be a case of who can play the waiting game here? Who is the most patient? Are Virtus Pro going to send it towards Northeption as a desperate attempt, for example? TSM just need to kind of wait this one out and see what happens on the other side.
Zone is going to be what dictates the next part of this game, as now the zone will start to close. The countdown begins and the teams will be forced together.
Yeah, I think that we're going to see Virtus Pro and Northeption kind of try and get some damage onto the likes of TSM and Alliance, but Ultimates could make a big difference here as well, to force teams away from one another, or maybe try and manipulate the map in your favor. That's what Alliance are trying to do right now. But you can see Catwall comes out to give a little bit of cover, and maybe Northeption could use this.
Well, Alliance trying to use the Smokey Boy Wombo combo balloon extravaganza to get the hacks that they need to get the information on where everybody is in this zone. And now they see the opportunity maybe to swing down and get some kills on Northampton, who are trapped down on that low ground. Unlucky's going to find two himself. He wants all three, and Alliance will pick up all three. Northampton are gone.
Well, now TSM looking towards Virtus Pro, who were able to use that catwall to escape, but Alliance also have to be worried about TSM as well. And for TSM, they want this fight to happen. They need this fight to happen.
Well, Alliance, they won game number 1, and they're looking for points. Points is all they care about at the moment, and maybe they're playing for second place. Unlucky, down to barely any shields. Effect will have to watch on his back for now as Hackis swings up to try and finish off the final members.
This should be a TSM game. They've got all the pieces to the puzzle, but can you put them together?
Reps will go in and find one onto Unlucky. Swing is now coming in from the final players. One member of VP still alive, if I'm not mistaken. Shots come in with a triple take. Surely the moment is here for TSM. And the moment arrives just at the right time. TSM will be your winners here in game number 2.
Alliance game 1, TSM game 2. Seems all very familiar when we look at the team names taking games. But if you thought that TSM were done after they lost Imperial Hal, you better think differently, because this squad has a lot to prove in Apex Legends, and they would love to do it here at the Esports World Cup.
Well, that kind of performance from TSM, I think there's a lot to talk about from it. It's not just a win, which is obviously the biggest takeaway. Inside of 2 games, getting that win on the board, I think it was the way that they navigated how horrible that zone was, right? They dropped over a pylon, initially like, hey, they got good prio, but then you saw the decisions having to be made by where they were moving around as a team. They leave, they come back, they recognize where they believe the zone is going to be going, and they make a play to take that tree spot early. From there, they managed to hold out the majority of that side of the map, so you've got to give them a huge amount of credit.
Yeah, it was slightly worrying that you looked at TSM and the teams that were arriving at pylon, and you thought they might just get kind of pinched by all these other teams, and they were very effective at avoiding all of that damage to ensure they could find something else. TSM find game number 2. It was Alliance who took number 1. World's Edge, of course, is coming up next, Mark, and it'll be coming up next right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Ready, set, go.
TSM reps Zapto and Verholz. You saw the Verholz family yelling in the crowd. Almost got a full TSM chant going. Well, for good reason. They won game 2, and they join Alliance as our 2-game winners after 2 here in Riyadh. We're continuing our Esports World Cup coverage. Randy here as host. AJ Hawk, Zephyrcast, and Glitter Explosion back on the desk just to kick things off of a little bit of an analysis of how we went through a couple of these first games. And really, it was a great start. One of the teams we had highlighted in Alliance earlier on, as we take a look back at some of those highlights for this start to Group B, it was, and I'll go back to you, Ben, because you did talk about Alliance, exactly what we expected from a team that is of a caliber to be able to win this entire tournament.
I mean, we see a lot of heat from this roster, at least out in the fans, given the fact that they don't come out on top and win these lanes, but it's not without the factor that they are the team that dominates when it gets into these kind of group stage scenarios. So you can't ever forget that. We walk into game 1, an absolute impeccable choice of positioning that, while maybe not as explosive in terms of the KP, still leads them into their first win of the series. And then, of course, here in this last game, choosing to pick it up for that second place, or what ended up as third, still picking up a lot of great points off of the aggression.
It was a good choice, and the thing is, we still haven't talked enough about TSM getting that W. Alliance, in a weird way, get the win overall in terms of points. So it just shows you how strongly they've been performing. But Jayhawk, when you look at TSM, obviously a good sign, but is there a little bit more to this, getting a win, some pressure off their back, you think, knowing that this is a team that would love that redemption story of being a LAN winner here?
Absolutely. They came into the split, obviously. Hal's off the team, new IGLing. They've kind of figured it out. They were great during the regular season, but now on LAN, it's a new challenge. Zapto, previously that was his first ever LAN with E8. He comes into TSM. It's his first ever one IGLing, and he's showing early he's ready for the task, and TSM is looking great.
TSM and Alliance, Lauren, 2 teams at the top. Different situations for both of them, though. TSM taking a step down in terms of being a favorite, but now having that passion. Alliance, like Ben had mentioned earlier, kind of loving hiding behind the scenes so that they can have these types of performances without the pressure as well. What is your takeaway here after 2? 44 points for Alliance, TSM right behind 23, and Northeption, a really solid squad in 3rd place.
I know we had said at the beginning of the day that we might not see the same type of point sponge that we saw in Group A, but that's exactly what Alliance is giving us right now. I mean, 25 kills across 2 matches. If you tried to average that out and did that performance for all 10 games today, that would be absolutely insane. I mean, their performance so far has been incredibly strong. Obviously, we'll be swapping maps throughout the day. We'll see if they can keep that up across World's Edge and then our fan votes as well. But right now, they are looking absolutely untouchable.
Yeah, and is this an opportunity now that, you know, the meta is a little bit freer for teams that were always on that bubble to be able to maybe finally make that move? I feel like it is. Personally, I think Pathfinder opens up a lot of playstyles. Hockey's has been an Ashe player. He's played that and tried to experiment with it. They've run Rampart when Yuki was back on the team as well. Even ran Alter this season, which we have not seen anyone pick up, the newest legend in Apex Legends. So I'll go right back to you, Lauren. I mean, is this maybe the floodgates opening for a squad like Alliance and an active IGL like Hockey's?
I sure hope so, because I think this is something we talk about a lot. We watch Alliance typically absolutely blow people out of the water in the group stage, even into the next stage of the competition, which they won't even need to do here. And then in finals, they peter out a little bit. I want them to keep this type of domination up throughout the entire competition. And with the versatility they bring to the table versus what the meta is right now, I think this could be their moment.
I mean, old school pros, they know how to do it, right? Of course, Pathfinder, one of the beginning. Remember to keep voting as well. Looks like Olympus leading that one. But speaking of maps, we do switch here at 2 to go to World's Edge. Jayhawk, take a look back here. I mean, obviously things are different, but I see a word that you love and Ben hates, which is contest. There's 3 of them here happening.
Yeah, and some of these are, I think, going to be a little bit similar to Mizuchi over on the other maps. Survey, Epicenter, I don't know if that'll actually result in a contest. It's going to be weird if they do split it because those POIs separately are not great, so we could see that happen. TSM already looking strong. They're probably favored in that one. Then we go over to Lava Fissure and Mirage, another one that I'm not fully sure if they actually fight for it. Both teams kind of in the middle ground so far, so fair game. But then at the bottom of the map at launch site, we do have a team taking Dome. So this contest is going to happen, and it's going to be a fun one because we get to see Gugu, a.k.a. Jackie Chan, in action. He was beating TSM last LAN on contest. He's going to be a superstar to watch.
Okay, I got to get Ben in here as well. Nanas Vincere, team from EMEA. We talk about Alliance. Oftentimes, this team is actually the team that we talk about right next to them. They were known as Vexed before this, and obviously have had so much trouble getting over the finish line, specifically at LAN. What do they need to do to be successful today with 8 more going?
Obviously, with the changes that we've seen to this roster, of course, this last split for them, it worries me into a contest because it's not something that they could particularly excel at. Dragons, though, I will say, maybe not in their driver's seat as well. Either or, though, when we talk about this position that they're currently stanced in, especially within reference to leaderboard, it's not a place you want to be. A potential donut on its way for either one of these rosters could be potentially cementing you in our last chance qualifier tomorrow.
Now, Lauren, you focused on Fnatic. You see they're dropping over there in that top right near Overlook.
Yep.
Noticeably, for me, this is actually a good spot in World's Edge. But if you're a Fnatic fan, where are you hoping this zone ends up? What are some typical circles we would love to see for a rotation that might work there from an Overlook side?
Well, Overlook is perfect for something like that because we constantly are getting the zones that are right in those rocks on the northwest corner of Overlook, or even right over on concrete. We've got anything on that track area. They have so many options, whether it's just a little bit east of even Epicenter. Like anything that they can do up here in this northeast corner, they have so much space and no one in their pathing that they would have to be worrying about if we can get it on that side of the map.
I do worry, though. We do have SSG above them, and while they have not been a highlight yet of our day's matches here, any kind of zone that finds its way over towards that particular region could be something that, well, they have to figure out.
SSG on Climatizer, obviously Fnatic, a team that might be rotating to them, but you compare that to, you know, starting at Dome, having to go all the way to Sky West, which, let's be honest, Sky West, the #1 picked location in terms of our POI draft you'll see in Split Pro League, that's going to Bleed. The story of Bleed is interesting. Zach has redefined this idea of Mazer moments, going from something that might be a little comical or something you might want to pass when your Twitch clip reminds you of maybe not your best play, to something iconic, something that might say this is a saving grace. Jayhawk, Bleed have a lot to prove, missing out, I think, on Split 2, and then obviously have a chance to get champs, but this is $2 million up for grabs. You know they are going to be fighting for it here with a great POI.
Absolutely, and this is a crucial lobby for them because they're banking on the fact that these strong POIs, they got Mill on Stormpoint, those are Falcons POIs. These are going to carry them through to the finals. They're not going to get it in the finals. They probably won't be contesting. Who knows? We could see a curveball.
They do contest all the time, though.
They do. They did it at our previous
LAN.
That's
right.
So
that's what kind of threw them off.
I'm just assuming nobody's going to be contesting the super team, but we'll see, I guess. But they're banking on the fact that, okay, we're going to be flexible. We're not going to be practicing from a different POI that maybe we think we can qualify for finals and hold it. We're going to bet on the fact that we get 2 of the best POIs in the game, and we're going to try and just qualify immediately and figure it out from there. And obviously, they've shown the ability to do that. Like you said, Zach, he's been on kind of a redemption arc. Same with Lou, and then you add Noct into the mix, this kind of conglomerate of 3 of North America's top teams coming together into one. I think it's a really interesting team to see, especially considering they're getting the Sky West Trials lead.
And this is something that is unique. I mean, if you're watching, you know that we've been doing this draft over all of Split 2. Now you finally have a chance to almost, I don't want to say it for real, but bully your way into a better zone. This would not be available for a team like Bleed, probably, because they would have to have gotten at least the first pick in a traditional system. Lauren, what does that mean in terms of a team like Bleed having the opportunity, but also when you look at a team on the flip side of it, you can make the same argument that a squad that might be getting a good POI but isn't the best squad here, like we see in Pro League, now might have a chance. In this tournament, it's not happening.
So, I mean, we saw the same thing just happen on Stormpoint, right? They also had Mill at their disposal. And in the end, it was still the alliances that were coming out on top, that were having a really strong game. It was the TSMs. I feel like on World's Edge, this might be a little bit better opportunity for the Bleed Elevate squad, not only due to the loot, but I think this is a more comfortable map for all of our teams across the board. So if there was ever an opportunity to get some points on the board, it would be now.
And just to be very clear on what I was saying there, a lesser team who's not going to be able to ego Bleed or Falcons off of it, they don't have to do that. It might just be chance that they get first pick. So how does that help some of our smaller teams, some of our favorites? We'll find out soon, because Game 3 on World's Edge is coming up. So let's send it over to our casters.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. Vicky Kitty here, joined with Genome, and we are going to be taking you guys through World's Edge after the action, the consistent action from Alliance coming through from game number 1, TSM taking game number 2, but Alliance are leading the pack with 44 points in first place.
Once again, it's a really great start for Alliance. These guys, we know that they can bring it at LAN. It's just whether does that energy, you know, peter out, or is this the time, Vicky? Will we finally get to see Alliance pop off in a finals? I mean, for me, I wonder if, you know, how much of an effect has on that, right? Because I feel like when they have looked the best, it was when Effect literally looked like the best player at the entire LAN. And now that they've, you know, they've made that switch from Yuki over to Unlucky this year, look, I think that does have potential to change their fortunes. And look, obviously we don't have to worry about them yet. You know, well in the lead right now. But look, we'll keep our eyes on that storyline throughout the tournament. For now, we're going to be seeing that contest start off with Weibo Gaming versus Blacklist International.
See how they're going to be able to do this right here too. Going to be able to see them. WBG already in that middle with Uchaku trying to take a nice little side angle. Shots coming in with the G7. But with them holding this back end, you can only imagine having that slight high ground on the southern building over by the south here. Gives them that elevation, but also allows WBG now to take over the POI and split loot on a much more wider rotate.
Yeah, I mean, look, it is a big POI, right? You know, as you can see, it's not like another POI where perhaps you have to land right next to each other and you kind of have no option but to engage. They can take this a little slower and just come out with the poke already. I think one of the other good things is for the teams is because it's a northern circle, teams aren't going to be coming to them. It gets very awkward in a contest where the zone is on top of you and, you know, you don't have time to just sort it out. In 3v3, you have to all of a sudden worry about third party, fourth party, lots of other, you know, extraneous factors. This one, hopefully, should be a little more straight up. Sometimes, you know, someone will come in and, you know, they'll try and play spoiler, you know, heroes or maybe Riddle Order who are nearby could potentially think, well, we know they're going to contest. Hey, why not pop in for some KP?
Definitely agree. Riddle Order has actually opted to prioritize their rotate while we get to see WBG on the other side now. Going to finally be able to hold this door, sending out the nade. Make it 2. Jackie Chan gonna hold the door. I love the names here too. But while they do hold this other end, this is gonna be a much more slower fight, as we've noticed already with Blacklist holding the other angle. But this is very isolated. Heroes landing by Dome, they can take as long as they want. But the Evil Harvester is over on the other side, giving Blacklist a much more upper hand as they try to fully swing in 2v1 onto Jackie. Kiriev, Q-Senpai, gonna be able to hold that other angle, but after losing out on Jackie, holding out on the other door. Trying to hold this different split angle with Boring, but they break it down almost immediately, trying to put them in their line of sight. Beautiful alternator shots. Well, he gets 1 knock, he gets 2 knocks, only 1 left, but he still was able to get the knock. No way! We will go out. But he did everything he possibly could. JMW got 2 knocks there. He just needed his back covered.
I mean, we almost saw the pop-off from Gugu. Jayhawk was talking him up on the desk there. You can see why. This guy is a phenomenal talent and at his best has absolutely ripped apart APAC South. We haven't seen them replicate that on the international stage yet, and unfortunately, that's a bad start here on World's Edge.
Moving on though, talk about bad start. TSM, your winners from the previous game, lose out on Zap. The action has not stopped here. While most of these squads have already gone ahead with the rotate over to the north side, because this is going to be a northern zone by Skyhook. And you can already see, aside from TSM, NRG are slowly trailing behind them on the other side. North Epson, who are always so quick on the circle, rotate. WBG, they see the third party. It wasn't as isolated as they may think, or rather, it was a replay here from the action that we just saw before. It was isolated. Blacklist will be able to start rotating from there. But over by the north side, you have Navi, you have Elevate Bleed, North Epson, Dragons, Esports, EXO, all already with the quick rotate through Countdown into Skyhook.
Skyhook, one of those circles that these teams have just had a ridiculous amount of practice on in the last year, Vicky. We've had a lot of skyhook zones, and these teams should be so dialed in at this point to how to play this. I feel like there should be almost no surprises. I mean, sure, it can shift a little bit one way or the other, but yeah, they really should just know exactly where the other teams are, you know, which buildings are the best ones to take, and look, if you're a Watson team sitting up here, you know, maybe which level is the most defensible.
Even better, though, if you're playing the Crypto, right? Would be ashamed if an EMP were to eventually take down those Watson fences, put out that hard work. I believe we have 4 Cryptos in this lobby, even more with those Watsons. And in a circle like this is Skyhook, right? You're going to expect more of these teams to coexist in these buildings. That's why you're going to expect to see more squads survive into that final round, where you can expect Circle 5, Circle 4 to absolutely be chaos. Once these circles try to pull outside of these buildings, if it does, you can even see the side-by-side here. I love this. NRG trying to brute force their way in through the same building with DMS. You can see the Crypto drone flying around with How, getting all that information.
Yeah, look, they're really piling into there now. Only a couple teams. I mean, I'm just thinking about back to some of the earlier games we saw in this tournament, Vicky, where, you know, we had maybe 10 teams, like half the lobby taking it slow, getting in there. Skyhook not playing out that way at all. I mean, the zone is it's only about half of it's on Skyhook, but you can see every single team who has done any kind of fast rotate, I mean, even medium speed rotate, has gone directly into there and tried to find themselves a building, tried to find themselves a home. We're seeing Na'Vi playing up on top of the Skyhook itself, just because this circle is so sort of southwesterly as far as Skyhook goes. Probably not one of the better places to play, I would have thought. I feel like the Skyhook can be good if you have to go towards the northern side and you get those sort of late rotations where there's maybe 3 or 4 teams jumping off it together and you just kind of have to, you know, throw yourselves to the wolves, maybe see how your luck is on there. But this one, oh my lord.
What?
Okay.
The whiplash.
We get one of... oh my... Okay. All right. Not a single team predicts that. I mean, we just noted it, right? Like, heroes aren't coming in here because they think it was going to end outside Skyhook. They're coming in because they wanted to play an edge play style in this particular game. Every other team has gone straight into it. The choke below the tower is about to become a graveyard.
And the fact that Heroes, alongside Alliance and Mizuchi, that we know both had access to ring consoles, exiting out of Epi, the Alliance exiting out of staging, but with Heroes with a faster rotate, they had the ring console in the middle between Monument and Fragment and had beaten everybody else to Grandma's house. You can actually see Riddle Order waiting out to see where that circle was going to be pulling. They also had information from Sky West and are now right in front of Alliance as Alliance are creeping up from behind them, and they have the Evil Shield advantage instead. Full purple, since we know they like to play by the edge, take a much more passive approach, actually trying to take prioritization on those Evil Harvesters, but they have to watch out because Heroes over by the other side are feeling that pressure putting onto effect.
Heroes have just wandered into somehow one of the best late rotates you will ever have the good fortune to have on World's Edge. Mizuchi, Alliance, Riddle Order, all of these teams are going to be benefiting from a rather ridiculous ring pull here that, it must be said, most of the best teams in the world could not predict. So if you're sitting there at home being like, oh yeah, I knew that was pulling down, well...
No. I would say it. I actually was expecting this truck right here. I was wondering, you know, LGD, I was going to say, this is a great spot because when we have seen a circle like this, it does usually pull not on the building of the Skyhook itself, but mostly on that singular truck, which when you're Crypto, right, that's what your priority is. You're getting information, but you're also able to get more information around you with those beacons. And currently, over by the south side, outside of that next zone, south of Monument, it's Fnatic versus Blacklist.
Teams just letting the ultimates fly either side of the tracks. Bit of a stalemate at the moment, actually. The mother loads discouraging any forward movement. And they have to wait for those to recede before they start pushing forward. They do notice them on the zip line, and a couple of good shots there out of Satsuki. Hit their mark, but they don't grab it down. And I think Blacklist might be okay just for now.
Fnatic really needing to wake up here while they are going to be able to get over this cliff with the evac tower. Nicely placed. We've seen this many of times here, but with them trying to wrap around, gonna probably prioritize information that they could get from Countdown with a ring console there.
And that's going to be great information for them. Of course, the other teams, the shoe hasn't dropped yet, right, Vicky? All of those teams in Skyhook still think it is shifting north. In about 10 seconds, there is going to be an absolute riot happening in the city. We are going to see those buildings lit up as the teams scramble to work out what to do next.
See the way that now they're going to make their move. Look at LGD already moving ahead after being stationed up in that truck. Riddle Order already noting that from the north side as we've seen them before, but they were able to round up by the tunnel, Volt Tunnel, from the north side, and now are holding the mouth of the cave. Nice little side-by-side here with Northception, trying to force their way through this building here while Blacklist still hold that southern point where Fnatic is about to approach them from behind.
I mean, look, there's a gold rush right now happening, going for that tunnel, just trying to get through because everyone's realized that they can't stay in there. A couple of teams are going towards the tower, and they're going to try and play down towards where NRG, Riddle Order have ended up, but the other ones are either looking in their backpacks and saying, hey, have we got an evac to get over? Otherwise, we have to fight our way through the tunnels.
And that's why you're going to expect so many people to get eliminated. TSM who had to play that out as a duo from the very beginning, or that's been forced their way in, take them out, and you can expect so many other teams. We saw NRG in the feed earlier to slowly be funneled into the line of sight of more of these squads. Northception, though, elevate, coming in right afterwards. Luke gets beamed! And Northception come out on top of another fight here.
Northception with the reset, but they're one of the teams furthest away from the chokes that they need to approach. Multiple teams still ahead of them. LGD Gaming, how Virtus Pro, depending on which way they try and swing here, stand between them and making it to the next ring. I mean, we've already seen quite a few fall here. It's almost going to be like the inverse of a normal Skyhook zone, Vicky, where we see so many teams alive right until the end. This one is just going to be carnage.
You know, we've called this out in just trying to predict this rotation with Space Station from the north side because they'll have a much safer approach through the tunnel. While LGD, we know that they were stationed up by that truck, are going to completely close off this choke from the other teams. How? Virtus Pro, Navi, who are still left in Skyhook, circle closing in right behind him. Riddle Order already take care of Northception, and that's what the Hail Mary on the evac towers cost you when you're trying to force your way to find some space where so many other teams have already found them earlier on.
There we go, quite a few teams meeting their maker here. Exo Clan just trying to make it happen here on the south side. They got through the tunnel, but there was something pretty scary on the other side. It's Dragons Esports and Blacklist International, who after taking it very slow, winning that initial contest, will come up here to try and clean up a little bit of this fight.
But Fudo can't make magic happen. I mean, it's a 1v3 here. Blacklist now scoop up the last kill from EXO. 9 squads left, and they're the only team that will be approaching from the southern choke here. Heroes, why would they, right? Why would they move from Grandma's house? Of course they're still stationed up there after their rotate from Monument, so they're now going to look at Blacklist. But fortunately for the northern teams, they're waiting closer by the edge of the circle. Let's jump into a listening with Alliance as they're one of the squads outside of this circle.
Just take base. I'm holding right though.
Come down to you. Be careful, my god.
Yeah.
Someone taking balloon. Bro, fucking tunnel, speaking
right,
back. Speak tunnel. Watch tunnel.
Okay, I'm just gonna play them up.
Someone just jump over the balloon there. Right on my thing.
Out there.
Forget that. I'm going up here a bit. They pulled another mob. They're calling for cover.
Yeah, I'm holding tunnel here. You need to watch my left though.
Yeah, watch.
Drone here. Try to break it.
I'll play up here, me. 3 to 1 in this corner. Okay, I got the
Dead. Nice. Just get the third to play slow. Get the third to play slow.
Where you knock him? On the right side there. They're going on the rest.
They have Jun.
Yeah, watch your left too, watch your left.
I'm
dodging Bengal right now.
Yeah.
I'm only watching tunnel. I'm watching tunnel on the left.
Don't forget the left, okay? They got him. Please got him. Coming up. They got him up. Okay. I'm watching left. This team here. Someone behind us.
It's a solo thing.
Maybe.
Solo Watson.
I'm within like He's deep over there.
He's crafting.
He's unlucky here.
Okay. Shoot behind.
No damage, bro. Back.
Yep. Crack again.
Nah, good shit.
Okay, can we look left there?
Look, like it. Back in ladder. Chill now. Chill going in. Drone got broken actually.
All you got.
Yeah.
Left side three. We only crack. Can we find out what it's only turns?
It's on right over there, I think. Yeah.
Shoot out. Look at my spot.
Rocket broken. Yeah. They went other side again. Fuck. Bangalo died. I'm pulling up.
Above. Trucks outside.
No left to this guy. Yeah. Watch out.
I'm just holding cracks. I got. Watch out, I can move you.
Yeah, I'm going back.
I'm only holding cracks. They see
Yeah. I'm batting, okay?
Play outside it.
Ballon left, watch left, like a hack semi. Okay. The buff and the knockdown, and a hack is weak. Unlike I'm breaking Jen. Cue that.
Yeah. He's going down. 18 down. He's one. All you guys.
Yeah.
What's that? What's up, it's last one.
Yeah. He's here. Careful tunnel.
Where's the clip?
He died.
Okay. That's so solo though still.
Watch that tunnel, hacks. Watch that.
Yeah, I'm watching that. Watch your ball.
I'm going to pick tunnel hackers, okay? I'm picking tunnel.
Can't really watch that.
Alliance, textbook in the way they held the space behind them there, making sure Hackers is on the back line, keeping out those teams at tunnel while they start working on the teams in front of them. Not necessarily a lot of KP going their way, but they have managed to make a lot of space, and it will very much come in handy in the next zone.
All while Riddle Order was able to get a res when they were pinned between 2 to 3 other teams. Let's not forget, Alliance had them in their line of sight, and Waltzy has been a menace north of this respawn beacon right in front of Alliance. They're playing by the edge of the southern part of the zone, and currently after losing effect, Hockey's from afar with the Nemesis. Riddle Order do get eliminated after trying to get that res, and Mizuchi are taking advantage of the crates in front of them by the respawn beacon, so that way they can actually take advantage of this to get out of the line of sight of heroes that still have to come out from the corner of that building, because this circle is pulling away from them. SSG, Phony, only 1 year to try to wrap around, but they immediately get eliminated here. LGD, you heard Alliance in the comms. Where's this crypto drone? It was LGD flying around them the whole time.
Zip lines flying everywhere. It's not just the drones. All around this final circle here. Alliance still alive with 2. Unfortunately, an ill-timed face check from Effect means he goes down to Mizuchi, who are looking very good on the south side of this zone now. Looks like they're getting into it with LGD. Oh my god, everyone else is just focusing on the other teams right now. Does this mean the duo of Alliance could actually walk away with this?
No
Sure
way.
not.
No way. And as a duo, last 2 spots here, Alliance versus Mizuchi. Trying to back away here. It's just Timmy and Walty. Walty's away though. He cannot help Timmy. He's bumping the shield back. Nice reposition here from Timmy. He's got the high ground now. Playing around from the other side. Mizuchi! The water deities themselves taking the game.
I really like how Timmy played that as well. Hopping up on the box there, just buying a little bit of time. I mean, they knew they had the 2v1. He didn't necessarily just have to take it full on with his face. Waits until Walty can come and swing around, help him out, and easily clean up that fight. I mean, they'd done the hard part earlier on. They'd taken out Effect, and not only that, but they'd also taken out the really hard fight between LGD and Blacklist International. I mean, and that was the tough one.
That's why I highlighted their positioning originally by the respawn beacon right there. Why overextend, right? They were still on the edge of that next circle. And then when all these other teams had to collapse on each other, obviously not in the open by those train tracks, but waiting for the opportunity to then wrap around. Alliance was on one side of the sandwich, and then eventually having to collapse on each other after we saw Blacklist go down. That was such good positioning from Timmy, because even though Timmy had shields, he had to reposition because Waltzy wasn't there to help him. It was just the 2 duo right there left between Alliance and Mizuchi. Waltzy, Timmy coming around. Waltzy was out of that fight, popping that shield back. But here comes Timmy, repositioning, not allowing the momentum to sway, and then taking that game.
And I guess even Alliance, as you can see, we said 2 kills, right? Like, they did so much work, so much damage during that game. And, oh my lord, this is, okay, look, let's start talking about Alliance. The man of the moment right now is LD for LGD Gaming. That man really putting the stats to work here, and that pushes up LGD into 6th spot, Vicky.
Wow.
Now look, you guys might remember them as MDY White. They had some great performances at LAN last year. And in Split 1, look, it left a little bit to be desired, but it seems like they're looking to make it all the way into a final lobby once again.
Absolutely huge. LGD from 18th to 6th here. Let's all see what they got in store for us onto the next game. That'll be coming to you on the other side of this break.
Look at those right there.
Oh my.
And then look at that one right there. That is awesome. Boy. Welcome back to Apex Legends at the Esports World Cup. Lace, this place, the anime park in the Boulevard looks amazing.
I know. We're excited that it's day number 2, and we have only just discovered this at EWC. There is so much to uncover. But look, I don't want to say I have a favorite, but this is going to be a little bit at the top there, Seven. What do you reckon?
I think I'm with you. I think I noticed something that you can maybe do karaoke to, but I want to put a kimono. I want to see what we're going to be able to do with that.
Let's go put on some kimonos. Let's head over here, and we've got to try it on. You know, you've got to walk in here, Seven. You've got to do everything. You've got to be a part of the culture and get it organized, get it sorted. So let's have a look. Which one would you put on? Which color are you thinking you're vibing?
I think I want some green. Which color do you want?
You know what? I kind of want to feel like Goku in a way in the orange. I feel like, you know, I'm a bit of a Dragon Ball Z fan.
That is a good one.
So maybe some orange.
Some Naruto as well? Okay, you know what? You'll go orange. I'll go green.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
I feel like I suit this outfit, but this is what you can do here at the Esports World Cup. You can definitely get cozy, get dressed up. Speaking of cozy and dressed up, Seven, looking kind of fresh there.
I think I'm ready.
I actually, is this from My Hero Academia? I'm pretty certain that's what it might be.
To be completely honest, I have no idea, but I know I saw green and I was like, I want green on me. This is definitely what we're going to go with. So you know what? Thank you so much. Appreciate y'all. I think we got to go explore some of the other stuff.
I heard there's some karaoke down this way if you want to go and maybe bust a rhyme with me and go do some singing. But
I think we look so fresh that we have to go check out karaoke.
All
My
right.
shoe's not even on the right way, but it doesn't matter. Let's go see what else is in here at the anime park.
I think they fit that very nice, honestly. I really like that. There's so much to do out here, but it's been a fantastic set of games that we've also been able to witness so far. Mizuchi coming out on top with a dub. I believe before that game, they were sitting in 13-2, so trying to see where that's probably elevated them. But also LGD, they had predicted that zone to probably pull by the trucks of Skyhook just for a huge whiplash of a zone to completely pull south. And they were still able to clean up so much KP because of the teams that were forced to funnel in their line of sight after it didn't pull towards Skyhook.
Yeah, it's just insane when you get one of those circles where every hard zone team that says, okay, sweet, let's get our position nice and early and then we can just sit on our hands for a good 10-15 minutes while we wait for the game to play out. Unfortunately, didn't quite go that way. I mean, look, it's kind of the fun of BRs sometimes, isn't it? There's always a little bit of something strange happening, and this time it just meant that those teams that went in early, you know, if they were on the northern most side of Skyhook, it means they were kind of last to come out, and therefore they just got crunched on the way through that very small choke. And yeah, look, it was great to see how Alliance played that from the east side and Mizuchi from the south as well. I think both teams did a really good job of keeping the others at bay. I mean, even though Alliance were a duo at the end of that one, something that we'd noted earlier was how much space they'd created for themselves, partly through Hackus' use of the zip lines and getting on top of those little the rocks and mountains, and just really leveraging their position there to just try and force others away. And that meant that even though the other teams, you know, were quite close by, it didn't trigger in their brains that there was only a duo and they probably could have pushed Alliance out of that spot.
Yeah, and you know, talking about Alliance, the fact that they still have consistently come within the top 3 back-to-back for the course of these last 3 games, right? It's like we're counting down. They obviously won game number 1, game number 2, they came in 3rd, and then game number 3, they come through and get 2nd place, even as a duo. But to be fair, they did lose out on their 3rd at the very end right there, too. So we're able to still get 2nd place. 2 KP, though. Not as much KP as we saw within the first 2 games, where they got double-digit KP. It's been absolutely insane. I mean, just to highlight the gap, we know that they're sitting with 55 points. Mizuchi right behind them after that dub, 28 points tied with Reception. But let's dive into the next game here. We know this 50-50 is happening over by the south side.
Indeed, we've got a charged Senti as well to start off with. Luckily, Chaco's still got a few other shield cells. I was about to say, it's always a bit of a risk if you just start off and you're like, okay, I start with 2 shield cells. Do I use those just to amp up my damage? And as we noted yesterday, you know, to make it a little bit easier to hit those shots as well with the bigger projectiles from the Charged Sentinel, or do I need those to try and grab a reset? Because as we saw in Game 1, this contest doesn't necessarily happen all that quickly.
It takes a little bit. It's a rather large POI. We also noted that nobody was within the vicinity to try to contest them, go in for a third party. Winston Pipe, though, is going to have to back away right now. Trying to see if he could get out of their line of sight. That Charge Sentinel absolutely fries here, too. So, especially at the health that he's at. Although he does have the wingman in hand, while Blacklist did come out on top before.
Almost pulled off the clutch in game one. He's had a good 20 minutes to sit there and think about it, say, okay, how can we change this out next time? I mean, that's one of the differences, right? I mean, look, Alliance walk away with the points, and you definitely rather have that, but they were worrying about the rest of the game. Meanwhile, Blacklist International have been able to sit here and, you know, really think about how to change their fortunes from game one.
And while this fight is still going on, we talked about a potential third party. Riddle Order, learned the fight from before. They may actually appear soon, with Blacklist losing out on Hiraka first.
Maybe even Heroes as well. We've got them from both sides coming in.
Why not both here? Uchaku with a nice Sentinel shot onto Gusunpa. Riddle Order have now made their appearance. You can see as the fight has slowed down just ever so slightly, the charged up Rampage gonna be able to clean them up, while Blacklist with JMW, the only one just trying to run away, see if he could get out of their line of sight for right now. But with Heroes on the other side, it's gonna be so difficult if they try to rotate to that south building.
Yeah, the two members of Blacklist, they're going all the way back out towards Dome. Not sure if Riddle Order think that they're fighting against them when in fact they are fighting against Heroes. I guess there's something else we should note here is that Riddle Order actually changed up their composition in this game. So maybe they heard the contest. Now they've gone from Crypto over to Pathfinder. Is that because they wanted, you know, that extra fight potential early in the game to have, you know, to be able to come here into launch site and be a problem?
You got that zipline even quicker there too. This could definitely be a possibility. A huge note right there, Genome. While Riddle Order try to wrap around, trying to see who else is within the vicinity. What they don't know, though, is Blacklist have already rotated south of Dome at the moment, while Heroes are trying to match them on that same rotate, see if maybe they could get something going here. It's not like Blacklist has a support legend, right? They can't get the res unless they were able to get the banner. Gonna have to see, while Heroes on the other side, meanwhile, gonna try to meet them over here by Dome, but this circle is pulling over to the north side on the outskirts of Overlook, maybe even by the rocks to exit out of Overlook itself. So Heroes trying to see the duo, trying to capitalize.
Not too long now until the ring will push them out of here, or at least start ticking some of the damage. There we go. Achako has been found in the smoke. Heroes haven't got rid of Blacklist completely. The Pathfinder does allow a little bit of mobility to get out of here, but now just down to one.
Kathy trying to run for his life. By the way, Riddle Order has not stopped chasing them, so that's a fight that's inevitable. TSM, after a very rough start in that last game, trying to stay alive with Reps, going to be able to pop that med kit. 19 squads left, trying to see if they can put down the Moby, but playing off this low ground, you can expect this is where the circle will be pulling eventually, but by these train tracks, EXO in the vicinity, Na'Vi, Tai, Fnatic are still over by Overlook camping that ring beacon, but Space Station landing on the north side by Climatizer also have that information.
You're right, there are quite a few ring consoles actually within the next circle, Vicky. I mean, there's one at Epicenter, we've got one over at Climatizer, as well as Overlook. Even Mizuchi down near Geyser at the moment, potentially having access to that you know, Zone 3, Zone 4 information, depending on how long they want to play for it. Nice respawn coming through there for LGD.
Still on the other side, though, of TSM. It's a lot of attention. While Na'Vi are still on the high ground by the rocks of Overlook. Me slowing down just a little bit while more of these teams start rotating over by that south side. I'm thinking of NRG, Tai. It's a calm before the storm. You see the map right now on your feeds. DMS still on that north side. Virtus also going to be approaching with the survey beacon and ring console information in front of them. But I specifically really like Space Station Gaming's position. This allows them to be a lot more aggressive with the poke, but also without having to overextend and deny the Evil Harvester from the other squads that want to play from the corner of this northern zone.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's a good spot up there towards the rocks north of Overlook. That said, they're not running the Watson. Might help them out a little bit. I don't know.
Maybe I pick on that too much, honestly, because it's once you get a nice spot, it's always nice to have a Watson. But I guess that's why you some teams don't want to run that, because they want a little bit more flexibility. They want a bit more power in the fights. They want to be able to you know, run at people if they need to be able to.
Depends on how aggressive you get too, right? With the amount of Bangalores, I mean, literally 100% Bangalores out here. That Watson gen just comes in clutch when it comes to holding down a position. Seeing a much more aggressive approach, though, when it comes to Mizuchi not running the Watson, looking to try to take these fights. They get the crack here. Waltzy now trying to engage, but they're also needing to fight for that ring console that is right there in front of Fnatic.
Do you think Waltzy made a deal with MT? They've both cut off their hair recently. MT had the curls, Waltzy was a little bit longer, and they've both gone almost crew cut.
Maybe it's to just lock in, right? Just make sure you got nothing blocking your vision out here.
It's like, you know, saving the extra 5 minutes a day for washing your hair just like allows you to extend your practice schedule and get better. Like, is it that level of min-maxing?
Especially with Waltzy. Always got to hit the gym out here too. Saw that as Mizuchi actually opted to just back away, say it's not worth it for now. What if a third party comes in from tunnel side? It's a good consideration, since we saw Heroes taking their time on their rotate after they chased down the last member of Blacklist. Now going to be able to approach NRG at no name. So Mizuchi, with a nice timing on their rotate, have prevented themselves from getting sandwiched.
Being in the tunnels, very useful. You can essentially scout around corners. You can creep up there and try and work out where the other teams are playing when there's, you know, multiple ways you can get in and out of these tunnels, you know, since the changes happened, which has been a while now, but, you know, it does add a little bit more flexibility to how you can maneuver through that part of the map. Mizuchi go back, they go a bit more north, and it'll be interesting to see if they want to try and push even further up, or if perhaps they look back south and try and catch some teams like Heroes or Riddle Order coming out of the tunnels.
Just the fact that they keep calling such perfect timing on just getting out of trouble, because if they stayed in tunnel, they would have also gotten pinched by Riddle Order if they lingered behind Heroes. Mizuchi ended up going around the tunnel like we saw them earlier before, as we get to see other teams set up more by the edge of the circle. Elevate Bleed now trying to engage the EMP from the other side. I believe this is how, actually. We saw them playing Crypto earlier on. This is the team that likes to rely on that, but there is a ring console by Epi, so other teams like Dragon Esports could make an appearance from the north side of Epicenter.
As you say, there they are playing from the top of it. They've got How, the APAC North team, right underneath. Also, we've only got 2 teams from South American region in this tournament, Vicky, and e-xolos managed to make it through to the final, so that's awesome to see that we're going to have that representation come Sunday. Let's see if Dragons, a slightly more unknown quantity, I would say, if the international community in general will be able to join them.
It was lovely to see here, too. It's been difficult, though, in these lobbies. NRG just trying to pressure out Riddle Order. Yukio loses out on his shield. Just a blaring of Nemesis ringing through the air here, and they find him as a knock before they're able to land, but he's still in their line of sight. They're trying to break through the white knockdown, and they successfully finish him off. You know that Riddle Order, they couldn't afford that with the circle closing in, are now going to have to prioritize if they can get the respawn here. But on the other side of Overlook, Fnatic have not moved. They're still playing by the edge of the circle. They are not going to be giving them that space.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the information about this next circle, I believe, and that means that playing within Overlook is great. And yeah, look, it drops on their head. This is amazing for Fnatic. It's maybe even better for Mizuchi. But as you can see, their spot is a little bit more open, right? It's great. It's right in the middle of this zone, Vicky, but they don't have as much hard cover as you might prefer.
Which is the risk, right? When you go in for an early rotate like that, you're out in the open where a lot of teams could have you in their line of sight. But it's a risk that Mizuchi is willing to take. And we talked about the Watsons, right? That's one of the teams that don't have that gen to protect them. If a bombardment comes through with the Bang ult, You don't really have anything to deter that damage here. Just playing off of the natural terrain, while Alliance, a team that has just been so consistently within the top 3 from the very beginning, looking to do something similar here. Full purples on their side, just making sure that nobody's going to be rotating from Fragment East.
If they're looking for teams coming behind them, they're, look, unfortunately going to be a little bit out of luck. No one is on that western side of the map. They're not going to have the worst rotate in further. I mean, you've got NRG and Heroes still sitting around down in Ghost Town. North Eption above them as well on those hills. But, ooh, Elevate Bleed here. Now looking, revving up that mother load, thinking about it. But as the bang ult comes in, you can see the call is made to retreat.
Seeing that a lot, actually, in this lobby in general. They destroy the crypto drone if you're looking at Dragons. And that's Hal, who's right in front of them. So Dragons are currently getting circle kept, while Elevate are keeping them still stuck in the circle. Do they want to commit going through Hal, or are they going to start going in through Elevate? Honestly, opting to go from the low ground, very risky if they do want to wrap around and try to take circle damage, but instead with the zip line, we're able to immediately get right back up to high ground. Elevate have not stopped looking at them though. Do they want to still stay up on this high ground, force Elevate off, or maybe Dragons having to forcibly find their way around Hal, where Virtus Pro will actually pinch them?
Yeah, I don't know if it was the evac or the balloon perhaps up at Epi that Dragons took, but it seemed like they just stopped a little bit short as the bullets came in, and that has absolutely ruined their rotate. And Elevate Bleed, I believe, are going to ruin the rest of their game 4.
And Hal also taking some shots at them too, right? What are you gonna do? Dragons get eliminated. Hal right behind them. Circle pulling all the way over to the east side like we noted before, but there's so many of these teams that are gonna have to funnel their way through the west side of this circle while Elevate have that slight high ground.
Yeah, I can only presume it's going to go a little more north, because otherwise we could have the potential of a heel off above that zip line where Mizuchi was holding. Now, over here we've got Hal getting into it with Virtus Pro. They pushed into that bridge to try and take the spot away from them. It hasn't worked at all, but I think Hal licking their wounds might get eliminated by DMS on the other side.
See if they can try to restabilize. Well, Elevate, Bleed, and Alliance have engaged on the other side of that mountain. Had utilized this here earlier on here, not trying to engage the Knuckle Cluster out. Lacking on some energy ammo here, though, and following up, Alliance get eliminated for the first time, not in the top 3.
Wow. It's a big scalp for Elevate Bleed to pick up. And a good timing to do it, too. Ring 4 hasn't started closing yet. They've got a little bit of space, a little bit of time to get themselves over here to overlook to the buildings that you can see. Other teams like Fnatic, who are playing underneath Exo Clan, the one inside, will be doing much better, obviously. Yeah, having the Watson makes it hard to siege that building. Those doors are, yeah, it's very hard to shoot down the fences going into that building with a proper placement like we saw from Exo Clan there.
It's hard here. DMS, also another team to get eliminated on their rotate. The circle closing in here has allowed Elevate with this high ground approach to just mow down the rest of the team right underneath them. Because the LGD are about to get pinched with Elevate looking at them. Na'Vi on the other side. Can Elevate make it, though, through the next corner of the zone with North Eption on the other side by the truck and the train tracks? We noted that Mizuchi originally playing off that low ground, kind of seeing if they could find any opportunities to suppress North Eption from trying to approach them from the low ground, too.
LGD so close to those purples. So close that they want to find someone else just so they can get the poke and make themselves a little bit less enticing of a target. Elevate, they're on triple reds already because Noct is running away with 7 kills right now.
He's going crazy. Zach managing to survive though, playing right behind the goal. Knockdown Lou with the follow-up. LGD get eliminated. Timmy in your feed also popping off, preventing LGD from even trying to reset on the other side of where the zone is closing in here too. Mizuchi have now taken the heights. Ty playing off that low ground instead, while Elevate are in the smoke to try to restabilize.
Time members very split right now, just doing some crafting.
Mizuchi. They might have only made that one roster change recently, Vicky, but it feels like it's changed the entire team dynamic. So it was a bit of a question whether they could be, reach the high highs of 4th that they got at the last LAN they played. They are coming in today and saying, yes, we are that team. Maybe we're even better.
I love it. It's not even just a roster change, but also you have to imagine the role change too that Multi and Timmy have had to take on. It's huge here. While Case winning in your feed is going crazy, following up from the nade and the finisher with the Havoc here. Elevate Force on that low ground, trying to coexist with Ty, but they still have to make sure that Space Stations do not wrap up right around on the other side here. Ty gonna try to suppress them while Navi's still on the height.
Such a rough spot for Elevate. They can't really push in past those fences while Ty have got their reticles locked on them, so they start to make their way upwards. SSG goes down. But now you can see Mizuchi,
oh my goodness,
identifying that this is a big threat to them and they need to take it, but Multi is gone down nice and early there for Elevate.
Can we talk about Kaida with the nade, by the way? Ooh, the beef coming in from Guild. Gets the knock onto Zach Mazer. Timmy surviving by just a pixel. Elevate, get taken out. Lovely follow from Guild, holding that left angle. They were so fixated on Timmy there that they didn't look over to the side where Guild was just free range on them.
Ty, when will they decide to go up the zip line? I mean, Mizuchi, maybe they have time to find a respawn beacon, a mobile one, in one of those death boxes here and get Walty back into the fight. Because they've got a lot of space. Fnatic, EXOClan, and Na'Vi all way on the other side of Overlook here. You can see all of them together. They cannot worry about what's going on down south. Ty, however, they're right on this end zone. They can actually wait a long time if they want to.
No way. Their toes sticking out as the ring closes out on the other side of them. EXO were suppressing them from the low ground. Na'Vi on the other side. Talk about having to work with as a duo. Na'Vi, another one, kind of the last one alive. Yuka F also on the roof, trying to see if he can finish off the last member of Na'Vi before maybe wondering if he has to play behind the snuck or if he can get this res after popping his shield back.
Just trying to make a difference as the last one alive. A point or two would be good here. As we can see, it doesn't look like Ty have come up the zip line just yet. Mizuchi will try and take the high ground. Ty, you got to remember, they're the only team left alive right now that have a crypto, which means that even though they're down the bottom, they should have perfect information on all the teams above. They should know when is exactly the right time to pop up and make their move.
That's so true here too, but you also have Guild alive, and he waited to use that Seer ult. Love this third-person view while they hold on to the high ground. They also have to look behind them. You mentioned, when is Ty gonna pop up? Well, they're looking for an opportunity. They're stuck on the low ground axis, taking a lot of damage right there too. The final round is slowly closing in. Guild, the landing on top of the mother load.
They might have missed their opportunity. Now that the zone goes over where that zip line is, they either have to play for second or they have to take so much damage trying to come up that zip against Mizuchi.
There's no way, but EXO have now moved up on top of the rocks. They see the opportunity. Mizuchi get eliminated, and this is EXO's game. What they actually, Ty has managed to escape amidst this fight. They have been able to move up, but they obviously cannot reset with a medkit just yet, with EXO jumping down from their heads.
EXO will take it in the end. Ty guarantee themselves a second place by holding down the bottom of the tunnel, but just can't find that perfect timing to pop out. The other team's too busy playing whack-a-mole every time they stuck their heads above ground.
You love to see it here too, with the way that they had to play that on the other side. They fought from the north side of that zone. Well, we were talking about Space Station for so long, but they wrapped in the line of sight of Elevate Bleed. Ty on their timing on going up that zip instead. Mizuchi, though, gonna be able to get another top 3 after taking the dub in that previous game.
Another 13 points for them. Shout out to Noct. 8 kills on the Fuse in a single game. That's gonna do a lot to help elevate Bleed's chances to qual and get that top 9 placement. If you guys are, wondering how this format works, how it may be a little bit different to some other lands you've seen, top 9 will go through to Sunday. The next 10 will play in the last chance qualifier tomorrow, and the bottom team gets their key crushed.
Crazy here. That's going to do it for World's Edge 4 now. On the other side of this break, let's find out what map we'll be going to next.
France with a couple of big competitions going on right now. And no, I'm not talking about the Olympics. I'm talking about the Frenchman. K. Swinney gets the win alongside Fuda and Slayers to grab a huge bag of points that may just be the difference in qualifying for finals. Remember, even if you make it into that lobby, at least $12,000 coming your way. That is a big, big qualification prize, all the way up to $600,000 if you win. But let's not go too far ahead of ourselves. Jayhawk, Zephyrcast, Glitter Explosion, Reina here back on the desk. Let's start getting into the match results here, because we saw a big one from in Game 3, Mizuchi. They got on the board. That was big for them. It brought them here into a position to where another almost top 2, top 1 could have gone their way, Jayhawk, but ultimately EXO-Clan, they finish it off. A great climb, forced Timmy down. But those will be our top 3 teams overall, including Ty in match number 4.
Absolutely. In that match 3 game, we thought it was going to be Skyhook. It actually pulls out Mizuchi playing on the edge for third ring information. It benefits them the most. They come in, they get a great spot, they clean up the lobby. It was a great game. And then in game 4, we get a pretty standard Overlook one. We were thinking maybe Fnatic was going to take it. Unfortunately, they ran into EXO-Clan, who could not be stopped in that end game. They went crazy.
Just an insane stat read there from Mizuchi coming off of that last match result. The placement in the KP does not reflect how much pressure this roster was putting out across the remnants of that lobby, even though they could not deliver on that climb like you were saying, Rain.
I could say, if you're watching and you're from Timmy's YouTube, that looks like a pretty bad, you'd skip that gameplay because it's usually 20 kills, 10,000 damage or something like that. 6 kills, 4K, it's a little harder in Pro League. We'll figure that one out, of course. But, of course, when you head into the series, it's Alliance on top. As you see, 56 points that have taken them to the top of the mountain. Will they stay there? Still got a lot to prove, and this is a big one because, as you can see, Mizuchi, EXO-Clan, Northeption, and Blacklist International rounding out our top 5 with TSM close behind. The story will change. That's right. Remember you were voting for that map? Well, guess what? We have revealed that the map will be Olympus. That's right. You have chosen for Olympus in Game 5. The fan vote is here. Lauren, I'm excited.
I'm excited.
I know you wanted this one.
I did want this one.
We finally get to see it here at the EWC.
I'm excited because now we've gotten CKC, we've gotten Broken Moon. Why not get all 3 up here on the board? Now we get to take a look at Olympus. And there's quite a few things here that I'm excited to look at. Specifically, though, we've got to contest.
Yes.
Okay, we've got to contest at
Over
Elysium
here.
and Hydro, which when combined, arguably one of the best drops, and that's why there is that contest happening with Alliance and LGD. And the way we've seen Alliance playing here so far, they're absolutely going to try to push them out and own that entire area. There's a trident they want. They want information so that they know where they're going for their pathing after that. I mean, this is a huge, or could be a huge win for Alliance.
Yeah, the thing about Olympus, obviously combining tridents now, it's no longer the zip lines that we see or the zip rails that we see on Broken Moonbin. That helps with mobility, but also it is a map that funnels fights a little bit differently. Getting caught up in that terminal rotation, especially if you are a team, you know, heading in the bottom like TSM from Bonsai, could be trouble trying to get through that through Turbine. A lot of contested areas. Yes. Are you excited about this map, though? And who, if you are excited for their position outside of Alliance?
So I would love to direct this up towards the top northeastern here, especially with Rift in the powerhouse for SSG. Once again, a roster that we have been looking to find their footing coming in today. Very close, finished 7th in our last matchup there on World's Edge. Now in the position of one of our best rotating and one of our stronger POIs here on Olympus. Access to that portal, Balloon out there over an Energy Depot where you see Northeption, and of course a plethora of loot for them to hopefully finally put themselves in the driver's seat.
Look at that right side as well. I mean, let's bring it back. Fnatic, you know, that Overlook game, we thought they might have finished a little bit better. We did call it coming out of that halftime where Game 3 ended that way. They didn't get the win, but overall, Clinic, Gardens, a spot you'll find. I love the land towers as well when I end up playing on Olympus. But Jayhawk, what do you see standing out here? EXO-Clan are winners of last game. They're landing all the way up northwest on Carrier near Virtus Pro.
Absolutely, and up at the north, you can see there's a lot of teams that are kind of clustered because those POIs are really close together, and so I'm interested to see how the rotates work there with NRG, with How, with Northeption, because all of those teams, if they loot quickly and they start rotating, there's a lot of bumping into each other that could happen, and we could maybe see early fights, but I think these teams are aware of it. They've obviously been scrimming on it, so maybe they're going to adjust, and we'll see what EXO can do from Carrier.
Really interesting just to see this map, again, played at a high level, competitive level, Ben. There's so many different nuances there. Estates, when I see that and I look at Mizuchi, obviously they play well, but when you think of Estates, you think death, early death. It's kind of like Bunker the other day in Kings Canyon. You know, this is the most contested spot when you're landing in pubs, but now, obviously, it's going to be very free with a team like Mizuchi landing there to start.
You know, it's a shame that this didn't show up yesterday because that's the spot we typically see a team like Falcons here. An incredible POI for them to work with. And something to note is the fact that because of that contest, it might potentially be a little bit more safe for them to find their at least pacing coming out of it. One final POI I do want to touch on, though. Depot, completely in the hands of Riddle here. Maybe not as explosive as some of these other POIs, but can be just as good, especially because it avoids a lot of the pressure that we do see through the Terminal, Hammond, and Turbine area here, and is arguably stronger with some of that access to the beacons.
I love Riddle Order as well, team we haven't highlighted too much. Yukio, one of our most famous and most watched APAC North streamers in the Apex Legends scene, continues to have a chance to impress at high level, qualifying qualifying for most of the lands that we will see here. No difference at EWC. Competition continues to raise. The stakes get even higher, and this time, it's your map. That's right. Olympus is where we will see who will become the king of the castle. Will it end up being another one where Mizuchi can finally take a win? It would be 2 on the day. Will EXO continue the rise after not even qualifying for this over Passion UA and getting that spot because they couldn't be here? So many stories. Let's find out. Go to our casters to see what happens as we send it to Olympus.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. I am so excited that you all at home have picked Olympus. I have been waiting for this moment, Genome, because there's so many possibilities here. And what I mean by that, usually when the Olympus has been that subject, that topic to look at as a map, whether it's viable competitively or not, a lot of pros talk about the Marvins obviously coming through, Phase Driver being another option, the Tridents of course here, but we've given up those zip lines obviously on Broken Moon, have moved now over to the Tridents instead on Olympus, and we get to see how these pros really do get out now.
So many questions, a lot of interesting changes to compositions coming through. Nothing super out of left field. I mean, Dragons have gone over to a Lifeline, Riddle Order choosing Bloodhound. So still sort of sticking within the meta, most of these teams, but there has been almost like 10 changes, I think it is, from going over from World's Edge to Olympus. So plenty of teams opting for something a little different. No Rampart, no Newcastle, you know. Teams definitely tried out those at the very start when they were looking at Olympus, but not to be. We're also seeing that Alliance get both Elysium and Hydroponics. We were talking about that, you know, the desk was mentioning that, you know, if you get both of these, incredibly strong. And that's, yeah, it's going to be a real boon to Alliance who, you know, as you can see, are already in the #1 spot, 56 points to their name.
Earlier on, we had seen at least LGD potentially go to Hydro, with LGD opting to go to the actual other side by the Clinic, and that's a really big deal because that's the respect that Alliance has built up for themselves after their insane performance thus far within this lobby. So also double ring console, survey beacon, so much, and of course a Trident for a quick rotate.
Yeah, I was wondering if that might be the case because, you know, on that drop spot map we had Fnatic with Gardens and Clinic. You know, a little bit of it's almost like an epi survey sort of situation where it's like, yeah, you can sometimes maybe get that get them both to yourself, but it also does make sense to split them sometimes. Meanwhile, Turbine, the spot that we all have gone down, we've met our, you know, Maker in the death box too many times trying to rotate through Olympus. Let's see how many teams are going to find a fight in here. Heroes were poking over at how Heroes, of course, are the team who do land in Turbine, but it looks like they want to keep making their way over towards Garden where it's going to end.
Listen, Genome, I call Turbine the don't pull up zone because you already know it's going to be hot in the block here as Fnatic engaging in a fight too while they try to take the high ground. Also scanning that care pack. Going to be able to already have that zip line ready to go. And while they do hold on to the high ground here, this is a fantastic spot to be when you had that ring console information over by Gardens like you saw earlier on, Genome. This is where the circle is going to be pulling, and sometimes this circle ends up pulling in front of Gardens where you could see the stairwell that would lead into Energy, but so many teams already quick on the rotate. DMS slowly approaching Fnatic from that low ground here, while Mizuchi had taken the Phase Driver to approach from the Rift side.
LGD Gaming, despite not getting Elysium, might be much happier that for the one map they will be playing on Olympus today, it ends right in their backyard. Most teams will be pulling up towards Garden. You probably would have known this from playing this this POI out, but having that high ground is very beneficial. LGD don't even need to get you know, involved in that though, because they can just hold back at Clinic until it is time to move a little further in. Now, a team like Dragons, they started off all the way down here at Icarus, and they've decided to take their time. I mean,
They don't have an immediate ring console character. That might be one of the reasons, Vicky, because they do have a ring console down there, but with the Pathfinder on their side, it doesn't mean that they can necessarily just, you know, bang out the ring console and then zoom straight into zone. They do need to get access to the Evo and then the level 2 upgrades first.
Yeah, he needs that blue Evo shield first here before they are able to scan that beacon, while Mizuchi just going to be able to hide up inside this northern building. On the outskirts was Riddle Order. While so many other squads start rotating in, we saw TSM earlier on having a bit of a rough portion of their series after getting that dub in game number 2. Fell in 12th place last game, 17th in game number 3. Mizuchi dropping all the shield batteries here while they still are going to be playing off that low ground. DMS having to play in the middle though on the low ground over by Gardens is always so scary though, because there's so many different entry points, and if you're not careful on the rooftop there, the one that looks down on that low ground, you could actually get poked out very easily. Luckily for them, they have the Watson comp, so it could work out, preventing EXO from maybe trying to get aggressive, but they're trying to take a different off angle after losing out on Fuda.
Advantage DMS right now. EXO, with all of the Watson utility though, can slow things down, and maybe this fight does go their way. There we go, the trade comes back. This time it's Fnatic popping down and being a nuisance.
Through that window too that I just mentioned on the high ground, if you're not careful, you just see so much from that low ground here too, and you could be funneled in that direction from the pressure that DMS was feeling from EXO earlier. So many other different directions, and DMS get eliminated. EXO were able to get the reset. Look at Slayer's health. He was literally 1 pixel away from getting knocked. They are going to be able to reset. They are going to be able to take that low ground here, but for how long with Fnatic trying to also get aggressive, holding on to the high ground?
Lovely little split screen here to show that we've got 5 teams currently within Gardens. Quite a few playing the chokes around them. Teams like Virtus Pro and Alliance sitting in chokes to the west in Energy Depot. Oh!
Wow.
That's a good start to the fight from Henchman.
Gets beamed though. He's got to grapple out of there. Na'Vi were looking for the opportunity on the other angle that we saw EXO approach DMS before they took them out. And now just deciding to sit pretty in that building before maybe seeing if they have another opportunity, because you could expect Gardens here. We don't see Olympus, obviously, Gino, but you have a lot of space to coexist here. Well, DRG, what a clutch from sleep with 1 health. Stays alive, is able to get the reset, and no third party in sight.
The woes for Weibo continue here. A team that came out #1 in APAC South in Split 1 have really struggled when the pressure is on and the stakes are high. That LAN, any form of it in Apex will put a pretty penny in your pocket if you can come out on top, and Weibo just have never been looking close to pocketing something big. Unfortunately, just not showing up when their bums are in seats at LAN.
Crazy. They're sitting in dead last right now, just to put into perspective, because I feel like this is when the pressure really starts ticking over our pros' heads. They came in 15th in game 1, 19th in game 2, 20th back-to-back now here. Well, DRG after that reset currently right now, Sleep the last one alive. Oh, he doesn't. That was a replay that we saw from earlier on, but that was a nice clutch that we were also able to see earlier, while Alliance also were able to get the knock onto Space Station.
Okay, now moving back to the present day. As we mentioned, a couple teams playing around these chokes, looking for some gatekeeping KP. Alliance are one of them, and they're on the better side of the ring versus Space Station or NRG. It's a very high sight line up here. You can see this, you know, if anyone starts looking out from Gardens, they're gonna have some trouble. That's why Effect and Alliance are playing in those little bike shelters there. And they do have to move once the bang ults start to put some pressure on them.
And the only team, by the way, that it will be in the vicinity of where the survey beacon usually spawns over by Energy Depot, so they're holding onto the stairs to make sure that no other team takes their time to counter-rotate, maybe utilize that survey instead. Side by side, while Clinic currently with TSM only Furholst alive. Elevate, get the finishing blow onto Reps. Space Station eliminated in your feet. What can Furholst do? We were just highlighting TSM's performance. They won game 2, but it hasn't been all lights for them.
It's crazy how TSM have popped out of the spotlight since
Pal moved over to the Falcons, but they have maintained a lot of their position, honestly. Quite achievers in some ways. I mean, second in the North American Pro League is a huge achievement. We are definitely expecting them to make the top 9 today and make it through to Sunday. Now, LGD, we said they didn't have to do a lot. They could just sit over here at Clinic, but unfortunately, too many other teams had the same idea, and with Elevate Bleed and TSM coming in, both TSM now going down completely, whereas LGD just left with 1 alive.
And Elevate just not only cleaned them up, but it just comes to show you here. Look at Lou's face, the smile. Verhol's just feeling that pressure earlier on, but look at where the circle's pulling.
Yeah, loving the picture there to show us that all of those teams that have taken up spots in the buildings in Gardens, well, they can stay put. Start, looking at some homemakers catalogs perhaps, and picking out the wallpaper, because they're going to be there for a little while longer. That means, of course, the teams up towards the top here, NRG and Alliance, who've just been poking at each other. Finally, NRG do get up this ramp that Alliance were holding them out on for quite a while. They're going to have to try and make a late push for the Gardens buildings.
After seeing that replay from Dragons Esports sleep with that clutch, they've taken their time to rotate from the south side too of that zone, slowly approaching Clinic, while we look on the other side, closer to NRG, like you mentioned, Gino. Mizuchi are playing off this low ground. How to approach, seeing where that zone is pulling. Riddle Order are on the other side of Mizuchi, so it's not like they can wrap around in the direction of where the no-name beacon usually is, north of Clinic. Difficult situation to be in. DRG, you see the charge rifle beaming right through the smoke here too. Are opting to end up just taking a bit of ring damage, the zip line, so that way they can counter-rotate behind Elevate.
Oh, it's a risky play. Will it pay off? Looks like Elevate Bleed are very much aware of this. Headphones are plugged in. They've heard the South American team here get on top of them. Trying to line it up to get that evac motherload in. They want the information that comes out of that ultimate. Looks like Dragons have gone all the way over them though, so interesting. Hold on to the ultimate. Perhaps a good thing that they didn't pop that too early. They're now going to come up on Fnatic, who were actually split holding a little bit, but it looks like, I think that might have been the Pathfinder player using the grapple to get back to his teammates and to safety.
For Dragons versus Riddle Order, who now allowed a pathing for Mizuchi to wrap up from behind. That could be a potential third-party look at. Sleep still alive. Nice Evil Shield swap. Having to get out of the mother load. Feeling the pressure for Elevate, who now have the opportunity to turn their attention to Dragons, who take out Riddle Order. But instead, they're opting to also prioritize their rotate. Because in this hilltop, there's so many different directions that Fnatic could take without giving exactly the high ground spot away. Different split position to still harass, Elevate, Bleed. But they're not going to do that just yet. They're just still going to be able to hold on to that building while this fight has been going on for forever between NRG and Mizuchi.
Alliance not going to be a part of this one. They've gone far further south. Without Nocturnal to provide the smoke cover, can they get this reset? Looks like there's also at least one knock for Mizuchi, so NRG, yes, they do get it, and we'll be back up to the full 3. Try to put the knuckle cluster to get that pressure behind the knockdown shield.
But the third party from Dragons Esports, they swapped places from the team they eliminated Riddle Order, and guess who's right behind them? The third party's about to get fourth party, because Elevate Bleed saw the opportunity, are now wrapping up behind Dragons Esports, and Dragons Esports, despite even putting down the zip though, have given up that high ground. They have to watch out. Well, the bang rolls and NRG have moved away and have stayed alive.
Elevate might not be playing the Bloodhound, but they are following that trail that Dragons Esports left behind them. They've gone north to try and look for some of these kills in, was it the KP they wanted, or did they just want to make sure that there were less teams around that northern area so that when they do eventually have to come back towards Garden, they have a little bit more space to themselves. Ammo expended just to make sure that they can't get on that evac tower. That is a threat, absolutely. If they fly over the top of Elevate, all of a sudden, maybe the spot they're looking to take gets
yanked right from out under their noses.
See if they can even get out of the circle. They're going to be taking a lot of damage, too, after taking already a lot of damage from the initial fight. So you can expect them to get knocked. You can already see it in your feeds. Reptar with the double knock. One member left from Dragons. Elevate calling out Lou for shooting down that evac tower, preventing them from a safe rotate here. This is where the chaos that we can expect to really go down, because in that next circle, once these pros see that, it's going to be pulling right on top of Na'Vi and EXO.
Fairly close to where NRG are sitting, though. Fun FPS. God, it's good to see him back on the Pathfinder. And NRG, can they use that little bit of comfort, familiarity to push them up into the top 9 and straight into Sunday's matches? At the moment, they sit in 11th, a little behind the pace.
Oh, Alliance versus North Epson here on the inside. Just going absolutely crazy here with the Sentinel too. Onto North Epson, but here comes Effect. The slide in, North Epson get eliminated. Third party opportunity to come in, and they were split up. Hawkeyes was on the low ground, having to forcibly drop down. This is all Blacklist building now.
Alliance still in the vicinity. 2 of them at least. Tai are going to be looking on from their eastern wing. But with the hedges and the other buildings in the way, there might be a way for these teams to get in unscathed.
Especially Fnatic, who have been playing King of the Hill from the very beginning, right? See the evac tower called in right in front of NRG. Playing off this low ground here. Blacklist, they had gotten a knock earlier onto Hawkeyes. Sliding down, Alliance were a duo earlier before that engagement too. With 9 squads left, Blacklist do eventually have to move. This leaves Alliance as a solo for now. And Fnatic, Sasuke following up, gets knocked, following up with Funyuka and that Rolling Thunder. They prevented the team from coming up from the other side. Elevate are still alive for now, while Chaku still fights for his life on the inside. The Jet though?
Unfortunately, didn't provide enough of the regen to manage to stay up against that Arc Star, but it's fine. They've got the fences in place to try and get the revive here. EXO Clan, they've already taken out 1 dub so far in this series, but they've got Fnatic on their backs. This team is sat here. That is, of course, the team who landed in Gardens. They've done a great job of controlling the high ground.
After having the passive to heal within his own smokes here too. Just gonna be able to regenerate. I was worried a little bit for Blacklist there, because if that gen had come out just slightly earlier, they wouldn't have felt the pressure from that Arc Star. While Alliance stay alive as a solo, Na'Vi versus NRG inside this building over to the north. Fnatic still on the high ground, and Elevate also a solo alive in this lobby.
Quite a few rats actually running around now. Unlucky one of them. No point going down with a couple of thermites in the backpack. So yeah, absolutely pump out all that utility right now just to try and delay. Unfortunately, Nocturnal is 2 on it. The turbocharger will deal with him without further delay.
Took NRG some time to fully send it onto the solo because they don't have a seer. They didn't have that information at the time. So now I've been able to claim that low ground building. Elevate's still the only solo left in this lobby. While Fnatic,
damn.
Go check in hand, seeing if they get a little cheeky angle here from the platform.
Yeah, takes 75 zone damage just to chuck those arrows in.
And look at the fact that he's got 23 energy ammo in the reserve. Fnatic has been here from the very beginning. That's also denied them the opportunity to get any extra loot. That's why they wanted to fully send it onto Elevate Fleet earlier to prevent them on their rotate initially, but they couldn't get the last solo.
Yeah, look, he might be getting the shatter caps out soon with that that small amount of energy left in the chamber. Of course, Fnatic, as we said, yeah, they've just been sitting up there for quite some time, and it looks like they haven't got some of the resupply death boxes perhaps that they needed. Anyway, down to 5 squads now. Lobby Rats, JMW, and Zach Mazer still in the play. Well, okay, JMW is going to go down, but yeah, as we can note there, Elevate have had a great game, and maybe there's even some more placement points left in this for them.
4 squads left. Elevate finally get taken out. The Exterminator has been called in from Leica. EXO playing off the low ground. That's why fighting for this spot was so important from the beginning. But with Fnatic being on the high ground, you see the evac tower in front of them. They're going to have to start moving eventually, taking it off angle to make sure that they're just not sitting ducks in front of EXO.
They've got the information from the Fuse ultimate, but do they have the bullets left to even put this team down? Fnatic have converted this home zone to get into the top 9. The one clip that Leica has left doing some work.
Got 3 arrows, 2 in the boat check. Last 2 spots left. EXO get eliminated now. It's Na'Vi versus Fnatic. Fnatic, when they needed it most, get the dub. They were sitting in 17th before that win. And that is Fnatic coming out of Clinic to claim the high ground, even if it meant giving up any extra loot that they could have had from the squads trying to take the same spot from them.
Judicious use of the resources available to them there at the end. I mean, we didn't get to see the other 2 players to see how much pressure they were able to put out with the weaponry available to them, but it always gets a little bit dicey when you've, yeah, you know, I don't know. I feel like when you're at home, you're playing a ranked game or something like that, Vicky, you know, I feel like we always keep like too much ammo in the chamber. The pros, you know, they want to go out with basically 0. If they hit the last bullet for the last kill, that's perfect, right? And that's basically what we saw out of Leica in that game. Just managing to come out on top of EXO, and yeah, look, a fantastic game from Fnatic with 12 kills to their name.
12 kills and Yuka getting 6 of those kills. They were popping off. Yes, they were able to get all that KP, but even more importantly, without giving up their high ground. Actually crazy to see Fnatic out here. Let's see if they can keep up that momentum after we just saw a great performance on Olympus. Don't go anywhere, because on the other side of this break, we got game number 6.
Well, I asked who would be the kings of the castle. It seems like the kings of APAC North are back in good form. Fnatic take this game, number 5, and lead us into our halftime with a beautiful win. Rain Day here and Glitter Explosion next to me. This face you may not have seen unless you've been paying close attention to the data of Falcons. Why is that? Because he's the analyst. Privacy, thank you so much for joining us. It's been great to have you. This is not the first time we've talked. One of the things about it, though, is that your voice is a little sore that last time we did it. You're feeling much better now. But I could see now that he's here why it's so sore, Lauren, because he's always talking about stats.
He's literally 24/7.
Literally always.
Knows every single number about anything that could ever matter.
So we're excited to have you because obviously inside the Apex Legends scene, there's so many members of the community, members on rosters like you who are doing work that no one gets to see. No one really gets to appreciate. Let's start with it right now. What was your takeaway? Let's watch some highlights. Fnatic win that game. Fnatic, a great team. That's where they landed. So Olympus, a map for them. Any surprises there from you? What was your takeaway seeing how Fnatic managed that?
Fnatic on Olympus is one of the best teams from the scrims stats that we played in international scrims. They averaged around 9 points per game. This zone was actually the best for them because they land in Garden and in Clinic. They have the loot for that. They have the advantage of the high building, the top building on the high, and that's actually the winning spot most of the times. They played the game perfectly as always. They cleaned their sides. They did what they had to do to win the game. EXO could have actually denied them this win if EXO tried to take the heights from them when they tried to clean bleeds. But it didn't happen. They went back, they got the spots, and they won the game from there.
You know, I'm sure as we have so many questions obviously for you, I just want to double down on this one. How do you know that this is the winning spot? I mean, what goes into it for you? How do you find that out in your job? Is it just watching enough? Is that just...
That's more than that. You need to have a little bit of experience of zones, how they shift, where they are, and you need to know a little bit about what are the winning spots for certain zones. Because we saw a lot of games happening on that ones, even from ranks, even analyzing ranks. No matter even if the teams are different in ranks, but you can see where is the most. What is the power place? Where's the power spot? Where you can't really get inted easily, where you can get the most kills, poking to level your armors, and this building for Gardens is always the power spot. When you play it, when you have it, then you will win the game.
I like it, the power spot. Well, we got to start using that one.
Yeah, right.
I think the element, too, that I'm interested in, and as we take a look here, you just saw the match results, our top performers, Yuka F, Henchman, Like You, and Sleep, is how does a team take this information and turn it into something that becomes an actual measurable statistic? I feel like the winning spot is a feeling thing at times, and also it's an execution thing at times as well. Lauren, we've seen Fnatic play Overlook. They had the same zone. They had an Overlook essentially zone. They didn't win. So how do you measure that? Sometimes it's not in the data.
I mean, that's what the little aspect of RNG that we love about the game, right? And they can set themselves up for success as best as they can. What I liked about what they did differently this time around is they knew they had a good spot, but they were also aggressive. They got 12 kills this time around, which was a little bit different than what we saw out of them in their Overlook spots. So now they're starting to bump themselves up here in these rankings. Those kills alone were massive impact.
Huge, huge. He mentioned average 9 points. Another big thing I wanted to ask as well, but as you take a look at the overall standings, after 5, it's Alliance, EXO Clan, who have jumped up to 2nd place. Remember, I keep saying this story in case you're forgetting it. We're not qualified for this. Passion UA was unable to get here. EXO Clan took their spot, and obviously now they are in 2nd place after 5. That is a great sign. Making just Sunday guarantees you at least $12,000 and a maximum of $600,000 if you come into 1st place. Joined here again, Glitter Explosion, Privacy Analyst for Falcons. Privacy, that point thing, we have actually talked about that a bit. 5 points, that's the thing we look at on broadcast as, okay, even if you have a bad game, you want to at least be getting 5-6 points. Is that the number you use? What's the number of points you feel comfortable with a team getting on average to know you're doing well?
So when I do the data, depends first of all what was the set of the zones that happened in the data. If the team was not comfortable in the zone, didn't have really prio, and the zones wasn't favoring the POI where they land, then we can just go and check what do they play. Do they get on more kills? I would go from above 6 points per game. That's a good. If you got like a good prio zones and you are averaging only 6 points, that's a bad. Then we need to make this type of correlations of where you land, where the zones are going, and then if we have a big data numbers, like for example on Ward's Edge or on Storm Point, we played quite a lot of scrims. We know exactly that doesn't matter because that's across the whole map. We played more than like 200 zones or more. So we know that actually that number will correlate directly how good the team is on the map.
Very, very interesting stuff. This is why, you know, math, I hit a certain point. I said calculus, I'm not going to need to know more than that.
I'm good.
I'm good. This ain't going to be my thing. Privacy must have kept it going. This is his part-time job, by the way. He works, I believe, I don't know if it's data analyst, as full-time.
No, I'm product manager in robotics and machine vision.
He's in robotics,
and
he's a genius as well. So that's where these numbers are coming from. I know a genius in terms of playing, though. Apex Legends has had a team on top all day long so far. It's Alliance, and guess what? They are standing by Hockey's himself with We the People. Peeps?
I am here with Hackies from Alliance. You gotta be feeling good, huh?
I feel amazing. It's just first 5 games, so we got 5 more to go.
Absolutely. So coming off game 1, fresh off a dub, 25 kills in 2 games. The thing is, I don't feel like you guys get the respect you deserve on the international stage, right? How do you feel about that? And where do you rank yourselves amongst the 38 teams still left in this tournament?
I mean, I always just focus on myself and just think, like, you know, you gotta have the confidence to be the best in the world, otherwise you're never gonna be it, you know? So for me, we're number 1. We just gotta also prove it, you know?
Spoken like a true champion right here, somebody who is ready to win the lion's share of the $2 million here in Saudi Arabia. So talk to me a little bit about your teammates. You got 2 of the best controller players. Let me correct that. You got 2 of the best players, period, on your team. Talk to me about Unlucky. Talk to me about Effect, and what do they contribute to the team?
I mean, they're both just playing amazing right now. Like, they're playing together. They have the duo synergy. Like, right now, they can 2v3 any single team in the lobby. I'm just watching our back, making the calls, you know, just sending them to attack someone, and they do it. So I'm super happy with how they're playing right now.
No, I mean, anybody would. You guys are looking absolutely unstoppable. And IGL and Wise, right? You are leading your teams to victory right now. Where do you rank yourself amongst the IGLs?
Same answer as the team one. You know, you gotta believe that you're the best, otherwise you're never gonna be the best. So I'm excited to prove myself this time.
I think this is the land that EMEA is on top. You gotta prove it, bring it to us. Guys, that is it from Hackies here, one of the greatest players in the history of Apex right next to me. Guys, thank you so much. Casters, back to you.
Thanks, peeps. I saw Hockeys as well at the ping pong table. That's right. We have ping pong tables here in the Players Lounge. I'm not going to say how it went, but let's just say I kept playing. We'll put it that way. He's shaking his head. Privacy and I have seen. He knows what happens when we get down on it. That's right. Come on, man. We're having some fun. Don't let a basketball hoop get out here.
You're ping pong shark.
I'm
Rain,
short,
okay?
but you know what? I got a jumper, okay? All right, guys, it's so great. Hockey's obviously feeling very confident, Lauren. He should be. They're on the top of the group, and this is a team that is very, very successful. And you know what? I think they're part of the major stories here in this tournament. There's some other major stories, though, that coming in throughout this split captivated us all. Falcons were a byproduct of this because leaving TSM, Imperial Hal put TSM on a different trajectory, one where they didn't really know where they would end up. Well, they've been successful today. Group B has been a great showing so far with 5 games left to go. Let's send you to some of our talent in a little piece we put together talking about their journey so far and the expectations of TSM at the EWC.
TSM has actually looked surprisingly much better than I think a lot of people, myself included, thought they would coming into the season. You lose Imperial Hal, and it doesn't feel like they've really missed a beat at all.
TSM is looking phenomenal ahead of EWC. I mean, 2nd place overall in North America. A lot of people didn't think that they were going to be playing as well as they did, but look at them now.
I think they're going to perform incredibly well. Zapto, young player, first-time IGL, and he has fully embraced the role. His teammates trust him an immense amount, and although it's hard to fill the CEO's shoes, so far he's been up to the task.
I think TSM is going to perform extremely, extremely well. Zap has been filling those shoes of Hal really well. It's hard to when, you know, we're talking about the CEO, but props to Zap.
I think TSM is more motivated than any team in the world to beat Falcons. I think that Verholst and Reps want to prove that it wasn't a one-man show on TSM, and they were winning championships for a reason.
I think at the end of the day, Apex is a tight community. We're friends no matter what at the end of the day, but this is, you know, a $2 million tournament. Everybody wants to take down the Falcons.
TSM's run so far has been proving a lot of people wrong, and I think that that narrative, that story is going to continue, and who knows what they can accomplish here.
Let's go, boys.
We the People and AJ Hawk giving us their thoughts on TSM, currently sitting in 9th place. That's right. They'd be in finals if it ended this way, but still 5 games to play. And let's speak of it. 6th game coming up, and you have chosen, it was a tight race, but it's Broken Moon for Game 6. Lauren, as we reveal the map they'll be playing on before we go back to World's Edge and Storm Point, we finally get to see Broken Moon today, and that will be a big turning point for a lot of teams.
I'm excited that we get round 2 of Broken Moon, and as we get the map popped up behind us, this will be your first time seeing all of this amazing map layout. We've been talking a lot about which teams are good on which maps. We've now got Broken Moon as the next choice, so start giving me your thoughts on who could potentially succeed here.
SSG is the best Broken Moon team by far, actually, and they have around 13 points. They average around 13 points per game. They do great. They have the best POI in the map, which is our POI, to be honest, when we play from here too. And it has a lot of loot. It has, even if you get Hazmat team usually is a fast rotating team, so you get 2 consoles. It helps you in any playstyle you want to play. One of the worst teams in this map, surprisingly, Alliance.
Really?
They average around 5 points per game.
Okay.
They are worse on King's Canyon. They are lucky it wasn't even chosen, but they are not good as well here. They are even on 3 points per points on King's Canyon. They are lucky it was voted. They have 2 more.
Right.
Yeah. That's an interesting aspect. Alliance, obviously a team we've been talking about highly. The question, though, I mean, as we look back to it as well, we've been watching them for years. Can they keep it up on Storm Point? From Storm Point to this switch, and that is the difference between a champion or not.
Yeah, and it's something that we're looking for them to overcome. I'll be interested to see if their stats hold now in their performance here today against what you've given us information-wise, or if they've maybe figured something out in the interim coming now to EWC to try and work on that.
Yeah. I want to get your guys' thoughts on this as well. I mean, EXO-Clan, what's going on? Production, what's going on? Oh, okay, I know. It's because we have no idea where they're going. What do you do in a situation like this, Privacy, where you don't really know? It's kind of up in the air.
Are they mystery landing? If I were now EXO at the moment, I will go either to Spaceport or the Dry Gulch, because Fnatic cannot hold both. Fnatic cannot hold both POIs. Fnatic already in scrims before, when somebody tries to land there, they are landing on those 2 POIs because they are free. They are trying the same as what Mizuchi does in Storm Point when they claim Coastal and they claim Echo. They do it so to scare teams away, and they do it. The team that goes in Coastal, even if there is a team goes in Coastal, they don't need to contest them, but that team will be guaranteed fast rotating, so they have the whole site for them, and they have the consoles and so on. I think Fnatic would do the same, and that's why EXO would be landing on one of those 2, depending what's free or who is split from Fnatic will be landing where.
Is this a decision that's made in the dropship?
Should be.
Should be. Wow. Okay,
I mean, I think they already saw that map and decided for Fnatic, and they will decide which one of those 2 they will be landing on the dropship.
Okay, obviously, Privacy, you know, we're looking at Alliance here in bio, but one thing that's interesting to me, what's the implication of the fact that you and SSG, a team that, you know, you and SSG, Falcons SSG, that was 1 and 2 for most of Pro League. What happens now when you guys are sharing the same spot on Broken Moon, potentially in a situation, or any map, right? Whether it's Storm Point or World's Edge. How do you handle that? What's your advice?
I mean, we are not in the same group, so we will never be contesting for this.
Yes.
We searched for this one. We searched which POI had the most loot, which POI gives us actually the most advantage. In the interesting fact, like few weeks before, Broken Moon had only 13 consoles.
Yes.
That means that the zone playstyle would have been perfect because everything is equal to 95%. Now it's not, but we got another one. That's why we actually kept on this map, because we have a double in Hazmat. Hazmat team will be leaving, we'll have double consoles, and loot is perfect. Consoles are multiples, and we have more than 1 even UAVs. We are chilling in this one.
Amazing stuff. Privacy, it's so great to have you on. We appreciate it. Lauren, I'm going to end with you here. Thoughts and predictions. We've seen 5 games. We've had 5 different winners in Fnatic and Mizuchi, TSM, Alliance. We've seen so many different things. What's your expectation here heading into Broken Moon?
I don't know if it's an expectation, but I'm definitely keeping my eyes on the Bleed Elevate combo, okay? So I want to see what they can bring it here in the next game.
They've been playing well. We'll see if they continue to. Let's get to our casters and get Broken Moon started.
Well, here we go then, everybody. A little bit of Broken Moon to close out our mystery maps for the day. Shout out to everyone who voted, of course. It's up to you, of course, the people at home where we play, where we end up going. And no Kings Canyon today.
I've heard that Nicewig was a big influence on this one. Kings Canyon was winning until Nicewig said, actually, let's all just vote Broken Moon. There are certain members of this community that have a big impact on these votes.
Wigfluence. That's what we'll call it.
And shout out Wig, obviously doing a watch party at the moment. But I'm excited to see Broken Moon and some very interesting facts there coming out as well. You know, who's the best team? Space Station have performed very well in scrims, have one of the best POIs on the map at the same time. On the flip side, Alliance have been struggling a little bit, but will they be able to do better now it's in actual competition?
I was going to say on the flip side as well, did you watch those scrims?
Sadly.
That's all I'm going to say about it. This is the first, I would say, usable data that we'll be able to collect after these games are done. But it's always fascinating to watch, right? The unpredictable nature of a new map. And speaking of unpredictable, we talked about EXO-Clan, right? Where they're going to land? Well, we're finding it out right now.
Yeah, Privacy said it's going to be up next to Fnatic, and he was bang on the money. Not only do EXO-Clan join them, but they also get a ring console to go alongside it. So they'll get that data of who's going to be, or where that circle is going to be going. Looks like we're going to be heading down to the south of the map, by the way, down towards Atmos. So I'm excited to see how, you know, Weibo are going to be dropping here. They are currently in 20th position, only 4 points. Boy, do they need this.
They do.
If they want to stay in this competition.
They certainly do need some points, and this is the best way to get it, right? Knowing that you're going to have the POI, where the zone is going to be going, plus they have a ring console to play with as well, so there's no reason for them not to have one of the best positions possible. We do sometimes see it just pull a little bit away from Atmos Station. We'll have to see if that does happen slightly towards the north, but it's a golden opportunity. I mean, even if you're looking now, no teams within the vicinity. You got Alliance who are over, you know, quite a way away still, have to traverse quite a way even if they take the rails. You've got Riddle Order who are quite a way away. You know, we talked about how the stacking is of the POIs here on Broken Moon. So the north is a little bit tighter, under the south it's a little bit different, but the fact they've got time to essentially loot the entirety of Atmos Station before they have to think about going for one of those positions just gives them a really good opportunity here in this game.
What is scary is everyone can get to Atmos Station pretty fast. Even Fnatic, who are in the northwest of this map. There is a rail that goes all the way from Dry Gulch down past the southwest of the map and then into Atmos Station. As long as you are confident taking that rail, there's a path to there. And it is kind of scary that you know anyone could arrive at any given Sunday. So you need to be prepared for the railage to happen because, boy, you know it is available here.
Well, VP taking a few rails themselves at the moment, and SSG probably thinking about doing the same as we checked in with them just very, very quickly there as they're landing over a quarantine zone and trying to make their way a little bit closer to the zone. Speaking of zone, by the way, Red Lord I mentioned who were essentially closest to be able to access where this zone is going to be going over at Atmos Station. Well, they're kind of working their way down at the moment. Blacklist International are close to them as well. But let's check in with Na'Vi and let's talk about the overall leaderboards as well, because as much fun as we're having, of course, with the some variants, some of the maps that we've been playing today, the leaderboards are everything, right? And at the moment, you're looking at the standings, and we are getting towards the latter half, and we are entering, should I say, the latter half of the games today. And you can kind of get caught up in the fact that, hey, we're having a bit of fun here on Broken Moon, right? Hey, we're having a little bit of an experiment, seeing how things go. But the points still mean as much here as they do on Stormpoint and World's Edge. So as fun as it is for us, as viewers, as casters, as fans of the game, it's also still an opportunity for points that only comes around once.
There's $2 million on the line, for goodness sake.
Also a good motivator.
This is a reason of why everyone's been practicing every map, just in case it was to pop up. And you know, you heard privacy, there's a lot of data to be had about scrims, but it all changes once there is actual money on the line and there is a competition in front of you, because maybe you won't be taking those same risks you did in those scrim lobbies that might have been a little bit janky. Maybe some of the rails that you took to try and take that third party and you put yourself in vulnerable spots won't work out here. But right now, Blacklist International taking a look at maybe trying to join WBG here, but you know, the fact that they have the drop spot, the fact that they have ideally one of the priority positions here as last place. We saw it yesterday. You can be in last place and you can't escape being eliminated with just one good game.
Well, one thing to note here with the POI, right? WBG having essentially control of the entirety of height at the moment. Their only job that they're focusing on at the moment is don't let anyone get up here to coexist with us. We'll go back to that in just a second, as Na'Vi seem to be under a little bit of duress at the moment, and it looks like a change of direction, but also there might be a few more players in front of them. Matafe's shield's broken. Henchman trying to fire through the smoke here, and with the grapple, might have just got a really good angle to play off of, but the only problem is he's taking a little bit of damage himself. Matafe will go down, Kaiden will go down as well. And it's SSG who come out on top in that fight, and pretty cleanly as well.
Well, SSG, who are touted as the best Broken Moon team in this lobby by Privacy, have at least put their first team win on the board. Now we've got Northeption here, 6th place at the moment. Let's have a listen in and see how they're doing.
Got company out there.
Out the listening back into the game, and Northeption at the moment just doing a job of holding out some of these teams who are trying to rotate in from the northern side of Broken Moon here. And 6th place overall for Northeption, 36 points on the board. They are in one of those positions where if they have a good game here on Broken Moon, it might make them feel very, very comfortable knowing they have points on the board heading back onto our standardized maps.
Yeah, it just puts them in a good position for maps they are going to be more comfortable in, because it doesn't matter how many scrims you had, it's not going to touch the amount of scrimmage you've had on Stormpoint and World's Edge. There's only, by the way, 5 teams outside of this next circle, as you can see on your screen. Everyone else has kind of found themselves within the southern side of this map, but now we're going to get a lot more info about where exactly we're going, and it is continuing to pull south. So that's great news for Weibo, who still need to have some points if they want to stay alive in this tournament. It's been a tough day for them so far. For Mizuchi, they are up in 3rd position after one of their victories earlier today as well. You can see what it means every time a team gets a win. That bit of dopamine that hits, because it's not just we've won a game, but it's we are surviving. This is our ticket to maybe get to finals of just getting that W on the board.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about as well. When you look at the overall pricing, like the step up in prize money per position is pretty wild here at the E-World Cup for these teams. So, like you say, a couple more placements, a couple more points can really make the difference in not just a couple more dollars, but a huge amount of money being exchanged between the players and the team. So, always something to keep them in the back of your mind if you're one of those teams. TSM, 9th place overall. We have seen them get a win today, but 9th place is a kind of a precarious position, as we saw yesterday, right? Even though 9th place, if you were to stay here, you would qualify for Sunday. Being here at the halfway mark, it just makes you maybe question if you've had a good start or if there's some problems you've got to sort out.
Well, and we go back to the fact, you know, they have had a win, and yes, okay, it makes sure you're not going to be eliminated from the competition, but you don't also really want to be playing in the qualifier tomorrow, because only 2 teams can get out of the qualifier tomorrow into the grand finals, and that is a difficult task in a lobby full of 18. So you want to get it done today, you want to put yourself into those finals on Sunday, and it's not just about one win, it's consistency across the board. It was again something the analysts were talking about earlier. Can you put up 6+ points game after game after game just to stay ahead of the chasing pack?
Interesting to see the rotate there from Virtus Pro. We got to see it for just a second there, and they are taking the rail from Bionomics all the way round to the south side of Atmos Station. When they get to the end of that rail, they're not going to be safe. They're going to have to work their way through zone. And you've got the likes of Red Order, Alliance still there and waiting to try and hold them out. Elsewhere, though, you can see that Northampton, who we checked in with a little bit ago, are under some pressure. They did lose one player who has been knocked, and EXOClan are now trying to move in. EXOClan in second place overall at the moment, and it's down to shots like that from Fuda. That's going to be them clean wiping Northampton, and everybody's still on their feet.
Yeah, and that's dangerous for Northampton as well, because they were in 6th place, but now there's a lot of teams that can start to catch them with an early exit. And EXOClan are one of those squads, aren't they? They're very scary to play against because they are very aggressive when they want to be. And even though they were a substitute for this tournament, boy, do they look comfortable here at the Esports World Cup.
Certainly a team who has pedigree. You know, we all know about Swinny. Do they know about this EMP coming in now from Hal? Right, has to back up here, has to pop a battery, and will just retreat to the safety of the building they've been holding now for quite some time. They've got the fences down inside as well, which makes it even more of a fortress for them to play around, and EXOClan will be pretty happy to actually see him retreat back to the building so they can get a full reset, they can loot up, and they can think about their next play here.
There's a few teams who are going to have to think about their next play already, because actually there is a big patch of open space from the north to the south here when you want to get to this next circle, and there's a few teams all caught in that same area. This is what EXO are realizing at the moment. They're being held out by Hal, but you've also got DMS to your right, Tide to your left, and then NRG were also holding that choke point as well. So it's okay for now, but once they get that ring console data, or they find out just through the next round closing, it's going to be a struggle of how do we progress further through this position.
Elsewhere, we turn our attention back to the rotations we saw from the likes of VP, and VP have made it into the zone on the south side of Atmo. So their rotate works for now, but we mentioned how they have to deal with teams like Riddle Order, they have to deal with teams like Alliance, and Alliance are looking for any damage onto them at the moment, but it seems like they're going to be safe inside of one of these dishes at the moment at the back. As we see the shift on the zone on your screen as well. And Alliance have read this one pretty well. It looks like it's moving back to the Amita boys.
And even though Alliance were touted as being one of the worst teams in scrim data, they are playing like a different squad at the moment. I mean, Effect leading the way with 13 kills in the lobby. Unlucky, only 2 behind in 3rd place on 11. So you're sending your 2 controller players who to do their job, essentially. Take those fights, win those engagements, get that damage done, and they are also some of the damage leaders in this lobby right now. Now, I do want to focus on Weibo again, because they are still in one of the better positions. The zone is still coming towards them, but in the area they find themselves in, it's going to be a very desirable one, and at some point they have to decide which side they want to play, because people arriving late are going to just desperately try and take some room away from them, and it can be a shared position.
EXOClan still trying to work their way into zone. They will be just about safe where they are at the moment. They've got a little bit of room to work between, but they've also got Power on their back. They've got TIE, who's on the rail building just in front of them as well. And with the Sentinel in your hands, Madagashi's got a chance here to charge it up and maybe hit one of those EXOClan players to force them away from the position they find themselves in. So a little bit of pressure on the shoulder to hit the shots. Even though it's only one, we know that if you're going to hit a shot, and it's not a Kraber, probably best to hit the shot with a Sentinel in your hands.
I think it's a mistake that Hal allowed EXOClan to get past them, but it's also a testament to how well EXO are playing at the moment. Their aggression and their damage forced Hal back into this building. Elsewhere, speaking of buildings, Elevate and Bleed are very close to Hal. They are only behind them by a short amount, and we might see them have to take the fight against Hal as they continue to run from the zone.
A lot of teams actually start to stack up in and around this choke. You've got EXOClan, you've got Tai, you've got Elevate Bleed, you've got Mizuchi, the solo player alive from them, who's also kind of wrapping behind everything. SSG are trying to hold up DMS, but this is the build-up that we were talking about, right? Everybody here has to work their way through this choke, and if you look at the top left of your screen, as the shots start to come in, you can see why these fights are having to be taken. Lou finds 1, Lou finds 2. Zagmaze will clean up, but the health damage is really, really painful here for Elevate. They will go down by the looks of things to the zone, as Hal will also be eliminated. It looks like Mizuchi managed to kind of sneak through all of that as the solo. TIE is still there as well, and EXOClan have survived.
You can see on the map that massive gap that I was talking about from north to south that no one wants to cross because you can't really hold that space. And I think Elevate Bleed were probably saying, why is there so many teams here? Now elsewhere, because the LGD get eliminated as well, as SSG will push up on this squad.
Mizuchi's final player alive was taken out. SSG looking to take this fight onto DMS and finish off the final player. Zainu is down, and they've got to be careful because Fnatic are in the area as well. And Fnatic boy, did they need that win a little bit earlier on that we just saw. Space Station Gaming will be eliminated, and it's going to be at the hands of Fnatic. Fnatic now have to deal with EXO-Clan, who are trying to do what they just did to SSG.
Fnatic versus EXO-Clan, they both dropped together, and now they're fighting together with red armors as well. But EXO should have the jump on them, but no, it's not going to matter. Oh wait, it's DMS. DMS still had a player alive, and EXO were just waiting.
And now Fnatic just waiting for that opportunity. Damage has been dealt. Suzuki does a really good job, actually, just to hold off the push that was coming in. Like barely any shields to play with. Yuka, barely any shields to play with as TSM now jump into third party. Let's jump in to a listening.
Where's last? Inside.
Breaking vents. Vents broken.
Nice.
We need to go back.
Yeah. Go. Let's go. Not get held out. We're not getting held out. We have zip, right? Yep. All right. We need zip to heady. I don't have bang ult. This left team bridge might be overextending,
I grabbed an ult so. I'm on my way back. We might get held out of this walkout.
No. I'm 25% off. For 75. It's an unlimited pack on our right. No one's even on to our right now. I'm going for it, right? Where we were.
Careful, bro.
I can't go for it.
Are they close?
Kill Stevie.
Yeah, not there yet.
Let me open this. It's so free. We have to kill him. They're leaving.
He's the high team.
Yeah.
Where can we zip to? Where can we zip to play?
Hey, you guys zip heaven, right? We're saving the left here, no? No, we have to zip to the heady.
Are we safe right here?
Go to the wall. Go to the wall.
We're safe on the rock.
Yeah, we're safe on these. We didn't walk the south team. The south team's gonna swing us.
I'm walking up to this rock.
This team is gonna swing us here. Yeah.
Let's go this way.
Can I play here? I'm playing here, boys. Look at me.
Putting a gem down.
Zip under me.
Popping ult excel. I got a gem down on me.
Yes, I'm playing back here on me, alright? Look at me.
Yeah, just hold that space, bro.
I'm watching this side. The team might be like right on my back. Jumping on, I have ult excel.
Yeah, drop it.
Look at zone, we want to get height.
Make sure the south team doesn't fucking hit us.
I want to put a gen up here.
I have an extra gen right now.
How long till zip?
If there's an opening for height, we can go.
I think we want to go, bro. I don't know if we can get top height immediately.
If we zip up, do we live?
Yeah, if no one's playing up top, like the top platform.
So as TSM win that initial third-party fight, which was a very simple one, we've seen numerous teams eliminated in the meantime. Heroes have just fallen as well, and the shift of the zone is an interesting one. Now, this is a finish we did see in practice, in scrims, where it pulls back towards this big structure, and TSM recognized that. They're trying to take the height, because we could have a finish here with multiple levels of this building involved.
And this is what I was saying about Weibo holding this position earlier. They need to choose a side because they will be joined. There is multiple areas you can play, and Weibo are sharing it now with two other teams on the top, as well as two teams down below them. This is going to be a crazy ending here. 7 squads now left.
One good thing for Weibo, though, is the fact that there's 7 squads remaining, right? There's more points on the board. I don't know if they've picked up any KP, but they have just lost a player thanks to the Skynade coming in from Reptar. So NRG will get one, but Reptar has gone down as well. Excuse me, it was the flip side of that. It's Reptar who's gone down to the frag grenade. So there is that kill point I was talking about. They've managed to find one.
You can see Weibo up to 19th place with this game, with this drop that they had, with the zone coming towards them. It has propelled them up the leaderboard with a good amount of points, but now they need to make it count. Get that one step further, get to the top 5, get to the top 3, hell, just even win the game at this point. But there is still a big job to do.
NRG, a duo. Trying to go undetected at the moment. One thing to note as well, if lots of fights break out, as TIE are going to be eliminated themselves, then the ability with those zip lines down to just zip up to height and take the fight can really give you an option to be involved in this endgame. Speaking of which, VP versus Alliance. We've been talking about this story for quite some time in this game, how they've been kind of eyeballing each other on the south side of this zone, where VP will fall thanks to Alliance. Reps now left on his own, though, for TSM.
TSM have pushed themselves into the top 5, though, so that's good placement points, but Reps cannot survive any further. Now it's just 4. NRG, Alliance, Blacklist International, and Weibo are still alive. Big for them.
NRG kind of trying to skulk about the edge of this zone at the moment. They want everybody else who's on the high ground to deal with each other before they have to potentially move into their position. Alliance also still alive in this game.
The zone is ending just south of the building, which maybe benefits Alliance a little bit because they can position themselves next to the wall, wait for the drop down, and then just absolutely delete anyone who arrives. And as I mentioned earlier, Effect currently leading the lobby with damage. If you can just let him rip and let him toy with any of the players that are going to arrive there later on, he'll have a very fun time.
One thing that might not be so fun for them, though, is the fuses in the lobby. If they manage to get that motherload down on that final zone and then drop, we could have some problems. So Alliance in a position, like you say, to pick up KP on the drop. that they have to be extremely aware of the utility available for the teams above and around them. But first port of call for them is just got to be survived to get that opportunity.
Well, interestingly, because there's the pipes, the bridge, as it were, that's above Alliance, Weibo are trying to kind of suss things out a little bit, sniff things, and see if they can maybe find anyone below them. But Alliance are playing this one very carefully. You mentioned survive, stay out of any vision, don't give anything away, don't give anyone a reason to drop on you early, and try and encourage these fights to happen elsewhere.
Weibo looking for some angles right now. The scout in the hands of Bobo. Couple of things coming in just to give information where he believes the other teams are located. Blacklist International, by the way, they're inside of the building on the bottom floor at the moment. That's another worry for Alliance. NRG helping them out, though. You can see the gen is down for Blacklist inside. NRG are kind of holding them, knowing that they're going to have to leave at some point, but they don't have to leave for quite some time here.
By the way, Weibo were 8 points behind 19th place. Now they're 6 points ahead of 20th place. That's how this changed everything for this game, but now Blacklist International are going to push and will get the opening knock against NRG.
NRG now just needs to survive. Fun will be taken down. A little bit of a blind fire through the smoke is going to hit something. Bodies or not, they're not going to be too bothered. Now the attention turns to Alliance, who are trying to creep up and get angles behind them. Great job from Hyaka to make sure they're not caught off guard. NRG eliminated. We're down to our top 3.
Weibo still haven't dropped, but now you can see evac tower starting to be dropped down as well, just to create a little bit of a distraction here, as Weibo are looking and saying, is anyone going to join us up here? We don't think so. They could be the last to drop. They will be the only team to drop at this point, and I'm interested to see what the play is here.
Smoke the balloon. Use that fuse ult. Use the mother load to get that information that they need. You would imagine with the knuckle clusters that are available, they're going to be able to tick some damage on those players down in the low ground, and it's going to be the 2 teams who fight before they drop and get involved. Effect left on his own. Blacklist International trying to challenge. He's trying to secure some more KP, but here come Weibo, and this has been their moment to wait for. They've been looking for points so desperately, having been at the bottom of the leaderboards. And that win changes their fortunes. They move up from bottom of the pile to have a chance of survival.
From 20th to 11th, what a jump up that is. Suddenly, it's not about we're worried about exiting the competition. It's about we could make it to the finals on Sunday. You just need one more of those and you'll be up there. They are closing in on the top 9. It was the perfect zone for them. It was coming towards them throughout the entire game, but we have to give them credit. They were able to hold off teams from taking the height for so long. They did give up half of the building at one point, but they prioritized the right side where the zone was going, and they find a victory because of it. And not just a victory, but 13 kills to go alongside it. A massive game for Weibo.
Everything just lined up for them in that game, right? I mean, I would say everything lined up before that game. The fact that we went to Broken Moon, fantastic for them. Seeing the zone come towards them as well, down at the south at Atma Station, I mean, that's incredible as well, due to the fact you can play off of that height, and you can see what it means. That extreme height turns into damage. 4,655 damage, and it turned into KP along the way. So many angles, so many teams trying to force their way in. You have free reign to fire down on everyone coming in.
Well, for Alliance, a team who struggled a little bit in scrims on Broken Moon, didn't seem to matter too much. When it came to competition time, Alliance are still in fine form. They get the second place, and they are now 73 points on the board, and they are looking ever likely of topping this group. But still, of course, 4 more matches to go. Plenty of points available, as that top 9 is getting so close.
Obviously, we look at the qualifiers, we look at the top 9, and they're going to be looking ahead as well, because we are starting to get to the business end of the competition today once again. We're going to be back after this quick break to keep it going, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to Apex Legends at the Esports World Cup, and we just had our fun kind of end, right? And the fun for Weibo, though, only just started because their competition has really started to get underway now. Bottom of the leaderboards going into that game on Broken Moon, and now they find themselves boosted from bottom up towards those qualification spots. It was a crazy game, Dan, and the perfect game for them.
I mean, it kind of felt like it was their tournament starting. They went from 4 points to suddenly 29. They hadn't done anything really so far today, but that's how tight these lobbies can be. All you need is that one pop-off game, and it was. The zone, sure, it came to them, but it's not like they were hiding away and waiting for their moment. They were making sure they were big, their presence was known, and they were getting those kills on the board to stop anyone joining them on that height. And then it just felt like a matter of time as they had forced the other teams off the top. They were the only ones who had to drop. That was the only chance, really, for the teams that were on the low ground, was hoping there were multiple teams that were going to arrive. Sadly, there wasn't.
I mean, this replay here is probably the biggest moment of the game for them, right? TSM trying to challenge them on that height towards the end game. There was 2 teams coexisting up there. TSM tried to take the fight, but they managed to hold them off and hit those big shots to claim it. And then it's all about just using the damage that your fuse can do from that high ground, right? Send in the knuckle clusters, send in the grenades, and when the teams below have done the damage, you quite simply fall down and clean up. But cleaning up sometimes can feel a little bit awkward, right? It's about finding that last player. Nobody went down, and that is a massive, massive momentum shift for them, heading back over to our more regular, I would say, standard programming when it comes to map choice.
Yeah, now we're back on to World's Edge again. So it's the teams who found some success earlier, the likes of EXOClan who found a win, Mizuchi who found a win. They will be delighted that we go back onto the tried and tested World's Edge. But it's also a chance for those who maybe like World's Edge but didn't have the zones, for example. That can always be the case as well when the RNG doesn't go your way. But certainly now a lot of squads are starting to feel the tension.
Well, speaking of tension, TSM involved in one of those fights and had a pretty good game in the previous game. And speaking of players on TSM, Verholst caught up with Peeps a little bit earlier.
What up, everybody? I am here with the human aimbot Verholst. Listen, I gotta ask, IGL and responsibilities, right? They've been going back and forth. First it started with Reps, then you, and now Zapto has the reins. What's that been like?
At the start, it was definitely a bit of a roller coaster. I mean, none of us really knew how to IGL, but surprisingly, Zap, our fragger pickup that we all thought was gonna be a fragger, took that role and definitely has been the best out of the 3 of us. And me and Reps are really glad that we got someone who kind of gonna take over in IGL.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, speaking of Zapto, you guys made one of the best season pickups in competitive Apex this season, right? How has that process been, the transition from Hal to Zapto?
Oh man, it's completely changed the team dynamic. I mean, having to learn how to IGL and picking up someone like Zap, a bit younger, like it's been completely different. I mean, the team dynamic has just completely changed. Like, definitely a bit more vibey now. I know, me and Jordan have been loving him so far. We're super happy to have picked him up, and looking forward to the rest of the year with him.
Yeah, Zap is a phenomenal dude. Anytime I talk to him, it's nothing but good vibes, and that carries a lot in the team. But more importantly than the team, I got to talk about those people in the stands right there, your family, who flew across the globe to come support you. How does that feel knowing your family will literally fly across the world to come support you? And what do you want to say to them?
Man, that's awesome. It's definitely a power up, super power up. Super happy to have him here. Best and biggest supporters in the world. Best fans right there on the planet. And super happy to have him here. Love them all.
And what do you want to say to them?
Love them all. I mean, I'm super happy they're here. They're the best. My family, they're the best.
There you heard it. They're the best. The Verholst on top. TSM maybe on top. The boys got to lock it in. I got faith. That's it. Casters, back to you.
Always good to hear from Verholst, and we can see some of his family members up in the stand. We heard from them, for sure. Every time that we see a TSM kill go down, you certainly can hear them. But I kind of want to I feel like we need to put a bow on something here, right? We talk about TSM, and understandably, with the history that Imperial Hal had on this squad, right? It's always going to be an era that was defined by Hal's presence. But now we have to move away from that. It's in the past, right? Let's talk about TSM as the TSM that we have in front of us. And as you can see on our map schedule here, it's a TSM that are still having success. It's a TSM that still knows how to win games, but the question is it a TSM that could go on to win a tournament?
I think that we will learn that here at the Esports World Cup. Are TSM capable of doing that? Can they get to those grand finals? Can they beat some of the biggest teams in the world? And certainly they have shown glimpses of that. There have been those moments where they've demonstrated they have what it takes to still fight against the biggest and best squads, and I'm excited to see how they progress. There is still a job to do though. Of course, we still have 4 more matches left. There is plenty of points, and this top 9 is going to be extremely competitive. It has not been as top-heavy as we saw yesterday, but Alliance are certainly taking the lion's share. And if we do continue to see Alliance picking up victories, then there's going to be less points available for those teams chasing the top 9.
Well, just a little update for you there. You can see we had a little error on the graphic. It happens. Live production, everybody. But that is the correct graphic for you to see the winners that we've had already so far today. And something to point out there is different winner every single game, which makes it very, very interesting and kind of feeds into what you're saying, right? It's the fact that it is close at the top. Alliance have been the team who have been the most consistent so far today. But what makes me most excited here, Dan, as we head into match number 7 of the day, is the fact when we start looking at the qualification spots, we start looking at the top 9, which is obviously where that cutoff is to make it to the finals and avoid going into that last chance qualifier. It is so tight around that 9th place at the moment, and the games are disappearing in front of us. It's match 7 on World's Edge about to kick off now. And TSM going into that previous game were the team who were holding on. Now, they would have put a few more points on the board, and we'll update you exactly on the leaderboards when we can. But, I mean, I got a feeling. You know, yesterday I had a feeling there might be 1 or 2 teams. Today I've got a feeling when we get to match 10, we might see a huge shift in that final game of who qualifies for those finals.
Yeah, it's TSM in 9th place at the moment on 34 points, but Weibo, after their victory, they're only 5 points behind them. It is not safe if you are in 9th, because all it takes is 1 victory from someone below you, and quite significantly further below you as well, and they can catch you up. Now we drop into World's Edge though, and we start to look across. Is there a contest? Yes, there is. TIE and Blacklist International over towards Geyser, currently having a little scrap at the moment, but it is not a head-on scrap. It's a distance fight right now.
I will say, I respect Famas here, because he's just got a longbow in his hands and he is sending it. Yeah, that's confidence, right? Knowing that you want to get in the close-range engagement with just a longbow in your hands, well, it's usually a sign of confidence, shall we say. Elsewhere, as you can see, some shots coming in, and Mizuchi also getting involved with this, rotating from Big Mort, seeing if there's some free KP for them. The zone is going... It's a Weber Gaming. It's a Weber Gaming charm that's being waved right now. Zone's going down towards them.
Yeah, Weber Gaming will be delighted. Riddle Order also will be pretty happy with that one. Alliance nearby in Thermal Station. Good to see Alliance back at Thermal as well. And we'll have to see whether they can find their way. But one big thing, Alliance do not have a ring console down at Thermal. They only have a survey beacon to work with. So if they can be patient, wait a short while, that survey beacon will very much come in handy. Otherwise, if they were to move too quickly, they might get bitten.
It's crazy, right? You think about that, and I'm looking at the zone, like a zone 1 read, and the fact that a large amount of the zone 1 is off the map down the south, you probably, I would say, feel more confident in making a zone call like, hey, this is going tree, this is going down towards one side, and you should feel pretty confident in that. But from what we saw earlier when we saw the Skyhook zone pull all the way back towards Grandma, I don't think it's as simple as that anymore for these teams. They're like, 99.99% of my brain is telling me I'm confident in this, but the 0.1 is like, should we go and find a ring console just to be sure of it?
Nowhere is safe, it would seem, and we'll see if Weibo feel the same here, because they have been joined very quickly by a couple of other squads, not just 1, but it's actually, I think, 2 or 3 are starting to come towards launch site here, so they need to be very careful, and you can see a lot of grenades coming into as well. It's Heroes who are going to be on the other side of this, and NRG aren't so far too.
Local Colossus going in, nobody getting knocked as yet, and on the map overhead you can see exactly how the teams are trying to approach and siege onto this building. NRG just a little bit further away at the moment. They might be waiting for the third-party opportunity for some knocks to come in, and it's, I would say, a smart disengagement here from Heroes. Maybe a couple of shots in the back from NRG made them aware of their position. Maybe just a little bit of scouting was done to kind of point out that that wasn't as free as they thought it would be. Elsewhere, though, another fight threatening to take place here is going to be between Blacklist International and Fnatic. And Fnatic were just waiting for someone to jump up on that beacon. Jump up they did, and a bit of damage was dealt. So Blacklist International very much on the back foot here.
on the back foot, and they are retreating just to try and find a little bit more cover to work with so they can heal back up. But Fnatic are getting somewhat aggressive. They might be halted just by the amount of buildings that are going to be in their way here. But if you've got a motherload to work with and you've got a smoke, the smoke misses. Oh, you go for it as well. That's a rough one.
It happens, right? Even the best in the world can miss a smoke. Fnatic instead, trying the more traditional routes, jumping up to the high ground with the Pathfinder grapple and using the Hemlock to get some damage down. And this is forcing Blacklist International actually into TSM, who are rotating their way through Fragment. So all of a sudden, Blacklist International are not just getting chased by one team, but by two teams as well.
Yeah, this should be some KP for TSM. It's just walked right into their path, right onto their plates. And they say, we'll gobble that down. Thank you very much indeed. They might not get the entire wipe, but they will get at least a KP or two to go along with their rotation through to the south side of this map.
So 2 players from Blacklist International fall to TSM. It's going to be 2 points for them, and we mentioned how close it is. We said at the start of this game, TSM are in 9th. 2 KP, they're up to 6th. That's how crazy it is at the moment when it comes to who's going to be in those qualification spots at the end of today's action. And I think if you're Fnatic there, you're a little bit frustrated because you did most of the work in that fight, and TSM just went, thanks, buddy. I'll take those.
Yeah, Fnatic would have fancied those points, but they might get rewarded still because the position they hold is a gatekeeping one. There is a chance that both SSG and the remainder of Blacklist International could still push in this direction. So they might be careful here. They're, of course, go grab that Harvester as well to go towards their Evo shields. But at the moment, it looks like Fragment is going to be a bit quieter. By the way, just an update on Alliance. We were curious. They've actually gone all the way to Mirage Etoile to get a ring console for that information.
That is the 0.1%. Don't trust anyone, even yourself. Meme. That's not a file type. Anyway, back towards Tree. You enjoyed that one, didn't you? Did. Northception. Let's look a little bit closer to zone and towards Tree. They're holding the bridge for now. It's going to be interesting to see what side this shifts, actually. If it goes up towards the platform that we saw Falcons win a game on yesterday, or if it pulls a little bit more north towards the majority of the tree structure, or if we have a little bit of funky pull. Do you fancy funky pull?
I always fancy a funky pull, to be honest. By the way, TIE were eliminated earlier, and TSM find that remaining player they were looking for. It's Blacklist International now eliminated. So TIE in 20th, Blacklist in 19th, and TSM will finally secure those KP they were looking for.
Jump scare of the day, was it that one, or was it Nocturnal a little bit earlier? Nocturnal, I would agree with you. Yeah, I would agree with you. Anyway, back to the map overhead. You can see what we're talking about right now. And maybe Alliance choosing to go for that beacon is going to be something that pays off for them. But you can see on your map overhead that they're running into Elevate. And you can also see that in your picture-in-picture on the right-hand side. So Elevate took a little bit of damage in this little scuffle at the moment. It looks like Alliance might have done enough just to force them away. And it's kind of a win-win for both teams here. If both survive, Elevate can go to Landslide and get the ring console. And if they get pushed away by Alliance, Alliance can hit it here. Everyone's happy.
Well, you can see the ring pull. It's not necessarily a funky one. It is just going towards Tree. Maybe there was a couple of teams that were hoping it would be on launch site, Weibo Gaming being one of them. But now there will be the evidence for all those teams who have got ring console information. We're going down to Tree. We already have 6 teams residing in Tree, so there's not going to be much room to play with. As we look back earlier at some of the replays, it was when TSM were able to find the remainder of Blacklist International, or at least the initial start of Blacklist International, and then later we saw the cleanup and the jump scare number 2 of the day.
One team is in a great spot here, right at the northern side of things, and like you mentioned, who dropped over here is going to be Riddle Order. Riddle Order on blue Evos at the moment. We've only lost the 2 squads so far, so we are going to have a very, very hectic and exciting endgame. And when you look at the positionings at the moment, it's a big game for Riddle Order as well.
Well, yeah, they're in 20th position at the moment. This is exactly where Weibo was.
Wouldn't it be crazy if you knew where we're going with this, right?
Now they are center zone, and this is why it's worrying for teams like Heroes, for example, right? Heroes were about 12 points clear of last place going into last game. Now they're only, 6 points clear of last place? And that last place team is currently center zone of this game. It is going to be flipping back and forth at the bottom of this lobby, that's for sure.
Well, DMS inside a tree at the moment, but I always feel like this position is a vulnerable one, especially when teams start to stack up. There's so many angles that you can just get chipped away from, and even though you feel goodish for now, being in 19th position, in this position, relative to where they find themselves on the map, they're going to be feeling extremely nervous for the next few moments of gameplay. Shots coming in from Bobo with his Sentinel though, 70-70. We'll take that from there, especially with the 3 times.
That is a ridiculous zip line, by the way. I'm also wondering where Weibo are going to go here, as now the zip is going to be towards the balloon. Up, up, and away. And they're going to be falling with style afterwards. But I will say, Weibo now have to move all the way from the east side of launch site to try and get into tree. And we already saw they were being kind of contested a little bit by Heroes, who have now surpassed them in the positioning onto the launch site. So they're going to either have to get through Heroes or try and take a northern rotation and get through NRG, which is equally as difficult.
Well, Fnatic, they're forcing their way through the choke. And I'm going to say, if the information gathered from that rotate by Weibo Gaming wasn't a good enough indication as to where this zone is going, well, it doesn't get much better, right? Completely being overtaken. And look at Fnatic, they're bullying their way into this building.
It's one thing Fnatic certainly do, is show aggression. It didn't work out for them in the first couple of games today. They pushed very aggressively and they died because of it, but now let's see if they can do any better.
Oh, Satsuki's gone down though. Yuka does manage to get the trade though, so it's a 2v2 inside of this building, and Yuka is going to be healthy enough not just to get that kill, but also to get his teammate back up. Fnatic have got to be careful here.
Remember, it's Riddle Order on the other side of this. They're in last position at the moment. They can't afford really to go down and lose this fight.
Well, Leica's going in here. Damage is done. Surely it's just about cleaning up for the rest of Fnatic, and that's exactly what they do, and they cannot reproduce what we just saw in the last game, Riddle Order from Weibo Gaming. They are down at the bottom of the leaderboards, and they're going to stay there. Fnatic, though, got to be careful, because now comes the third pipe of DMS, who are in 19th.
Well, from 20th position to 19th position, equally as important on the flip side here, but their advantage is Fnatic have taken a lot of damage and will be eliminated. So the aggression does come out from Fnatic, but it's DMS who benefited from it most. But that is the worst possible news for Riddle Order. Not only are you eliminated as one of the first teams, but the team just ahead of you has now benefited from it and will have one of the best positions for the end game.
It's almost as if they got to watch it from the worst view as well. I'm sure the spectator view would have jumped over and they would have seen exactly what went down in and around this tree building. So tough moments. As DMS, by winning that fight, are now in a great position for this endgame. If you're wondering where this zone is going to be pulling, it's towards the platform and the silos where Dragon Esports find themselves right now. It's actually pulling away from tree slightly down towards the southeast.
It's good news for the teams in launch site as well, the teams who are on that east side. If you are able to win the scrap that I was talking about between Weibo and Heroes, you'll actually have the entirety of launch site and you can hold that kind of tunnel area for quite a while and then push into the game late. It's not the best position to win from, but it's certainly a position where you could reach a top 5, for example, points that are desperately needed for both of those teams.
TSM in the kill feed here, you can see Reps has managed to get one and the finish onto Feiju. Whereas SSG, you can see they've got a tough rotate in front of them. 16 squads still remaining here. NRG lose one as well. Nocturnal just got taken down by a boat check. As SSG try and move their way forward. Reps will go down though, as TSM look to fight inside of this building. Mingyu, last player alive. TSM trying to push. It's Verholst who's in front of him, and Verholst who gets that kill and clutches for TSM.
And Northampton don't really want it either. There was a chance for maybe a third party. SSG not close enough either, so TSM will not be thirded. They can at least get out of dodge and stay alive, even if it's just as a one. So Verholst with his entire family, or sorry, not his entire family, but a lot of his family in the stands might have to watch him go down here, even after a very big fight to put kills on the board. They've got 6 kills at the moment, TSM, into the top 15, but can he get any further?
Well, one thing you can do as a Pathfinder is use the grapple to stay alive a little bit longer than you would have previously, and we've just seen it happen on our screen. But everybody now has to leave from the northern side of the map towards tree. That's why you're seeing the desperation. That's why you're seeing the knocks. That's why the carnage is beginning in and around tree. Everybody is falling. TSM fall, NRG fall, Heroes go as well. We're down to 12.
And remember, Mizuchi had a lot of success on World's Edge last time we saw them earlier on today, but they are burning to a crisp at the moment and can barely see anything through this smoke. You're lucky if you've even hit a shot at this point. Timmy, the last remains.
Northampton have gone, but Timmy's still alive here, and every second he stays alive with the speed at which teams are dropping, you get the feeling there might be points on the board. This time, the answer is no, though. Mizuchi will fall, and now we find ourselves into our top 10. Sharky survives as a solo for VP.
Does look like EXO are aware of this though, as well as How, so he should go down soon. And I imagine Virtus.pro will be the next team to fall, if not for some sort of miraculous escape here. But I've seen crazier things happen. By the way, on the other side of the map, Weibo did win their fight, or at least were able to survive against Heroes, and will now dominate launch site side. So there is a big chance for Weibo to get another big finish here.
Yeah, they just walk in on that side as well. Elsewhere though, EXO are swinging in. It's Wanagashi who gets the first knock though. On the other side of it, the Havoc spray is good, and Swinny can't clutch. EXO eliminated. 9 squads now remaining as How hold.
Won't be too detrimental, of course, for EXO, but for How, that's massive for their chances of getting closer to that top 9. But now here comes Na'Vi, 8th place at the moment, looking to try and get a few more points here. They're into the top 9 of the squads remaining as well.
They're also able to get the knock onto How, and they will eliminate them as well. So now by getting that kill, they boost their placement points alongside KP as well. Na'Vi starting to turn up on the north side of this zone. Alliance next to them in the tree structure. Inside of the building, inside of the zone though, is DMS. They are the team who won the fight between Fnatic a little bit earlier and have held down this prior position. But look at this now. It's SSG who are walking up, and SSG who get the first knock, and Zainu with that Havoc does the work.
Get the first knock. Can they follow up with the damage though? Looks like yes they can, but Phony's also fallen, and DRG are doing their best to try and hold on here, but not easy to do against an SSG roster who know how to fight together. But now Na'Vi say we'll have a piece of it.
They're going to third party this. You can see they're swinging in behind, and Henchman will take down Zainu, but it seems like everybody is still alive somehow or other, even if it's 1 or 2 players who are just trying to play their lives and hope for a few more placement points. Koiful is still there, 2 players still inside from our South America representatives, and Na'Vi at the moment not quite sure where to turn their attention as finally they turn it inside.
There's a real chance for Na'Vi to pick up big points here in this game if they can hold this northern side. Their next worry though is Alliance, who are starting to join from the west and are certainly having a look at this one. You can see the height that Hackers has at the moment, watching over Na'Vi. SSG are currently being blitzed by both squads as well.
Dragon Esports eliminated. SSG as a 2. Still alive in this game, still playing on those silos. Effect gets the kill onto Matafe though. Can that knock be converted? Hackers have got to be careful here and uses the zipline to escape. Effect giving him a little bit of cover with the smoke as well, and he's going to be able to use those smokes to heal his team as they find themselves pinched in a very difficult spot. Shots coming from SSG as well elsewhere to pick up a few more kills.
It's Weibo Gaming, who else but the team who was in last place to begin with at the start of the last map. And now they're up into the top 9 as they find themselves into the top 5. Na'Vi eliminated, Alliance are down as well. Weibo reigns supreme in these last 2 games.
It's funny what confidence could do, right? One zone comes to them on Broken Moon, they win it, and all of a sudden they look like they're unbeatable here at World's Edge as well. VP as a solo. One of our top 4 squads here. DMS still inside of this building as a full team. Elevate, Bleed are on top or below them as well. And the aforementioned Weibo Gaming, who were bottom when we came onto the desk, they find themselves with a chance to go back-to-back.
I hate to say we're the lucky charm, but maybe they just needed something a little bit extra. If you are superstitious, which a lot of the players are, by the way. So it is Elevate and Bleed on top of DMS, like you mentioned. Still a solo rat from Virtus.pro. The struggle here for DMS and Elevate Bleed is they just need to worry about each other as they think about this final zone. Weibo might be focused a little bit by both of them if there's an angle from the doorway of the building they hold.
Well, Elevate, Bleed, who are on top of the building now, and are trying to avoid a little bit of damage, and not only planning their next rotate, but what a big game this is for them. They're currently sat in 10th place. If Crusaders was to finish right now, they would not qualify for those finals. They would go through to the LCQ. But having your fate in your own hands in these kind of situations and these kind of games, Dan, these are the ones you need to make the most of.
The thing is, starting this game, Elevate Bleed were in 7th. They've dropped down 3 positions as Virtus.pro will be eliminated. Elevate dropped down 3 positions because of performances like this from Weibo. Weibo now, by the way, up into the top 5. Another win here, and that might just have them within touching distance of the grand finals.
Jackie Chan looking to do some moves on the main stage here in Riyadh. They're going to chop down the competition at the moment as we have just 3 squads remaining. And Weibo Gaming are in position to win this one as well. The other 2 teams, DMS and Elevate Bleed, are stacked up on top of each other.
Yeah, I like the spots that Weibo are taking up here. They're spreading themselves out a little bit and taking angles to watch the exits from both DMS and Elevate. Now, Elevate do have an easier exit, of course, because there's a lot more open space. but they are also more vulnerable from the initial shot. So it's going to come down to where Weibo focus, and if DMS have the ability to maybe disrupt them with an ultimate, for example. If a bang ult comes down, that could really change things for Elevate here. They don't have a Watson.
Yeah, no Watson at all. No interception pylon down either. It's going to be a battle of the Bangalore ults by the looks of things. Zach Mason takes some damage from that charged Sentinel, so he's going to have to take just a second here to pop that battery before they plan their next move. But Weibo Gaming, this is a chance you don't get too often in any competitive situation to go back-to-back. But Elevate, they've swung out here. They're looking to play this truck.
Remember, no team has actually won 2 games so far in this lobby. It's been a different winner every time. Can Weibo change that? The answer might be no, because Borin's gone down. Elevate have been able to swing out, and suddenly now Weibo are at 2.
DMS also swinging out of the building. Smokes are going to go down. Bangalore ults all around as well. Not going to be able to get Borin back up on his feet. He's turned into a death box, and now Elevate are trying to swing on this, trying to take even more space.
Trying to, but DMS are putting down fire
Exhibit down.
onto Elevate Bleed. The exhibits have arrived, so now all that info's there, and Elevate want to take down Weibo, but they're being peppered from a distance.
Shots come in from Lou, and Lou gets 2. Can he get the armor swap, though? That's the question. Are they going to be able to clutch up here, or is it just opening the door for DMS to sweep in? Ossus gets the first knock. Lou will go down, and DMS will be your champions here, and again, a team who was down at the bottom of the leaderboards now jumps up into 11th.
Just when you think you're safe, a team at the bottom of the leaderboard finds a win.
What's going on?
And remember, it was off the back of Riddle Order losing that position to Fnatic and DMS cleaning it up to take one of the better spots in that final zone. And they pushed themselves up from 19th to 11th. So again, suddenly they're now in the conversation for getting into that top 9. No spot is safe, it would seem right now. There's only a few teams who are probably feeling confident about those finals. Alliance being one of them at the top.
At the moment, I'm not even sure Alliance are thinking that this is all said and done. Yes, they're in a good position, don't get me wrong, but if you're comparing the overall leaderboards of yesterday to today, it's very tight.
Well, remember, what Alliance are truly fighting for, as well as first place, is trying to get more points than Falcons so that they can have more points going into the grand finals. It is mathematically impossible for 2 teams to top Falcons, so Falcons guaranteed at least 9 in those finals. But Alliance are 60 points behind what Falcons were able to achieve, by the way. So that is looking increasingly less likely as we have just a few more games left. But Alliance still at the top of the leaderboard on 80, EXO at 60, but look at the jump up for DMS from 19th to 11th.
And TSM on the precipice once more. 9th place, the final qualification spot is where they find themselves right now, but look how insanely close. What point is the difference between them and Northampton?
And Weibo from 20th position all the way up to the top 6. These games have had absolutely everything, so you will not want to miss anything on your screens. We're going to go for a quick break. We'll see you shortly after this.
I am here with TSM's #1 fans. You guys think that you're big TSM fans. I'm pretty certain that I have the biggest fans that I could find in the world. I'll take you through who exactly we've got. We have Verhulst's mama. So this is Mama Verhulst. We have Grandma Verhulst here, and we have the Verhulst brothers, absolutely just supporting Verhulst through and through. Now, Mama Verhulst, I want to ask you a quick question. When he told you that he wanted to play esports and gaming for a living, what was your reaction?
At first, I didn't know that there was such a thing. But once I realized how good he was, I was so excited for him. And it's been so much fun to watch him progress this far.
Yeah, he does an excellent job, and he always leads the chart, and he's always so fantastic. Now, Grandma Verhulst, when I guess the family told you that, you have to come to these arenas and that your grandson is playing video games for a living, how did you feel hearing that news?
Well, I was very happy for him because whenever he was at my house, he was always playing video games. So I knew it was a dream come true for him. So I was very happy.
So thank you so much for letting him play video games so he can do this. Now we have the Verhulst brothers here. Hello, everyone. I hope you're having a great time so far. Now, these guys all play Apex, okay? They've all played Apex Legends. Now, I'm going to hand the mic down here, and you guys can fight about who's the better Apex player.
It's definitely not him. I'm retired. I don't play anymore. He doesn't even know half of the POIs. He's completely out of it. Yeah. We've played in 3v3 tournaments, and the VODs are out there, so the evidence speaks for itself of who performed. Please check the who VODs. performed. Check yeah, the so you VODs. can go back and watch that. But
I don't think you're a multiple season Fred though.
Evan
He's
carries
not a
you.
Fred.
Anything
Check
you
the
do,
VOD.
but he did get.
Brotherly love, you got to absolutely adore it. We all know who's the better Apex player out of all the brothers, and that, of course, is Verhulst from TSM. But the family, thank you so much for having a chat with us. You must be beyond proud of him, and so are we. But thank you so much.
Families out supporting Verhulst and TSM, understandably so. It's always great to see, but they're going to want his team to hold on to where they find themselves at the moment as we head in towards our next match, because it's been a little bit shaky for them at the moment. Well, one team who changed their fortunes a little bit in that last game was DMS. And is the story of our last game on the cast today, Dan, going to be, well, whoever's bottom of the leaderboards kind of jumps up and saves himself with a big win?
Is this the chance for Riddle Order or Heroes to do exactly what DMS and Weibo Gaming have done? But DMS, they jumped from 19th to 11th. So suddenly they go from the conversation of being eliminated today to can they actually get to the grand finals on Sunday? With that win, they will not be eliminated. I can safely say that. 35 points, you're not going to be going out of today. Don't even give me the eyebrows.
Well, you know me, Mass. Like, as soon as you say something like that, I'm like, well, let me just have it. And then I remember that I have no chance of working it out. But
there is no way that every team below them can catch them up in 3 games. Now, Riddle Order, 12 points at the very bottom. They are 8 behind Heroes. Heroes only 8 ahead of Riddle. Now, both of those teams at one point, actually 2 matches ago, would have thought, actually, we're looking pretty good to stay alive in the competition. And then now the 2 teams that were below them have just popped off. This is going to be an insane last few games, not just for the bottom of the leaderboard, but look at the top 9. TSM, 41 points. Notheption only 1 behind them.
I mean, you can extend it down, right? If you're third place, if you said to someone, I'm third place overall with 2 games remaining today, you would feel very, very confident. But that really isn't the case now with how close the teams are from, I mean, you could include second place. If you fail in these last 3 games, you are going to be in a worrying position. But there is literally, what, 5-6 points from third place down to like 12th, 13th, it feels like at the moment. So I said I had a feeling coming into these games that going into the final 2 of the day, we move over to Storm Point, we are going to see some heartbreak and some celebrations, of course, for those teams who make it through to the finals and those who find themselves in the last chance qualifier. But I mean, I've got to be honest, I'm not even looking at the top right now because of the craziness we've experienced in the last 2 games. I'm looking down at the bottom, and I've got eyes on Riddle Order.
Riddle Order, can they do something a little bit different from what we saw in the previous game? They had their opportunity in the previous game. They were in a really solid spot, but then their day was ruined by Fnatic. And sadly, Fnatic couldn't even then hold that position, and it was eventually given over to DMS, who went on to win that game. Now, Northeption, who are 1 point behind TSM. They will also be a big focus point for us here on World's Edge. But with 3 games still left to play, there's a lot of points that are available, especially if you do find a victory. But of course, you're looking for the average scores. You're looking for consistency here if you want to be progressing into that top 9. Zone-wise, we are going down towards the southeast side of the map. It's not all the way down to Dome, but it is going to be over towards Stacks and Big Maud.
This is one of these zones as well. I mean, I look at it for the first time, I'm like, this may be the paintball zone, maybe pulling towards Dome and the outside of Stacks, but all of the players, and myself included at the moment, are probably just second-guessing all of the zones that we are seeing. The last one, it felt a little bit more predictable, and it went the way that we would expect. But we've had these kind of zones before where everyone starts to play for Maud, tries to play for the bridge, play for the broken shell, and then it pulls hard in towards Stacks, and we're all like, okay, well, it's a Stacks zone. So what it does do is give us playable area, right? You look at Stacks and you're thinking playable area is going to be big, but then there's the bit in the back of your mind that's like, do we play for third beacon? Because third beacon might give us the shift back towards Siphon. It's a tough one to read.
It is tough because by the time that other teams have arrived towards Stacks and Big Maud, the 2 beacons that are there and available for you, the 2 consoles, excuse me, are not going to be available for a team to grab easily. So for Mizuchi, they need to decide, do we want to play for Maud or do we want to play for Stacks? Because they do have that ring console to work with.
Well, we've just seen Timmy get knocked in the kill feed, so they've got to do a little bit of work here to get back into the game as a full 3. So a little bit of an early exchange going down. As we jump over to Mizuchi now, this is over round Big Maud, so maybe the Stacks team get a little bit too close and, well, some shots can be fired, shall we say.
It was TIE from Geyser, got ring console information and decided they were going to push right down towards Big Maud and found Timmy, who was looking to get the ring console at Big Maud and was taken out because of it. And now Mizuchi needs to try and get that banner back to just get up to a full 3. It's not exactly going to be an enjoyable experience for them if TIE hold this correctly.
And now TIE are inside of Big Maud, so their game plan has worked perfectly, right? They've managed to get the pick, they've managed to take the spot away, and we always talk about, like, it's great to have ring console, but if you have to overextend a little bit and your rotate gets cut by a team who's looking for it as well, then some trouble starts to come your way. It looks like Mizuchi might have been able to get the res in. You can see it happening right now, and Timmy will be back into the game. But the question is, do they get pushed now? Because they might get sandwiched if they do.
And where do they go? Because now 2 other teams are already in Stacks, so they have lost priority position at Stacks. They've lost priority position at Maud.
Northampton.
Now they're going to have to take something here.
Northampton, who we mentioned were 1 point behind qualification positions with 2 games to go as they entered this game. Well, damage was being dealt and damage was being taken. It's Blacklist International who are looking to force the pace here. However, Northampton have managed to retreat. They've managed to get into the RV, but look at the shields, look at the armor, look at the knocks coming in now. Northampton on the back foot.
Blacklist International have quietly gone about their business, but there's nothing quiet about this push that they see alongside NRG right now, who will be able to clean up the pieces that Blacklist pushed their way. NRG get the chance to reset. They're going to be within the RV, and this seems like a good chance to jump into a listening with NRG and see how that communication is going to be going down right about now.
We have kills, we have kills!
Contact.
They're gonna slide in, right here,
Grenade him.
Yeah, we go!
Right here.
Crystal one! It's
Playing 67.
Yep.
My fusel pass on the right. I have one of my fusel guys. Yep.
I'm minting.
What's his bang?
On me! Run!
Got him. Nice. Nade.
Yep. Res me.
Doing it.
On your face, man.
Dropping armor. Bang chip running.
Did we get the kill?
Yes.
Did we get both?
Yes. I actually don't know if we pulled the guy. Yeah, we pulled both. Yes.
Okay.
Flying over us.
Need to make water. We need to get in. We need to get in.
Yep, going.
Careful. Go back.
Come back.
Can we just RV or no?
Yeah, we can.
I'm just walking in.
Yeah. Don't take the zip.
Yep. I'm gonna pop the top though. Anyone need a 3x?
No.
Watch my choke for a sec. I'm gonna leave this body one more time. Then...
There's nothing on it. It's like a 3x and disruptors.
Always better
this
than
body?
iron
I was
sights.
grabbing ult. I think Maud left. I think it was the solo.
Okay.
Can we hit Beacon?
Ult excels. Three ult excels. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, a little bit of aggression being shown by NRG in that listening as well. Not only did they get a couple of kill points secured, they secured the space around it. So shutting down teams who are trying to move into Maud and keep the space on their side. A good job from NRG.
So it's going to be DRG against Weibo on the other side, by the way, and DRG have already lost 1. And Weibo, after their previous performances, are probably feeling on top of the world, but at the moment they're fighting tooth and nail just to avoid the damage from DRG. who are now down to just one and should be eliminated, will be eliminated, and it's Alliance who are on the other side of this that will pick up the kill here. By the way, Effect, currently going into this game, he has 7,800 damage after those 7 games. Averaging over 1,000 per game is pretty nuts.
We were gaming! Oh, just you felt that scalp bullet hit a little bit harder than they normally do. We're in 5th, by the way, now. We were gaming. You're welcome. Dan and I send our compliments. Alliance up on the rock, though. You can see using the Pathfinder zips again just to get themselves into these elevated positions. And now they're going to use a little bit of other jungle gym equipment in the evac tower to take another position here. Look at the shots coming in from Hackis with that Nemesis. Not enough to break the shields, not enough to break the hearts, but it's good enough to force the team away.
By the way, Unlucky has just short of 7,000 damage as well. Both the 2 players on controller have been doing their job, and you heard Hackis in the interview earlier. He kind of just sends them, but Northeption have been eliminated in 19th position. So remember, they were the team that were chasing TSM. Weibo still alive, though. Bobo is going to do his hardest here to try and survive and get Weibo just that little bit further into this lobby.
Weibo, like you say, still alive and probably done enough of a job in the last few games to feel secure enough in their position to start thinking about qualification over survival in this tournament. TSM, though, this is the team who are probably feeling the pressure most here on this final game on World's Edge. 41 points is what they have as they hold down the 9th place position. Here's a replay just of the last members of Dragon Esports being eliminated. A little bit of more work being done onto Na'Vi by Alliance, but TSM, this is the story I think we need to keep our eyes on in this game, because they've got a tough rotate to this zone. They are not in the zone as yet. Everybody else in the game is inside of next zone, outside of themselves, Elevate, Bleed, and Alliance who have a walk into it and essentially are in zone.
Well, good news for TSM is they would have seen Northeption eliminated in the kill feed, so they at least know they have a little bit of a gap and a little bit of a buffer and a chance to really separate themselves from that 10th position now. As you can see, Mizuchi have been able to survive, get back on their feet, but they're not in the best position over towards Stacks, although depending on where this zone does go, you never really know. We have seen it where it shifts all the way to the southern side, but of course there was that famous zone just outside of this building, the one that Snipe Down was able to get a kill with an heirloom.
Just gonna say, by the way, Riddle Order, center zone. Just saying, 20th place coming into this. Yeah, they're playing down on the low ground, but if that happens, by the way.
Same as last time, same as last game. Riddle Order have got to their position, but can they hold it if someone gets aggressive? Clearly, they have struggled so far in this series at having success in their 3v3s. Other teams have bullied them a little bit, and they need to be a bit stronger when it comes to those engagements.
Well, it is going to be pulling towards the stack side of things. When we look at our map overhead, it's giving that information to us. We were questioning, is this going to pull towards Siphon? Just to the fact that we've had a couple of funky pulls today, but the more traditional and expected zone is what a lot of the players have put their stock into, and that's where we find ourselves right now. A lot of teams already stacked up inside of stacks. There's also a lot of sentence there with the word stacks in it.
Do you want to hit another one just for the sake of it?
Please do.
I won't.
Stacked.
It's just stacked in general. Well, I mean, speaking of stacked, we are going to see a lot of these areas around stacks having several teams and several players on top of one another, which is going to make for a very exciting kind of last-ditch attempt at trying to get within zone. And also when that zone does force other teams in, you're going to maybe throw yourself into a building that could be occupied by many different teams. But at the moment, it's going to be a little bit of a breather for some of those teams that are already within stacks. Of course, they will be firing shots off to one another, but unlikely we will have a fight at stacks at the moment. Instead, it's going to be the surrounding areas where we will find the action as these zones close.
I will say that one team in the lobby at the moment who is probably not living up to expectation is the team we just saw moving through Geyser, and that's Space Station Gaming. Coming into this game, they were in 12th position, outside of the qualification spots to the grand final, and for much of the North American season, were seen as the competitors to Falcons, the one who could push them the furthest when it came to those overall leaderboards, and they're going to have to show a little bit more. It's still some games to go. We mentioned how they could quite comfortably, after this game, be inside of that top 9, but the rotate coming in from TSM now with the perk-based zip line to hit the balloon, and now they're making their play.
And you saw it is a heavy shift towards stacks with that zone as well. So the teams that maybe had hoped it was going to be up towards Big Maud, will not be able to find any sort of success there. As we checked in with some of the other squads that are now just flying in and finding a little bit of space.
Oh, this is not
TSM,
good.
they've lost one.
This is not good. They fly into the tunnel and Alliance were waiting, but even worse for TSM is that Elevate Bleed, they saw the rotate, they saw them fly through the skies and were shooting him in the back just as they landed as well. So TSM, a little bit of a shambles there. Weren't able to see the position of Elevate, kind of flew in blind to the tunnel and Alliance were waiting for it.
And Alliance might just say, we'll leave this one to Elevate Bleed now. We'll allow them to be the sharks in the water, because Elevate Bleed naturally have to rotate this way, and they saw 2 members, only 2, going into that building from TSM. And even though they have a Watson, are you going to be able to survive? And will they be able to maybe even get that banner?
Well, TSM are going to rethink things here, and we heard from Verholst how the man on your screen right now, Zapto, has been the one to take over the majority of the IGL duties. He's going to go for the banner right now. Shots coming in from Elevate Bleed, but if there's one legend you want in this position, it's going to be Bangalore to get the smokes down and help you on the cross. But Elevate Bleed are looking for these kills now. They smell blood in the water, and they want TSM dead.
Alliance might have a peek at this, so Elevate Bleed do need to be careful, but Elevate know they're going up against a 2, but it is a Watson team you have to face.
They're going to drop the back.
Delete the fences first. There's a lot of damage being done here by TSM.
They're getting shot in the back here, Elevate Bleed as well, and it's Alliance who are moving in on this and might have just saved TSM for a few moments. One team will fall inside of the building, it's Elevate Bleed, and as a 2, TSM will hold. Now, Alliance, what play do you make? Do you try and capitalize on the duo of TSM, or are you going to back up and play your spot?
Well, TSM are going to be sandwiched, though, because it's not only Alliance. Virtus Pro also in the area watching over this, but now Space Station Gaming are behind Virtus Pro as well. No one can catch a break at the moment. No one has the chance to breathe, so it will allow Alliance to push in on TSM.
Zap last alive. Reps has gone down. VP now trying to move in, and Zap with that smoke might just forged an escape route for himself, as SSG is still thinking about what VP are doing. SSG down to a 2. 13th place overall for SSG, by the way. I think a lot of people would not have said that was possible at this point.
This is mental on this western side. Alliance eventually are going to dip out and take their position back in the Vault Tunnel, but SSG are going to have a lot of high ground over the likes of Virtus Pro. Still one remaining player from TSM, like you mentioned. Zap just ratting away, hoping that he can survive and maybe escape to get into the top 10 for his squad.
Zap just saying, I am but a rock formation, please leave me be. However, Seer, well, he's a popular pick at the moment, and it's for reasons like that. The scan's going to come in to reveal his position, but you can see the VP are worried of other teams around them at the moment. They want to deal with Zap, they want to take him out, but they don't want to expose themselves to SSG, who are up on the height. But the timing of this might be good, because SSG will have to move as the zone starts to close.
VP also don't want to waste too much time here. They are going to most likely get this kill eventually, but all the while that Zap is holding them off, it is delaying their rotation, and it will be just adding to the likelihood of SSG being able to take them down on their move.
Well, as we look at the other side of what is going to be our endgame position, as Zap is dancing around all of these VP members. The zone is going to be a hard stack zone. Zap going to have to pop the barrier here, just trying to exist as long as possible. And you've got to give him credit just for existing in this position. Nades coming in, arc stars, frag grenades. He's down to barely any HP whatsoever. The smoke's going to help with the health. The bat's going to help with the shields. He's still alive.
He is just a thorn in the side of Virtus Pro now, and SSG should be able to mop up the pieces here.
They have to leave.
Virtus Pro have to leave. They can't afford to watch this anymore.
Well, they're going to hit the evac tower. They give up on it. They're going to go across the stacks, and they blind fire in, and TSM is still alive. And I tell you what, Zap is going to take it behind them.
Zap will take it, and it is a ticket out, and maybe a ticket, maybe into the top 15 for TSM to try and secure another point. Remember, points are everything for TSM here, and Zap will do his best to try and survive.
Well, Zap is surviving. He has done more than his job at this point, and look at this, he's still alive. By the way, for the craziness that we've just seen in this game, for the trades that we've just seen in this game, and how it felt like the action just sparked all of a sudden, we have 17 squads still remaining. Only 3 teams have been eliminated.
And it is going to be a northern stack zone, so it isn't going to pull all the way south. So that's great news for the likes of Mizuchi, Heroes, Na'Vi, DMS, EXO-Clan, and the remainder of TSM, because they are all in that area. The respawn comes through. There's going to be a lot of eyes on that respawn, and fun is deleted for NRG.
So EXO-Clan up on the top of construction building at the moment. Shots coming in onto Alliance, I believe that is inside of that tunnel. Pretty darn good ones as well. Koi's going to go down for SSG, so SSG are just a solo now. And it could be another disappointing game for them.
This is going to be absolute carnage, by the way. This might be one of my favorite end circles that we have on World's Edge, because there's so much different elevation, there's so many different playable areas that allows you to quite literally be stacked in stacks. And it means you have to be thinking on your feet. You have to have an IGL who is confident at calling the action as it arrives in front of you and calling those fights perfectly at the end of the game.
Weber game has just been eliminated. Mizuchi now trying to just create a little bit of space around them. They will be safe inside of their building. How have gone as well. 15 squads now remaining in our lobby as round 5 will begin to close pretty darn soon. Turbocharger here for Waltzy as well. He's been doing some work with that Havoc and the triple take in the last few minutes in that kill feed.
And of course, 15 squads means everyone gets 1 placement point. That's great news for TSM. When we look back at that 1 point that Zap has achieved, could it be the 1 point that keeps them in the grand finals or sends them to the grand finals after the 10th match? Still 2 matches to play after this one here, so a lot of points still available, but we know every one counts.
Take yourself back to the start of this game. Timmy goes down, trying to hit a ring console right at the start, over at Stacks, over at Big Morning, excuse me. And then they're forced into Stacks after hitting the respawn. Then we're questioning, is this the best position for them? And now they find themselves inside of one of the only buildings that is going to be safe inside of this next zone. By the way, Space Station Gaming have been eliminated. Another rough game for them with 2 games to go. They have to pull off something special now. And Zap was still alive. TSM fans, Zap's your boy.
TIE also went down, and we get closer towards the top 10. You talk about points, you talk about Zap, you talk about TSM. If he gets into the top 10, his teammates better be giving him a shoulder rub after this one, because it is quite the solo performance. Blacklist International also falls, so getting closer to those top 10 positions as now Fnatic looking to try and make their way up in the Stacks buildings, but that is a missed PK shot.
Very rare you see that from Yuka as well. Usually that man hits shots. Suzuki's going to get the kill, and now Leica on the flank with the Prowler gets the knock and plays his life beautifully as well. Fnatic have done enough damage here to claim this floor as their own and clear some space above them as well. Fnatic in 7th in the overall standings at the moment. A big game here for them might make them feel a little bit more comfortable.
By the way, our 19th and 20th teams are both still just about alive. Heroes have lost a couple, but they're still in this lobby. And Riddle Order, 20th position, are certainly still fighting for this game. Hackers has just gone down. Waltzy also falls. So some of the big teams losing some of their big players, but EXO-Clan, 2nd place right now, still chasing Alliance, by the way, have a great position here. One of the best, actually.
2nd place overall, and just remember, this team was not going to be here until very, very recently. Stepping in for Passion UA, we send our love to those boys, of course, at any opportunity. Nocturnal as a solo as well here for NRG. Swings down onto the low ground, smokes himself out to try and survive. There's a lot of solos and duos available. Or should I say surviving in this lobby at the moment, and Nocturnal's one of them.
Keep an eye on that kill feed. It's about to go off, an action about to unfold. TSM will be eliminated in 12th place. A great effort from Zap, but they finally will fall as now 11 squads are left. There is not much playable space down where the ring is going, by the way. So these buildings, if you can hold on to them, hold on for as long as possible as Heroes go down in 11th.
Final player taken down by Fnatic. Yuka's taken a little bit of time to craft the battery. We've seen that go badly, but luckily it only takes about half a second to craft them these days. Nocturnal still alive as a solo, by the way. Smoking himself out. Tiptoeing across the top, and it's giving me a throwback to when this man was dancing on a lamppost in the Pro League. He knows how to get it done as a solo, but this time the ask is too much. Too many eyes on him.
The zone is about to force all these teams outside of the building, though. Na'Vi also fall, as to Mizuchi. They cannot rescue Timmy and get a top 5 finish, but now this is a chance for DMS to try and replicate what they did in the previous game. Can they go back-to-back and push themselves into the top 9 here?
Great shots coming in from Ozus. It's going to be Alliance eliminated alongside Riddle Order, who going to the top 6, so craziness continues to happen. As we see the Acrobat start to perform here on the zip lines. Ozus, last player alive now for DMS. Fnatic still alive, still picking up kills. Satsuki going to be that player who manages to find one. VP, Pricey, still alive alongside 2 of his teammates as well. The Fnatic will be eliminated in the meantime. And don't forget about Ozus. EXO-Clan have gone as well.
So much damage from Ozus, trying to keep them alive here for DMS, but it will fall down to 2 squads. And LGD look to have done it here, but there is still a job to do, and it might not be as easy as they first thought.
Feiji might not be able to climb here. He might not be able to climb here in the zone. The zone is going to be the victor. But it's enough. The damage was already done. And my goodness. We talk about who wins games sometimes. We talk about the big moments. But all I can think about is what we've got to progress with, right? We've got 2 games to go, and this is going to be insane, these last 2 games.
Take a guess where LGD were at the start of that game.
18th?
18th position. 20th just won. 19th just won. And now 18th just won. We are seeing the teams who were struggling at the start of the day find their colors at the perfect time to send themselves towards the top half of that leaderboard. This lobby, this group has had absolutely everything. You would be a madman to try and call where this one's going to go.
The one thing I will say to everybody watching at the moment, from Dan and myself, is you're welcome, essentially, because every time we have stepped on the mic today in these last 3 games, it has been the underdogs who have had their day and given themselves a chance at not just survival, but maybe qualification as well. This second group, Group B, is set up for one of the craziest finishes you have seen in quite some time.
Storm Point is gonna be an absolute madness, and for LGD it was a little bit of a concerning time there at the end, not being able to climb over the wall. Maybe the zone was gonna play its part, which actually it did play its part by eliminating the other team, but LGD, they pushed themselves up from 18th position all the way up the leaderboard. We can get some confirmation of the scores a little bit later, but what a moment that will be for all of those guys there.
Absolute insanity in those 3 games. It started off on Broken Moon, where Weibo Gaming got us underway and started the tale of the underdogs. And as we head towards our last 2 games of the day, we're not quite sure what's going to happen. It's been a good time on the mic. 2 games to go. Storm Point just around the corner.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Well, we're here in Riyadh, but it has been a takeover by one of our Chinese teams. And look at that, LGD Gaming getting the pop off, shouting to their fans in the stands here in Riyadh. What an exciting time to be an Apex Legends fan. Rain Day joined by AJ Hawk, Zephyrcast, and Glitter Explosion back on the desk before we kick it to our final 2 games of the evening. But let's go back to look at what just happened, because LGD Gaming, that was a chaotic end zone, Jayhawk. They made it out. They didn't shoot their guns to do it. It was a matter of survival and who had a little bit more health.
Yeah, and I love stacks end zones because that kind of stuff happens. Every time it feels like we get one of those, there's somebody that's jumping off the height, and we just don't know who's going to win. And in that one, didn't even have to shoot your gun. How often does that happen in Apex where you win because of the ring?
And the positioning too. LGD Gaming, you know, they obviously are looking to get into these fights before, but sometimes just a little bit of luck. It's Virtus Pro on the other side of that wall, 2 members alive, thinking they have the advantage, Ben, but they're just in the wrong spot with too many ticks of health.
Yeah, it's this move up to the height, especially with EXO putting in a lot of damage on top of VP that actually comes back to bite them, because at the end of the day, as Jayhawk's saying, LGD didn't even really attempt to attack some of that health. One final lift on the end of that victory. You can tell how happy with them, because we don't even get to discuss this, and we'll dive in deeper with some of these teams we saw in these recent matches. At the bottom of the leaderboard, a huge win to maybe not secure top 9, but at least keep you here at EWC.
It's been unbelievable what has happened, Lauren. Seems like desperation is hitting a lot of our teams who have been in the back spaces, knowing that relegation could be a thing if they don't pick it up.
Yeah, and we were talking about this a little bit while we were watching the match. It seems like they maybe learned something from Crazy Raccoon, who did get that win at the end and just barely missed out on being able to qualify into that top 9, not waiting until the final hour to have that pop-off moment. You can also see just how evenly spread across the board kills were this time around. People are also starting to pick up their aggression a little bit earlier in our Group B.
I mean, AJ Hawk, was it 17th, 18th, or 18th, 19th, 20th? What? All just got wins?
Absolutely.
All of our last teams?
Yeah, Weibo, DMS, and LGD, obviously all buried on the leaderboard, down at the bottom. All 3 managed to get huge wins and put themselves, like Zephyr said, in a position where maybe it's not top 9, but right now they're in the conversation with 2 maps to go.
Giving yourself a chance, that's something that you got to be excited about, right? Ooh. Yes, top 9 though,
right there,
is so close. And one of the teams you did mention, DMS, that got a win. We saw LGD get a win. We saw Weibo Gaming get a win as well, Ben, and they are all definitely within qualification range, within 1 point of each other.
That is insane. We talk about the kind of place where these points are ending up, especially after seeing yesterday where we finished somewhere around that 52-point mark as the cutoff. Today, it is a little less of a point sponge with Alliance and EXO falling flat a little bit towards the end of our series here. As a result, this is as tight as it is going to get for so many of these rosters, and even for those sitting in the bottom 11th through 17th here. One great win.
Here's the big thing. Look at this. Pay attention. 13th place and 3rd place. They are separated by 12 points. This is easily, you can go from 13th to 3rd in 1 game. And we have 2 games left, so I know I wanted to keep this on your attention. Yes, this is a different lobby style than we saw with Falcons, Jayhawk. And Lauren, we mentioned this earlier on. These things are going to be tighter than ever because the competition in Group B seems a little bit more even. Not as many standouts, albeit Alliance is doing quite well to stay on first.
Yeah, we knew that this was going to be a much tougher group here. I didn't think it was going to be this much where we've got ties already and a non-existent point disparity between people who are qualifying and those who are outside of that bubble. 1 pop-off match right now puts you into top 9, and at the end of the day, with the way things are looking, it could literally be 1 point, 1 placement point, 1 more kill that keeps you in the running or knocks you out.
Well, I want to talk about where we're going now, because 2 games left, and they are going to be on Storm Point. A new map means new chances, new opportunities. And Jay, let's talk about it, because this map obviously is a bread and butter map for Alliance. That's where they built that win. Privacy was talking with Lauren and I. That's where they have this huge advantage in terms of average points. But there are teams that need it. We talked about Weibo Gaming. We talked about LGD Gaming, landing Checkpoint, landing Cascade. But what about TSM on Pylon? They're in a position where they're out right now of qualifying, and that is not a spot that you want to be.
Absolutely. TSM at Pylon, a really solid POI. Another team in a similar situation right next to them, SSG, not having a great day over at Launchpad. These are teams that absolutely need to perform. They need to have some sort of revelation because they're a much better team than what we're seeing right now, and they have solid POIs on Storm Point. Now, unfortunate for SSG, not for TSM,
but this is not actually their strongest map. They're okay on it, but World's Edge was the one they needed to capitalize on. So they're going to have to pull something out of them, because you don't want to have to go into tomorrow and have to fight for your life with only 2 spots on the line.
Absolutely not. I mean, it's a great point. You know, NorthPad, we see the top North team in the Alliance. They're doing well, Ben. But still, these are the last 2 games. You've got to make them count.
Absolutely, especially if you want to secure a confident place, as we saw some of those other teams that aren't quite as close here. I do want to touch on this complete southeastern section. We've had a lot of big discussions regarding those teams that are potentially in our elimination spot, right? Riddle having big struggles, and here on Stormpoint, it isn't particularly a full contest against Mizuchi, but just being in the presence of that, and more importantly, out here by the devastated coast. Heroes, the team that is just behind them, the potential other squad to fall into that 20th position. That kind of chaos, that kind of issue, whether it be rotations, a zone pull, that could be potentially what sets you up for, well, maybe not a place here at Riyadh.
Quick thought, Lauren, before we start heading in. Alliance, you know they're going to do well. Unlucky, averaging 1,600 damage per game on Stormpoint. Do you think they're going to close it out and stay first overall in this tournament?
Absolutely, without a doubt.
I think it's going to be one where obviously teams are going after it. There are 2 games left before we find out who's going home at EWC in Game 2 and who is going to the finals. To find out who's going to be in that middle ground and all in between, let's send it back over to our casters as we get ready to finish it off here.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. What a tight competition we have here for Group B. It is insane that a team that was just in 18th has now skyrocketed themselves to 8th place, and they're not the only one, Genome. The fact that over the course of these last 3 games, our last 3 winners were at the overall bottom end of the leaderboards, have now found themselves up with a potential chance to make it in the top 9.
Yeah, it's been a very topsy-turvy sort of end to this series, and it's one of the fun things about a 10-game series, right? You know, in 6 games, it kind of gets to this point where, you know, it feels like you've only got 1 or 2 left to try and make it, but the tail end of this series has really flipped things on its head and opened it up for teams like LGD moving up 10 spots, Virtus Pro moving up 7 spots, and jumping past a lot of very good teams like TSM, Weibo Gaming, Nardus Vincia, and NRG, even Space Station Gaming sitting down at 15th at the moment.
I just can't believe how this has just shifted so much, so significantly, but also comes into play when instead of the usual 6 games that we're used to seeing in competitive Apex play, what happens when you include just a few more games for some of these teams to adapt around, to play around different maps that we don't usually get to see as well, right? That's where we really got to see Weibo and Fnatic really pop off, find some momentum here. And now we're talking about Weibo specifically in Game 6. Before that game, they were sitting, what, like dead last? They're sitting in 6th place. Like, that is just something that sometimes teams need to really boost themselves up for the following games that proceed.
Yeah, and interestingly, Weibo have even had a change up in not their composition, but who was playing what. So we've seen Boring move over and take the Pathfinder duties, and he's swapped that over with Jackie Chan, who's been playing Fuse for the last couple of games. So yeah, look, interesting to see that, again, a 10-game series gives these teams opportunities to make changes, to try different things across not only a variety of maps, but a variety of compositions. And yeah, there's just a lot of space for these teams to make the comeback, and it feels like we're getting not one, but several of those here.
Then you take a look at teams like Riddle Order, sitting in dead last, 15 points, right behind Heroes, I believe, and it's just the fact that we have 2 more games left to go. Time is of the essence for a lot of these teams here, as we focus on how Riddle Order is going to also have to rotate around Mizuki, who also lands right next to them.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about changing it up, Umi-chan has played 3 different legends in this series so far. And, you know, maybe that's not entirely surprising considering you play 4 different maps across that. But, you know, it's not necessarily been confined to, you know, particular map series. The fact that he's gone from, you know, Watson to Pathfinder to Bloodhound. And not that that's going to be too much of a problem here. We've got Weibo Gaming coming down from Checkpoint. And, yeah, that's Elevate Bleed coming up towards them.
Something that, you know, Elevate had to deal with this very early on in the day. I believe it was like the first game or so, where they actually were contested by Fnatic trying to get the Evil Harvester close to Mill, and it was Zach Mazer who was called out. Now, Elevate Bleed kind of creeping up around Weibo before they were trying to execute the Evil Harvester, trying to not only control that, but also try to take advantage of this circle and where it's pulling here over by the northwest side of the map.
10th spot. Job is not done for our Chinese team. They need to still push up even further and keep the other teams at bay. So many of them now pushing up in the bottom half of the scoreboard. Na'Vi, one of those.
Can we talk about
to get rid of their, you know, their moniker at LAN as this team who's you know, an onliner.
It's crazy to see what they could do when they're sitting on that cusp, true, right? 12th place, 44 points, but it's also even crazier to see how EXO has been performing thus far. Usually a team that has their hot and cold days, but find themselves in the middle of the pack on days that they execute against teams at this caliber in this current lobby, yet they're sitting in 2nd place. As we see Na'Vi taking a much more passive approach because this circle will be pulling probably close to the hilltop when you exit out of Cedo, where we saw LGD Gaming currently situated at, where Fnatic is going to be wrapping around on the other side of Mill. So this area is going to get hot very quick, while Fuda risking it all right now to get the gold nemesis perhaps here. Yes, he's going to commit to it. He's going to be able to now rotate right back to the safety of his team. Lovely, of course, sending out your Bangalore to take advantage of that because in a composition like this, Genome, the Watson, the Fuse, you're going to be sitting pretty inside this building, calling out where the circle was going to be pulling, so you're not going to really overextend and have too much loot to work with.
Yeah, not bad sitting over there at Bean. That said, I don't think this ring is done and dusted, Vicky. It could be going towards Cedo Station. Most teams definitely reading it as a Bean circle, but look, I don't want to give them too much credit after today, honestly, because it feels like the ring has been, you know, sort of its own character, you know, just having some interesting pulls today, having fun with the players. We have just taken a short pause. Bear with us while we work through that. Just want to make sure all the players, you know, are feeling comfortable about where we're at in the game. Hopefully it won't be too long for you guys. I mean, yeah, look, you were talking about EXO Clan there and how well they've done today, Vicky. Hot and cold. I mean, it's only been hot today, right? They haven't had a single game, a single donut, right? The minimum they've got today is 3 points if we're looking across the 8 games we've seen so far. And, you know, you say consistency is key. You've got, yeah, it's very hard to do that in a full series, honestly, because, yeah, you know, all it takes is losing one team fight to get into that situation. So, EXO really doing well. I mean, I guess that compared to some of the other teams who were looking to change things up, to change their fortunes, EXO are the opposite. They played Bang, Fuse, and Watson. 8 games out of 8 so far.
You also saw like K-Sweeney's face right there, right? Waving at the camera, giving some love over to the fans as well in the audience and at home. That also goes hand in hand with the type of attitude this team is going into today. Very fresh slate, but also helps the fact that they won Game 4, 7 KP, like you mentioned, have been really ramping up while other squads get ready to go here. Getting word that we are going to get right into the game, guys. Thank you so much for your patience, but always making sure that our players are ready to go, because once again, there's only 2 more games left to see which team will be eliminated and which squads will be going on to the upper bracket.
I mean, this isn't any ordinary group stage. The stakes are high here. The top 9 go through straight into the grand final, and the others have to find their way through a brutal LCQ tomorrow with only 2 spots available.
And that's with the fact that they would be going in, if they do manage to hit those top 2 spots, with no advance points. So that is huge when it comes to that finals lobby. While we take a look at DMS on their rotate, going through Spider Caves on the Trident. Getting shot from the back, I believe it was from Mizuchi, who have already made their rotate away from Echo HQ, where they had a ring console and a survey beacon, are going to be able to take advantage of that information in Barometer as well. But DMS is now stuck by the edge of the circle. We also previously saw TSM actually on their rotate on the southern side of the zone where we saw EXO Clan inside that building. So very congested if you don't really find yourself in some sort of safety or a building here, because then you're going to be in the line of sight of the likes like NRG and Fun with the charge rifle.
Sitting up there on Godrock. NRG currently in 14th spot. Team that we know has the potential to push their way up into that top 9. Had to try some different thirds over the past 12 to 18 months. Of course, Fun, FPS, and Nocturnal been together for quite some time now, and for most of their career were one of the most dominant teams in NA, but struggled to find their identity a little bit in 2024.
Gotta give a little shout out to Reptar, who's getting some kills, you know, throughout the course of the series, at least here, trying to see where they could situate themselves up on top of the high ground, while DMS on their rotate, being on the Trident. Already you can see those pings. They're going to be able to take some circle damage for now, because while they are going to be late rotating to the south side of Mizuchi, they will probably be gate-kept by the likes of TSM and Mizuchi, who haven't moved from that southern side of the zone. Or do they want to wrap fully around and maybe try to get the beacon that we saw earlier on in Barometer? Love the side-by-side that you currently see right here. That's the pressure that DMS is feeling at the moment. But then you see teams like Blacklist, who are already by Jurassic, are going to be playing by the right side of the edge. And most of the squads you were talking about, Dino, there was a possibility that the circle could have gone over to Cedo, and look over the teams that are left over there.
Yeah, it was like this 50-50, right? And you could almost see that in the distribution of teams in the area. That said, I think the fact that more teams were being first does probably predict that, you know, the harder zone teams, you know, thought it was there, and maybe the teams that were coming in later were just like, well, we're probably not going to get a good spot in Bean, so why don't we just hedge our bets a little bit and say, you know, I'll take a good spot in Cedo, and then if that doesn't work out, I don't know, we'll go to plan B later.
Also saw the charge rifle in the feed. NRG going to be able to get a knock onto Elevate Bleed. Looking like they're in some trouble here. Seeing NRG playing by the edge, too, of the circle, you could expect the likes of Alliance, who are going to come out from the down beast direction over towards Na'Vi that we saw in the armory early. DMS is just taking a completely different rotate, but this is what they're forced to do, like we mentioned, when you want to try to capitalize off of any information you could get in Barometer.
Yeah, back from that direction. Meanwhile, NRG still very happy. And Alliance found a nice spot up here.
Literally evicted NRG. Came up on the zip line, seen at their flesh, and is now trying to fully send it. They are okay with giving up this position for right now. Effect also has the bang ult in case he needs an insurance policy here. The knuckle cluster to get the knock onto Fun. Reptar's the next one to go out. Noct is still alive, but this is what we're talking about. It's just very split, looking at the way that this team has tried to kind of stay cohesive, and now with Noct being the last one alive right now, and Alliance on full purples are the literal threats on the high ground.
Well, I guess the question was, you know, how did they get into that spot where they had such a good high ground, but then had to give it up to Alliance? I mean, I didn't quite catch how, you know, that initial fight happened and what would have pushed them off, but yeah, it's something that they're going to have to go back and look at, right?
Oh, Verholz is going crazy. The fact that he was able to catch Sassmaster, I mean, he landed right in front of him too. Took a little bit of damage already preemptively. Now DMS, look at this. Pressus was one, is able to pop the Phoenix kit. And as I hear Verholz, it's like a horror movie. I heard the grapple from the distance, and Pressus is out of there. Looking for the straggler. Pressus is on the other side of the rocks. TSM wrap up opposing him.
Oh, no.
Can't really overextend because of the armory team that we're mentioning. That is Na'Vi, who have not moved from there.
Yeah, they are causing this to go on a little longer than perhaps it would have otherwise. Maybe he even gets out here. Does Prestus actually survive thanks to the suppressing fire there from Na'Vi? No, I think that's what Navi were pointed in his direction. I think they might have actually finished the job off there. So see you later, DMS. They go down. Not a great time for it, Vicky. They were in 9th. Of course, as our desk pointed out, that means they're in that sort of every single point matters category. Now, if we're talking about, you know, what that cutoff is going to be, it was, I think, 53 points yesterday. We were predicting it to be a little higher in this lobby just because we don't have the point sponge. The Falcons up the top getting 140 and therefore, you know, reducing the amount of available points to the rest of the team pool. So would it be 55 today, maybe even up to 60? Somewhere in that range, I think, is where these teams are going to need to get. So I think if you get 60, I'm going to say you're fairly safe at that point. But if we cast our eyes down the leaderboard right now, there are not many teams that are past that. In fact, I think it's only 2. Is it just EXO-Clan and Alliance?
Wow. That's it, especially since you're, like you mentioned, we don't have the Falcons flying away, right, with all the points. While we say goodbye to Northampton in the lobby for now, 13th place, another team with only 40 points, kind of being on that cusp, considering how tight the 9th place spot is for the rest of this lobby. But even better news, when you're looking at Northampton go down with 40 points, TSM, a lot of eyes on TSM sitting in 10th place with 46 points, but also on that southern zone trying to gatekeep the other squads coming in from the east.
You know what? I might have to revise that. I mean, that is one reason we could see the points total go up to qualify, but just having a better look at the scoreboard right now, there are so many teams so close together that I think it's more likely to be, you know, a 55-ish lower sort of point.
That was nasty. Nasty PK shots coming in. Weevo have waken up. From the bottom to the top they go to take this fight. And Virtus Pro get eliminated. Remember, it's about the momentum that dub has brought this team. Why it's so important to see what 2 extra games, rather just a few extra games in general, will do to a squad like this when the cutoff isn't just 6 games. Zone is shrinking here. Let's jump into a listen with TSM to see how they're going to be able to try to gatekeep Mizuchi.
I'm back. I'm playing cannon. Play cannon. Yeah, play cannon. We have Jen. Bring it, Matt. They're walking up. I can't play it. They're walking up. It's right. Throw me. Throw down here. Bank 50. No, man. With the door. I'm going to Jen. Tier one. They're backing up a bit. They're backing up. They're walking left. Give me knock. Tier one. Running away. It's one guy, I think. It's a bang, I think. They got wrapped by full team lead. Evan. Play your life, bro. You can get top 15 here. They're dying. Just so. You can live. Fall back to me.
The gatekeepers become the gate kept, basically, with Zap being the first to get knocked, reps following afterwards. Verholz, the last one alive for TSM, but right behind Mizuchi is Blacklist with the third party. The timing on their rotate, the moment that Mizuchi decided to overextend onto TSM.
This lobby is so close that it feels like every single team that goes out has some sort of ripple, some sort of importance to the final scoreboard here. And we see Heroes drop at 16th. That's important because it really is a battle between probably them and Riddle Order, maybe Dragon Esports, for who is going to get their key crushed today, Vicky. They go out and they've still got a 4-point lead over Riddle Order, but will that last?
Especially with Riddle Order still being alive. Also note, TSM, they found Verholz. They get eliminated. A team that desperately needed those points being on that cusp, sitting in 10th place. The Armory is getting pushed here while Fnatic are on the high ground, still looking at Na'Vi who have not moved from here, but they're not the only ones because Elevate Bleed are looking to get involved in this fight right behind them. Yuka gets taken down. Sasuke, the last one alive, well, rather the last one that had shields here and kind of moves in, saves the day for Na'Vi right before Elevate have now moved in.
All of these bubble teams going down is so good for teams like Na'Vi. Well, at least until they get eliminated themselves. It means this is fantastic for LGD, for Bleed, Elevate, who now push into the lower 50s and have a chance to walk straight into Sunday's finals.
Alliance, are you kidding me? They came in from the skies, landing right on top of Elevate. They want to fight now for the Armory, and Elevate being on the low ground were able to completely stave them off. Alliance get eliminated. Elevate have turned things up with 7 squads left. They are looking crazy right now, and the team that they really need to focus on was the team that took care of Masucci, that took care of TSM on the east side of the circle, Blacklist International.
A lot of teams sitting over here at the market. Must be Sunday morning. Dragons Esports, LGD, NRG as well. NRG only with the one remaining member and sitting at 13 again. You need to do the absolute best ratting you can. At least it's Nocturnal. Means he's got the smokes to work with.
Ty also playing by the fence line here, while NRG, only Nocturnal, who has survived for this long, by the way. Let's not forget what happened when the rest of NRG had to run into Alliance, who booted them off of Godrock. Now with just Nocturnal keeping the dream here for NRG, playing off the high ground, sharing this space with Dragons Esports.
In the next circle, EXO's building will be in. So will part of the Armory. That means EXO playing that building with Watson, currently set up in a really fantastic spot. Elevate. They've got Seer, Bang, and Fuse. But considering they're more on the edge of the circle, away from most other teams, apart from a potential Blacklist international incursion, I think that'll allow them to start bullying some other teams, drawing those knuckle clusters out and keeping them at bay. Nocturnal, he's playing big. It's just him up there, and maybe they wouldn't have noticed that up until now, where you can see the Mortar Flare is detecting him. That won't stop him from getting the finish on to Ty now.
Are you kidding me? Every crumb is something that Nock needs right now for the rest of NRG. With 44 points after getting that finisher, Blacklist going down has allowed him to also get placement points, 5 squads left. And the fact that nobody can get to where Nock is right now too. Dragons are still playing from inside. He has the evac, he takes it, but he can't get away. NRG finally get eliminated, but that was crazy effort from Nocturnal.
He pushes them up to 45 points. That is within striking distance for the next game. Blacklist International, their job done, 62 points now.
EXO now move in. It's going to be a 3v3 between EXO and Elevate. Remember, EXO are sitting in second place. Elevate right behind them. Nice crack coming in. Fuda, though, gets taken out. Slayers also very low. K-Swinny out of the fight to pop this shield bat. They're trying to play around the crates right now, but also trying to get out of their line of sight. You can see the pings coming in.
Knuckle Cluster goes through the smoke, hoping to find some ticks, and that does give him the information on where the opponents are. EXO looks to close the net once again.
Give him another one here with only 1 left from Elevate, 1 left from EXO. Can they clutch it out? No, Elevate with an insane game. Fighting for survival from the Armory into that circle, into taking out EXO, the pop-off. Lou dapping up Zach Mazer. Raven in the back, scheming, helping out this team, this insanely talented team, come together.
Raven, one of the only people at this LAN who knows what success feels like, who knows what it's like to lift the trophy in front of a crowd. And he wants to share that feeling with the 3 members on his team as they rack up 16 kills and catapult themselves towards the top of our standings here. 75 points overall for Elevate Bleed Esports.
What a crazy game. 16 kills And Nuck still out here with 15 headshots, but it is Zach Mazer with 6 kills. Again, amazing performance from Nuck to make do with what he had to work with there. But the Grim Reaper of that match was Zach Mazer. Beautiful follow-ups overall here too, and rotations from Bleed Elevate, even calling out the timing on when they should take those fights into the armory. We saw so many teams collapse from Alliance to Na'Vi, still holding it down.
So if we look at the scoreboard now, it seems like the top 5 have probably done enough. I like where they're sitting. Beyond that, I think there's a lot of room for teams to move around, to shuffle. Fnatic, LGD only need an average game to push themselves forward into the finals. The rest of the teams, well, it's anyone's game, and there's only one more game for them to do it in. We'll have a short break. Do not go anywhere.
Elevate Bleed, they take their first game of the day, Game 9, and Zach Mazer has turned a Mazer moment into a laser moment. Call him Zach Laser with 6K total damage throughout the course of the day thus far, roughly here. But taking that game was huge for their confidence. Again, first game for them of the day, and they've still been playing very consistent. But Genome, we have one last game to go before we eliminate one team and send the other squads, the top 9, over to the top bracket.
Alrighty, so close it is in that middle bunch, Vicky. It's gonna be honestly just a hell of a game. I have no idea how we're gonna try and catch all of the action for every team that is, you know, sort of in the conversation right now. It's just gonna be impossible. We'll try our best, but man, it's look, this match, I think, look, it did great things for a couple of teams, right? Elevate, obviously, winning, pushing ahead. Blacklist as well, now 60+ points. And then there was a whole bunch of teams that just chipped in a couple of points and made things, yeah, only harder to predict from now.
I mean, like Nocturnal, like we saw him popping off right there too, as well as TSM. You saw Verho's face when we went to the break. He is just not happy right now. He's doing his best. He's putting in so much damage, but it's just TSM. Something's going awry here, and with them sitting in 11th place right behind Na'Vi, 47 points, this could be the game. I mean, look at this Genome. Weibo, Virtus, Na'Vi, they are tied with 49 points. TSM are right behind him with 47 points. DMS, 46, and then the list goes on. NRG with 45. This is so incredibly tight to see which of these teams make it into that 9th place spot.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine if you see an early exit from Weibo, VP, Na'Vi, yeah, it's just done for them, right? It is completely over. But as you said, TSM 47, Verhulst, Mr. Reliable. Look, almost 5K damage for him. He's put on 10 kills so far. Sorry, 8 kills so far today. And he's going to need a couple more to push them up and into a qualification spot right now. Of course, we'll finish continuing on Storm Point. Still with the dropship in play, which one of these teams is going to come out on top, and which 9 will qualify? Heroes, of course, in the less desirable conversation, Vicky, of a team sitting near 20th place. Will they get their key crush today, or will it be Riddle Order?
It's crazy how the bottom end team, that 20th place team, there's only 3 points separating the two. Actually, so much tension over there at the very bottom, but I know we keep highlighting that middle of the pack. You have teams like Alliance with 95 points, EXO with 86, much closer than the action that we saw in Group A yesterday, but it's because it's so close. It's the reason why we have such a tight-knit 9th through 11th place spot for our squad to see who will be able to land themselves in that final 9th place spot too.
Feels like we're getting just a little bit of extra tension. Someone's got the script just milking it for everything it's worth here, Vicky, and we won't delay it any longer. The final game of Group B.
Let's get started, everyone. A whole day of action has led us to this.
Fnatic on the conduit.
And that,
what does that mean?
I was wondering here. Because this also opens an opportunity, Genome, for some teams to maybe creep others. They may try to go for an opportunity for this final game to change out this entire leaderboard.
They're dropping a Weibo. They're in checkpoint right now.
No way. Fnatic here. Gonna be able to try to capitalize off for landing right on top of Weibo. Dropping Glory first, the conduit. The change up from Fnatic. Are you kidding me?
That's bullying. That was a 3v1. It's not allowed.
Not in my game. We can. We don't make the rules. Fnatic happy after getting that KP, but also going to run away with it.
53 points. They only needed a few to cement the qualification. So they just go for an early contest. A completely random drop that Weibo don't see coming. They choose a team that split drops very far away from each other. so that even if it was a random drop, it can't just turn around on a dime.
That is such a good point.
So harsh.
And the fact that, as well, that Weibo are in 8th, right? With 49 points, Genome. You know they're feeling that here, too. Seeing if maybe they could get the death box, if they could get the banner here before Fnatic is going to end up wrapping around the duo.
I just got goosebumps. That's so harsh.
You expect these type of things when it comes to these last game scenarios. But even changing to the conduit, too. It's the nail in the coffin when you expect a contest at the end of the day here. And I love this play from Fnatic. You want to make sure you actually are safe. It's the insurance when you're sitting at 6 with 54 points. Weibo being right there with 49. It takes one good game, a heavy frag game, to clean up so much KP, and Fnatic are still playing this very safe, wrapping around Weibo, but also the fact that they had an Evo Harvester on their pathing before they got to the other side of checkpoint.
It's a zone down near Devastated Coast as well, Vicky. That's very good for Heroes. Unless someone can take a spot away from them, surely they can at least count on a couple of placement points to inch them further ahead of Riddle Order. That said, they're coming in from that southwest side, or just the south from Coastal Camp. And they may find a decent spot themselves.
Still here on this fight, though, over by checkpoint to see what Weibo's going to do. Are they going to be able to pick up the banner? This is taking a while. You know that Elevate, Buy Mill, Buy Down Beast are going to be within the vicinity. This is going to be on that road to huge. Coming up here, trying to follow up with these nades. Yuka now trying to go in for the attack, but the Mother Lord is going to force him to back off. Jackie was so close to getting knocked before they finally, with that knuckle cluster, get that knock to follow up. That huge nade coming in, and Weibo get eliminated in 8th place. They were in 8th, and they're the first team to go out in this last game.
We saw that Sky nade go up, and we didn't get the confirmation that it was actually the damage from the nade that downed him until we were back into the first-person POV, and wow, Fnatic showing why they can hang with the best of them here, but Weibo are going to be distraught. Their fate is no longer in their hands. They would need, look, a very unlikely set of circumstances to now qualify. They probably will be finding themselves in the last chance qualifier.
And Na'Vi are getting griefed in so many different directions, between Zap getting that knock and then the charge rifle in the distance. Na'Vi looking to see if they have an opportunity here. They lost out on their 3rd. There's nothing they could do here, especially when their whole goal is to play very similar to what we saw before in the last game. They get the crack. Can they get the fall? Nice shot to the 30-30, but revealing his back.
I mean, look, 1 point would actually, for the moment, put them into top 9.
Hold on here.
Yep.
Playing around the Lutz and Gen 2 as a duo, they are absolutely frying them here, but that's a charge rifle in the distance. Timmy with the grief, helping them out. Are you kidding me? Kind of running for his life.
Oh my God, just when they needed 1 point, Na'Vi don't get it. They go out in 11th. LCQs, unfortunately for them.
This last game is insane. Are you kidding me? Right there too. Now EXO have moved on to the armory for free. Thank you very much, Timmy, Mizuchi, as they are also playing by the outskirts, and TSM with the pressure from afar from Zap.
I mean, it was insane how close that fight was, but you take 1 charge rifle shot, that changes everything.
Gives you a haircut.
Is that what happened to Waltzy and Empty?
There you go. It's the charge rifle, honestly. That's what the changes were about. Gotta absolutely burn the hair off the head of that team here. 18 squads left in this final game. DMS, another team, sitting in 12th in the cusp, like we mentioned earlier before. 46 points, by the way, for this squad, while TSM are sitting in 9th at the moment with 49 points. I'm not expecting this team to overextend, but they do lose out on Burrows. That is insane. They get eliminated. Oh, no. TSM just get eliminated in 18th place, and they were just sitting in 9th. Are you serious?
That's 2 squads who have gone out. That's 3 squads who have gone out on 49 points.
Virtus Pro now on 49 in 10th spot. Obviously, there's some tiebreakers at work here. But a single point will deal with that.
North Eption, the next one to go out. Sitting with only 40 points. Do not make the cut here. A lot of these squads out for blood, and you can see where the circle is pooling. Genome, a circle that we've seen plenty of times, sometimes could pool on the outskirts of the south part of the bridge by the dome-broken buildings that are in the water. Something that teams like EXO, who wanted to get into that armory and had some help clearing out that previous squad, have now moved in for free. Riddle Order DMS still fighting for their lives on that south side of the zone by Echo HQ.
It's a lot of zone is over the sea, down towards Devastated Coast, and that means I think it's very likely it continues to pull far south, Vicky. Does it end on the bridge, or does it go even further into, as you said, yeah, Armory, some of those buildings down there? That's seeming more and more likely. A couple of teams over here on Echo as well. They will have to make a move.
We do know, coming in from that south side too, Genome, you said about coming in from the south side by Echo, there's a ring console there, but so many teams within the vicinity camping not only that beacon, looking at LGD, right there next to DMS, who are also trying to take some shots at Elevate Bleed, who called in an evac tower, by the way, will be flying overhead. As we take a look at Alliance, who, one of the squads, of course, taking their time to rotate into the circle, over by Stormcaster, will have a ring beacon, but this is no different story for Alliance, right? They usually like to come to the party late in these final zones.
DMS, a team on the other side, the wrong side of the bubble, 46 points, but they can eliminate that gap in a matter of seconds. NRG, similar situation, 45 points for them. Quite a few teams in the low 30s would need a banger game, but it is possible now that all of those 49-point teams have gone out. Of course, 16 teams left. That means with one more team eliminated, everyone in the lobby picks up a placement point, and that starts dropping some of those 49-point teams out of the top 9.
There is another team with 49 points. It is Virtus Pro, as DMS are looking to try to contest this team, fighting for Echo HQ. Let's jump into a listening with DMS.
Подсаживают парни. Я ушел, давай. Убегайте, фу, продавайте меня. Понимаю, да. Машину сядешь, сядь машину. Не сяду, ты умрешь. Попади просто за мной. Двое чеди. Я умер. Иди вперед, братишка. Иду. Сейчас отпустят, возможно. Граппл КД. Смотрят углы, погоди, я скажу. Стоят, лутаются, братишка, стоят, лутаются. Побегут меня? Нет, не могут. Надо выйти. Вторая зона.
I might not speak their language, but I'm pretty sure I know what they're saying, Vicky. It was get out of there as soon as the third party came through. They know that on 50 points, every single point matters, and if they can squeeze out one or two more, it could be the difference between top 9 or not.
Better be safe than sorry, especially when you just finished that fight. You were yourself one, the bang was at 1-2, you lost out on your Watson. As Pathfinder, you get to grapple away and reposition yourself. Now Virtus Pro, they were at 49 earlier on, like we mentioned, and like you said, Genome, with the placement, that one extra point after losing out on Riddle Order, who is the last placing team, by the way. The eliminated team, there is no hope left for that squad, and now they're gonna be able to squeeze any crumb they can.
I don't love their position though, Vicky. This house, you see a lot of people just commit onto it, and it's very hard to get out of once you are stuck in there. You can see Blacklist International, Dragons, Alliance, Fnatic will all have to come through roughly that area, and Virtus Pro will be looking at them. It's going to be very tough for them to continue on. They've got to 50 points. That's 9th at the moment, but it won't be by the end of the game. They need more points.
so tight here. It's Prestis holding on to the sliver of health that he has, holding on to the dreams for the rest of his teams. This circle is pulling fully down to the south, where Elevate have now taken over the edge of the circle, where Mizuchi were at from the very beginning, by the way. Let's not forget that this is their POI advantage, but they have been south of that spot the entire time.
By the way, with that placement point going the way of the other teams, Na'Vi, TSM, and Weibo are officially in the last chance qualifier. They cannot make it through to the top 9.
Amazing point there with the big gap that we have now, building up slowly. 14 squads left in this lobby. LGD playing close by the hilltop, looking at Elevate, while on the other side is Ty on that bridge. Nice overhead for the pressure that these pros are feeling at the moment. DMS are still keeping that dream alive. And so many other teams like Space Station slowly approaching on the north side edge of the circle.
Target spotted. This has eliminated a lot of the uncertainty now, actually, because the teams who can get up, NRG is probably one of the only ones. I mean, apart from them, the other teams would have to have a really phenomenal game from here on out to start pushing some of the names down that list.
Unless we see some crazy things happening between Dragons or Space Station, but time is of the essence with 14 squads left. Laika taking a good amount of damage. Remember, with that conduit, though, from Suzuki, Virtus Pro are trying to gatekeep them. While they are going to be able to hold them up from this north side, Alliance are right in front of Fnatic. They're also fighting for their lives. The Seer ult has been unleashed from Virtus, encapsulating the entire side of the house. But Ty are also looking at this fight, so Virtus cannot exit out of this building. While Fnatic, Suzuki, the last one alive, tries to slide down the hill.
Barely gets the syringe
Oh,
off.
no.
Oh no, the movement is not there this time for Fnatic. They'll go out in 14th. Alliance do just make it around this building, but kept out by the ferrofluid on the door.
I want to highlight DMS still alive with 50 points. Virtus Pro still alive with 50 points at the moment, with Pricey falling incredibly low. Way's about to match him here. Sharky loses that on his shield. This is a very risky fight for Virtus. Not at all risky for Alliance, who are in the same building.
All three of them popping bats at the same time. That was incredibly risky for Virtus Pro, but they do manage to somehow get through it. The Catalyst is buying them so much time in this fight.
And Alliance has sent out one of their own to actually wrap around the other side of Virtus. Very risky play, but it's to split their attention while Alliance are trying to sandwich them. And Unlucky gets the first knock.
Wade does actually get the block off on the door, but they're coming in from the other side. As you said, Alliance make the wraparound. Sharky tries to make it happen from the other side of the knockdown, but he can't. Virtus Pro go out at 50 points in 9th spot.
That's why it was so risky. Now, you have Ty moving in with 40 points and claim this building, but we see this circle is about to close in the next second, and this is shifting all the way down to the south.
Nice shot. It even just catches the crispy double with the Sentinel.
But getting gate kept here. Alliance, no. Sitting in first, there were really no risk at all. They try to slide down here. They get the fishing blow. LGD now escaping from the edge of the circle after eliminating Alliance.
It's a risky fight for LGD to take. They go further and further afield, trying to make it into the ring. But as you can see, Elevate have got them locked down now. Heroes go out in 19th.
Oh, here comes to Elevate. Kings of the Hills here. Gonna be able to now take care of LGD. Look at the circle shifts. Look at where it's pulling right on top of Mizuchi. NRG with a sliver of the circle in their building. This is so important for NRG.
2 points away. Will that be enough to put them over Virtus? 3 would definitely do it. 2, we're not sure at this point. Riddle order. They will be joining Reject Winity, their APAC North brethren, as one of the first 2 teams to lose their key.
Such an intense endgame here with NRG mass pinging Dragons who hold the high ground. Prestis still alive. For how long though? He's one shot. Too much pressure. DMS get eliminated at 52 points. That sets him up in 8th place.
He did his job.
Yep.
He got the extra 2 points. That put them ahead of VP and most likely has saved the day for DMS. The call to get out of that fight was the correct one.
See if it pays off in the end for this squad. With Hao still alive, Elevate on the other side, NRG looking to put themselves in the top 9. But it's Bleed who have they don't mind. It's fine here with a 3rd place with 81 points.
NRG are playing behind the gravity cannon right now, Vicky, and that cover is about to be gone. They've got it very well set up with the Watson there, but they're gonna have to make a play from somewhere. It looks like they're thinking about going down south towards Mizuchi. I like this. There's a rock over there, but as you can see, other teams throwing the bang ults now, trying to make it difficult for them.
And trying to force their way into the circle. Elevate, Bleed, who are actually coming on the other side of Mizuchi. NRG can take advantage of this if Dragons do not drop down and focus fire NRG on this rotate once the circle closes in. Blacklist, Bleed, as a solo, still alive for right now. They were able to actually survive as a duo, but they get a knock on here on the other side. Now, looking at how still 3 men still alive, but are trying to avoid Dragons Esports gaze.
Nocturnal goes down, though. And he's been finished as well. It's up to Fun. It's up to Fun, and it's up to Reptar. 49 points now.
They call in a Moby. Can they make this happen? Dragons about to ruin NRG's dreams unless this duo can make magic happen. They trade it off though. Reptar, NRG get eliminated. They cannot do it by 1 point. That 1 point they cannot. Hao is still alive though. Dragons with the overcommitment. And Blacklist, who tackled them solo, that was alive, also goes down.
Oh my god, but Dragons have been hunting down so many other teams. They've been pushing for every point they can. That we might have both South American teams in the finals on Sunday.
South America showing up. They're gonna get the reset, they're gonna get the res, but Mizuchi is still taking this fight versus Hao.
3 teams left alive now. I don't know if it's possible for Hao. There are still some points left on the table, but getting up into 9th would be a massive effort for this team, especially when you've got Mizuchi on the other side.
So much pressure here, especially as well that Dragons have now made their way to try to third-party this without trying to overcommit. Hao has lost out on 2, only 1 still alive. Dragons have rolled in. Can they capitalize after Mizuchi have taken out Hao?
Hao don't make it. Dragons already with 11 kills to their name. They want to finish off on a high. They want to win.
From not qualifying to now putting themselves in 7th with 58 points. And look at their Evil Shield diff between themselves and Mizuchi, who have been inside this building from the very beginning.
They've held it down, and as you say, sitting tight has not allowed them to have the better armor in this situation. So Dragons are the ones to make the move, and Dragons are the ones to win match 10.
For South America, Dragons go from 16th to qualifying in the top 9. Making miracles happen. Dragons Esports qualify.
10 spots they gained in a single match. Hunting down world-class teams. Teams that they don't get the chance to play against very often, unlike the rest of this field.
Don't sleep on South America when their 2 teams have made it into that upper bracket. 14 kills for Dragons. What an insane game. That is them coming from Cedo, by the way. Rotating and still taking the high ground cart in a final zone like that, making the call to end NRG's dreams. 14 KP, 3.6k damage. Mizuchi alongside them with the damage that they were able to put out, a team that also was sitting pretty from the very beginning on that southern zone.
And here we go. It ends up being a very similar stat line. 52 points is enough to get you in. That will be DMS, and up from there, Virtus Pro fall with 50 points. And 3 teams, actually was it 4 that had 49 points in the end and fall just short.
4 teams at 1 kill. 1 kill! Could have made a difference on 1 extra placement point. And these aren't just any teams, okay? We gotta talk about the fact TSM, NRG, I mean, Weibo, who had started all the way from 20th place, looking like they had a chance.
And they went out so early. I mean, it's so tough to play in those final games where it's like, okay, guys, let's just get 5 points. You try and play conservatively, it works against you. They go down so early looking for those few points that would have made the difference. 52 was all they needed, but they go down early and don't make it. NRG was a little bit different. They actually, they put up a fight there in the end, but Dragons just looked unstoppable in this final game. And look, no matter what happens on Sunday, that is a memory they're walking away with, Vicky.
Look at the energy. Look at this energy. This South American squad with the pop-off. This sense of relief. Absolutely insane. Take it away, Pete. Talk to the winners out here. Riddle Order, who actually end up getting eliminated.
At the Esports World Cup. It's super unfortunate, but it does happen. What are you looking forward to in the future, and what could you have done differently?
残念ながら今日は結果出せませんでしたが、今日のパフォーマンスよりリドルオーダーは強いチームとは間違いないと思うんですが、今日はもっとうまくすればよかったと思うことは何でしょうか。そして今からの期待は何でしょうか。
はい、今日はちょっと何もうまくいかなかったです。なんでちょっとスクリームと環境が違って、それに対応しきれなかったのが敗因かなと思います。
So to be honest, nothing went our way today. Nothing went well as we planned. The environment was completely different than streams. We couldn't adjust to it, and well, here we are.
Guys, it happens. Crowd, make some noise for 3 of the best players in the world. I wish you guys the best. We have the key master here to take your key. Crowd, make some noise for 3 of the best players in the world. I wish you guys the best. We have winners, we have losers, but right now we have a possible MVP right here to my left. How you feeling?
Amazing, but gotta show it the same thing on Sunday.
Well, the crowd is loving it right now. With the level of competition here in the Esports World Cup, did you guys expect to roll these lobbies as easily as you did?
We played it so much at home, scrims and all that stuff. And yeah, we pretty much dominated it too, so I feel like it's going to be easy, way easier than the LGS lands.
All right, well, you heard it here. Bring the competition. So, Effect, when you started making a name for yourself, you were so good that people thought you were aimbotting, including myself. What is the secret to being that talented in video games?
I honestly don't know. I guess it's just something you get born with, I don't know. But it's, I guess, the passion. Whenever you want to be the best, you're going to be the best.
Passion, you heard it here. You guys got to lock it in, bring the passion. And so far, we've been here for a couple days. What has been your favorite moment here at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh?
My favorite moment? I don't know, I love everything. All this event is my favorite moment, I would say. I love everything.
Crowd, make some noise for your possible MVP of day 2. I wish you guys the best. Guys, that's it from us here at the stage. Studio, take it away.
Dejection on one side in Riddle Order, Elation on the other in Alliance, our first place team in Group B. showcasing just how strong EMEA is at the Esports World Cup. One team, Alliance, will be crushing the team of, Riddle Order, and unfortunately at EWC, that's all we say about the losers who go home. It's a little rough, guys, but at the end of the day, we got to talk about the teams that are progressing. And AJ Hawk, let's go back to the team that won that last game, put themselves out of progression into the finals lobby on Sunday. That's Dragons Esports.
Yeah, and all I'm going to say is South America right now, undefeated in Game 10s. Nobody beating South America.
That's true.
Okay, so they're clutching up. They were going crazy, and I know that those boys are feeling confident. We talked about it yesterday, but South America as a region does tend to get a little bit disrespected because of the trials, the tribulations they've gone through. But they're showing up big right now. Both of the South American representatives punching their ticket to the finals in Game 10.
It is a brutal thing, but on the other side of it, you could see that great story, South America representation. Zeph, it's also EMEA representation. You have been a staunch supporter of EMEA ever since you entered our professional scene and had a chance to speak longer than 30 seconds. I don't know who keeps giving these to you. All jokes aside, man, but it's great to see Alliance and EMEA representing the way we expect them to.
Right at the top of the board there, of course, the green to represent, but EXO as well, showing up last minute and coming into Group B more than strong, poised in a lot of situations, and even potentially throwing threats on the board at Alliance. Of course, looking at the rest down there, our EMA shoutouts, of course, to International, Black, and DMS, the only team left on the outside there being Na'Vi, alongside so many other greats.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at these stories too, Lauren. LGD Gaming coming in, Fnatic, we expect them to be there, but DMS, you know, I don't know if I expect that squad yet. They inch into 9th place, they push out Virtus Pro, and they push out another big team, TSM. You know, where's your mind taking this, looking at the teams who have maybe not been able to make it into finals and now obviously have to play tomorrow?
You know, I think DMS making their way through was down to Prestis ratting at the end there and getting those last few points because of how close our bubble is. And when you look at the fact that 11th through 14th are all tied at 49, and they include what you're talking about, the TSMs, the Na'Vi, NRG.
Yeah.
All of these teams out to fight against each other on top of the teams that didn't make it through from Group A in our LCQ. That is going to be a stacked LCQ, and only 2 teams can come out of it.
I think it's a huge story. I mean, NRG, a big pickup because, you know, obviously XSET going out of our league and then coming now into the NRG presence back in. EWC was a big reason why NRG came in, and obviously now big task ahead because none of that prizing is guaranteed. They've got to claim one of 2 spots that are available. I don't know. I mean, I'm going into that tournament very, very nervous, guys. If I know that it's literally only 2 teams that advance, you see how far out Alliance and even EXO push themselves away from the pack. It seems like a tall task.
Absolutely, but NRG was one of our teams who had to qualify for this tournament in a similar scenario. So many teams.
That's true.
And only 2 spots available, and they were able to do it. Obviously, the competition is going to be a little bit tougher here, but we've seen them perform with the best in the best so many times before that I think they're capable of doing.
Man, certain stories, I mean, continue to show up, elevate, bleed. I mean, they've made it 3rd place. Congratulations, Zach Mazer and squad. I mean, that is a story that we will keep our eyes on as we head into Sunday. But it's time to take a look back at our Kadia plays of the day, and let's react to it. It's the play of the day, singular, and Alliance. Well, no surprise here, as you can see it. You know, Zeph, talk to me about what was working so well with Alliance today, why they were just on the money.
I think it goes back to maybe some of the conversation I started to have this morning when we discussed what I was told from Pontus, that general manager. They really have done a great job at becoming so succinct at really working within their roles, putting in Lucky and Effect on these pedestals to present them with opportunities to do damage at their best. And of course, leaving Hockeys to process that information and make the macro decisions to set this team up for greatness. In so many of these fights, we saw them in their best foot forward because no one is forced to make a decision or make a play that they aren't prepared for anymore. And I love the fact that Alliance saw this weakness back when we were in LA and have made the adaptation since.
I think it's a tough journey to be a team that's that experienced, that hasn't gotten a trophy, that's been given so many opportunities to get trophies, and then keep making adjustments. At a certain point, Lauren, don't you feel like 3 years down the line, I mean, is there really an adjustment to make? Maybe we just don't have it.
It's either you start to kind of doubt yourself and think that you don't have it, but then it's not just you thinking that. It's all of the other teams who are also at the top of their region also doubting themselves because we've had nothing but dynasties the entire time. So you need to be able to kind of prevent that mentality from happening and realize that it might have just been an extenuating circumstance because there are so many great teams in our lobby right now that it's just never going to get any easier. They just constantly have to be striving for that greatness.
It is actually a very good quality to keep good self-confidence. We learned this in psychology. If, the test was hard, not I'm dumb. If you have that kind of thought process, it's the external circumstance. I'm still smart. That test was hard. If you internalize and say, I'm not smart, that sometimes can be a tough thing for your long-term confidence.
Exactly.
It seems like Alliance has kept that, like you had been mentioning, Lauren. And maybe the meta, the circumstances have changed for them. But as we continue to look at why they've been so successful, Peeps might have given it away there. We've always got to end the day with one of the standout performances and highlight those. It's our PlayStation Tournament's MVP, and it goes to none other than Effect. 26 kills, 11,000 damage, and 62 headshots, which, if you've been keeping track, is part of that Headhunter tab we've been showing in the big STC arena. But excellence in action. Jayhawk, I don't think there's any other way to describe what Effect brings to the table.
Absolutely. 1,100 damage a game. I mean, that's just kind of nuts. Imagine going into a game and saying, I know that my teammate's going to drop 1K this game. Guaranteed. That feels like you're going to be putting up big numbers, and you should feel confident going into our finals knowing that Effect, he's looking great.
That's like what happens when, you queue up with me, basically in rank, right? No?
Not a chance.
Okay, not a chance. All right, that's harsh. That's harsh. Alliance, though, storm out to the races, and they keep it that way. This bodes well. They're going to wait. They're going to watch in the wings. But Effect is the type of MVP caliber player, guys, that we've seen take over moments. And, he's also young. I mean, I think when you look back at it, it was only a year and a half ago when he burst onto the scene, and now being able to get a little bit of experience under his belt. We thought it might be his first land that he did it, but no, it's not. Maybe this is the land, though. Still $2 million in prizing, biggest in terms of money Apex has ever seen. Effect, having that effect for Alliance, putting them in first place. And remember, that first place finish means on Sunday, they're going to start with 9 extra points alongside Falcons, so it will be a tight race for who ends up taking our match point finals. Guys, final thoughts here on the day. I'm going to go down the line because guess what? Tomorrow, we are sending 18 teams home. 2 will make it. Stakes are as high as ever.
Yeah, I mentioned this last night, but the teams that we've seen so far that have been dominant, they're getting a lot of kills. And I think that's going to be something that is very important tomorrow because with only 2 spots on the line, placement's not going to be good enough. Obviously, you have to be winning games, but you have to add on a ton of kills on top of that in order to be in the top 2.
That's a great point as well. You got to get kills. Zeph, what is the plan of action for these teams? Because I don't think we've ever seen such a brutal system here. 18 teams going home.
And I like that word. It is brutal because there's going to be some studying they need to do tonight. A lot of these teams came into this tournament with the preparation for groups A and B. This is that mix-up now where we see the involvement of not just, of course, the World's Edge and Storm Point that we are familiar, but of course some of those newer maps where none of these squads have really matched up against each other yet.
Lauren, takeaways on today, because as we look at tomorrow, you don't have a chance at the end to make that great comeback.
Yeah.
So the chaos that we might see for a team that knows I'm not getting top 2, so I'm not landing where I was going to land. Let's just mess something up who I don't like. I mean, it's endless. It's going to be exciting.
I think this is where we're going to start seeing a lot of the more experienced players, that experience coming into play, knowing how to handle these high-pressure situations. Like you guys are both saying, it's not just about placement points. It's now about consistency. It's about consistent aggressiveness and learning to exploit other teams' weaknesses, whether that is on new, untested maps or whether that is knowing which players to go after. You have to use every single tactic in your arsenal of weaponry for Apex Legends to make sure you are at the top of our LCQ.
I mean, you got to be, reloading, throwing the old magazine at somebody, just saying, was that going to do the difference?
10 damage.
10 damage. I don't care, But the thing is, this is brutal, and it is something that we may never see again. This could be the most savage day of Apex Legends action ever. It's almost a real battle royale. I know only one team wins and claims victory, but literally only 2 teams will be moving on to Sunday. Tomorrow, 18 teams will be going home, and there will be no lobby to re-queue in. So what does that mean? It means that you got to watch. It's going to be so fun. Teams like NRG are going to be fighting for their lives. TSM as well. Not as sincere. It's going to be exciting, guys. It's going to be the same time, same place where we kick things back off for Saturday. It is a last chance, and if you do make it, if you do find a way, well, you're going to be playing for $2 million on Sunday. From all of us here on The Talent, everyone who's been casting our production, we hope you get a good night's sleep or finish a great day, because guess what? Tomorrow, it's last chance, and Apex Legends gets as exciting as ever here at EWC. See you then.